Yo! How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening, everyone. Yes, waiting for the big yo, Hyru. How's it going, Hyru? D-Rock, Cop Mando, and Rusty. Yes, it has been a while. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? How's everyone's weekend going, or has it been? I guess some of you are into your Sunday by now. How are we all doing, everybody? I did sweet F all today. It was great. You're at work? Well, I'm now working, I suppose, so I will join you in a different way. But I hope work isn't too painful for you. I did sweet F all today. It was great. I was quite tired after yesterday. Good times, though. It was fun. Yes. How's everyone's blasting on D4 been going? I've decided to back out of the hardcore event. Not because I can't do it. It's just there's not a lot of time left. I could spend the whole stream tonight looking for a Chaos Ophidian and still fail, and that is literally all I'm doing. That's all I've done for the last two streams, and I've got so much to do before the PTR on Tuesday. With such limited time in the PTR on Tuesday to test stuff, I really need to do the prep work for it. So I've had to back out, but it's a shame. I got to support the event though, so I'm really happy about that. You know, I mean, I got to firmly in T3 and I didn't even have the main unique for the build, but the rules of the... I'm not really quitting because I have to though, so I don't feel bad about it, Hyru. I got shafted by RNG and I guess it's just the rules of the event, right? Day off doing all the farming things in D4. Nice! Gotta love doing all the farming things. Did you get anything good, D-Rock? No, you won't shaft me. Too much, Hyru, too much. But yes, so I've decided to back out of that event because I have a lot to do before Tuesday. If I spend all of tonight doing that, regardless of the outcome, it's one less night for me to prepare for this stuff. And there's just so much to test next week, and PTR is only 1 week long, that... and I really do have to have a pretty good handle on Spiritborn before Season 11. That, yeah, I've really got to... I really don't have much choice on... I spent the whole day thinking about it, but I've bowed out gracefully. If I had that item, I would have been able to give a good... I'd have been able to give a good submission. I wasn't really going for gold. That didn't bother me. I just wanted to support the event, you know? You got a better Banished Lord's Talisman, finally, with the correct GA. Nice. And of course, had to triple roll it. You are the master of the orange, D-Rock. You are the master of the orange. Heat Spark coming straight in with a follow. Welcome in, dude. How you doing, man? It's nice to meet you. Welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, my plans today, probably slightly less interesting for some of you, but it might be interesting, some of you. As I say, there's an awful lot to test next week. I was expecting the PTR to be slightly longer, but at the moment it's only a week long. So there's an awful lot to test. Like, we got to test the leveling because all of the balancing and progressions changed. Well, assuming we can test all of this, we got to test the season journey ranks so that we can get our, assuming we can test that. I've got to... Are we not entertained? Well, I'll do my best. Rosie, how's it going, Rosie? How's it going? I basically got to relearn Spiritborn with the new balancing. I mean, they basically said that all the affixes are rebalanced, some more than others, so we don't really know exactly what that means yet until we see it. You know, all the items get 4 affixes and 1 temper now, so that changes things up. There's been... Spiritborn's balancing as a whole wasn't too bad. It wasn't as bad as some of the other classes. I mean, I'm sure by now you have all seen the sentiment around some of the other class changes. Look, there's always going to be people that like things and don't. We'll have to see how it plays out. But they were far more drastic than the Spiritborn ones as a whole. You know, you take Chaos Armors away, every class in the game is suddenly going to be weaker than it is right now, because Chaos Armors gave you an enormous amount of power creep this season. It bumped every class up by at least 10 to 15 pits. Like, it's mental. So that was going to be gone anyway, unless they replaced it with something else. So that brings it down. They basically said that the monsters are going to be a bit weaker at a whole, but the power player level as an overall should be even lower. So I think that they are actually aiming for the pit range. If you're going to go by pits, because we don't know what the tower's like yet, it'll be somewhere between 90 and 110. That's what we're thinking. And that's where the builds will land, which is a pretty healthy state. And then maybe, just maybe, the Giga builds will push a little bit higher. That's a healthy state. It means you can complete your builds, you know, and then you've got something to push for. I mean, pushing to 130, 140 means the numbers are so big, it just gets silly. To be honest. Hey, Zimp, Charm Chaos, how's it going, guys? How you doing? You were surprised also? Seems like way too many changes to test in a week, Simp. Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, look, I'm going to have to focus test on Spiritborn only because I've got to relearn the class with all the new changes, and then I've got to test as many builds as possible, so I've got at least a pretty decent idea where they land. Well, let's just say pit tiers, but I'll test them in the tower as well, which is the new... in theory, will be the new system to test for the end game. You know, like how good they're at this and how good they're at the at pits and such. So that I've got an idea where the builds land against other classes. So it's going to be a lot of work. So my plan today was to do planners. D4 builds have updated theirs, so I can at least slap some planners together, so I can get deep dived into Spiritborn. But I mean, I will have the game open in the background, so I'll for sure be able to boot up and like. You know, if I can quickly help people out, maybe, or facilitate stuff. But I plan on focusing on planners today, probably tomorrow as well. We'll see how much. If I can get a lot done today, then maybe we can just do community day tomorrow. The thing is, I really don't have a lot of time left. It wasn't a lot of time anyway, and there's a lot of builds to test. So, but we can chat about it as well. I've had a little bit more time to digest all those changes. When we were in stream the other day, it was a lot to take in for everyone, I think. Hey, Herky Derp, how's it going, man? But the Blizzard guys like Rob Makuna get a private server so they can test longer? I don't think they do, actually. I've planned for 2 days of progression and leveling and then a day for other classes. Yeah, that sounds fair, Chance. So I will definitely be spending the first stream leveling. Doing leveling, and then maybe the second one for if I don't get to Torment 4, which is quite likely, then the second one. I mean, I'll basically be on 24/7 next week, minus when I have to sleep, because I just don't have enough time otherwise. So I won't be streaming necessarily all of that, but I'll be on quite a lot next week. So you'll probably expect me to be on more next week than usual. They did last season. I don't think they did, Hyru. And wherever you heard that, that's probably not true. And even if they did, it doesn't matter. To be honest. I want to shut that down because it's just... It doesn't matter, does it? You pretty much have to do leveling first. Once you boost, it messes up leveling. Exactly, Zimp. And also, to be honest, the leveling will feel different. Yes, Rage, how's it going, man? It's like I'm coming. Yeah. It's. I want to know how the leveling feels. I'm not going to get a perfect representation in one go on leveling, and I'm only going to do 1 to 60 once, and then T1 to T4 once. But it'll give you at least familiarity with how it goes. What I'm really intrigued in and interested in is you're not going to start with the skill points like you do from your renown. So you're going to be weaker at level 1. But those season ranks to get them, assuming we can test this on the PTR, and I think we will because I think they want us to test it. How easy are those going? How easy are the first ones going to be to do? Like, are they? Can you get your first ones before level 30 and so on? You know what I mean? So it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. Zane, how's it going, dude? I really appreciate that, Zane, and I hope you have a good day at work. I'll be on for a fair while. Just going to be doing a lot of season 11 prep stuff today, so. Little bit different, but yeah, I mean, it's just how it is. Lots to do, not enough time. It's always the way, isn't it? You're doing well. Going in for a blood test on Monday. Just had to get just to check your blood sugar levels. You haven't had one in a very long time. Well, I hope that goes well for you. I should probably get that done myself at some point. Hey, Fisk, yo, how's it going, dude? You just got home from work, Rage. Nice. How was your day? Yeah, I'm good. I didn't do much at all today. I saw Killswitch Engage last night. They were sick. And get this, right? I'll put a photo in Discord later. On the very last song, we were just chilling. We were about halfway back at Wembley Arena on the standing floor. That's where the sound desk is, just to the right of the sound desk if you're looking towards the stage. It's the perfect place. The sound was immaculate. The sound techs nailed it. And right on the last song, I'm not joking, we were just watching the stage, as you do, and then the guitarist was just in front of us, like, boom, just in front of us, literally in the crowd, in front of us, like, literally in front of me. I can't emphasize literally any harder. He was so close in front of me, and I had to, it was so sudden, no one expected it. I think he must have gone off the stage, out of the door, and then come into the arena from the side through another door. There's no way he walked through the crowd. It would have just been mental. And he was so close. I was fumbling with my phone with a drink in my hand and everything, trying to get a selfie. I managed to get a selfie basically next to him. We were all just like, where did he come from? So that was pretty fun. And he was just smashing his guitar solo while everyone's trying to get selfies with him. You know, it's, yeah, it's pretty good. It's a last serenade. It was a great show. It wasn't the greatest stage show I've ever seen, but musically speaking, it's as good as I've seen. And the sound tech, that it was as good as I've seen in a long time. It was amazing. So I was really good. It helps if you're a fan, doesn't it? I'd be interested to see how the capstones feel, Hyrule. I think they'll be really fun the first time. Will they be fun the 10th time? I don't think that's where people will have an issue. Oh, we got watch streaks in this channel now. Nice. When did we get those? They finally put watch streaks on my channel. Sweet. That's awesome. I've seen it on other people's channels, but it's just they just have to decide you're getting it. Hey, Lower, how's it going, dude? I was watching some of your YouTube videos earlier. You have a fantastic YouTube voice. Yeah, it helps. It's like a radio voice, you know? Yeah, you've got that down. You've got that locked down. Days 3 for 7 are MRAC testing. Yeah, once I get into endgame build testing, I won't be leveling them all. Barlow, how's it going, man? 2 months for season 11, Barlow? No, we don't actually. We've got the PTRs on Tuesday, Barlow, and we've got 1 week to test everything. And I have to have a pretty good hand on Spiritborn because I don't know if you know, I've been saying it, but you may not have been here. I was asked to be Mobilytics Spiritborn class lead just before season 10 started, like literally the day before. And that's awesome, but what that comes with is I am actually obligated to fill out their tier list now. And during this season, they've been pretty flexible because it was dropped on me so quick, like so near to it. But by season 11, I need to fill that tier list out with at least all of what will be the top Spiritborn builds, and then hopefully a few others as well. So I really can't do that unless I've got a good handle on how the class is going to play. And we've only got 7 days next week to test it all. So I need to do some prep for that. And I just don't have enough time outside of streaming 8 hours on a day to do it. So that's why, Bard. I hope that makes sense. I mean, I know it's not me playing the game, but, that, you know, maybe you got any of you Spiritborn, any of you that like playing Spiritborn, you might see some interesting stuff you can test out in the PTR yourself. Because we can just sit here and talk about some stuff. And it might just, I don't know, some of these ideas might kick up some inspiration to you all to play something new. Do I run Spiritborn, Jedi? I suppose I play it a little bit. They made me the class lead at Mobilytics. I can't be too bad. Day 1, season 11, 3 hours in. Can you carry me through capstones? No, I don't do carries on the first day. I locked that down this season. It's just easier if I say no. I don't actually know how long it's going to take. The whole game's going to be different. Let us test it in the PTR first. Hey, Taters, how's it going? How's it going? Did he hop off the stage? Because I don't know how he got in there, Lower. He must have gone off the stage down the side, out of a door. Then the arena's like in the middle, right? So you've got the all the stalls and the food and the drink bits around the side, and then they've got stairs going down into the arena or into the seating areas. He must have gone off the stage, out of a door, into the side bit, and come down the middle, I reckon, and just gone straight in the middle. And he just happened to cut. We were near a door where you would have come in. I reckon he came in there and just walked straight into where we were. We were just like, oh, hi, he's there. Like, no one knew. Like, literally no one. Everyone was like, oh, he's right in front of us. Awesome. Selfie, selfie, selfie. Like, it was crazy. So that was cool. Yeah, it was good. It was a nice way to top off the evening. We were all standing there at display by the end. No, Chaos Armor is gone for season 11, but they have said they're not opposed to that coming back at some point. Will Rake still be good in season 11? I'm going to be... Well, I'll put a build together. and then I'll test it next week, and we'll see. It will definitely be weaker, and you definitely won't have evade rake. I don't think, because it won't be possible really to do it isn't possible to do what we're doing this season without having all of those uniques in, like Zepazontek and Rod of Kep and all that. And that won't be possible next season because they all go in the weapon slot and we won't have Chaos Armors. So it will be more like traditional rake like I did in Season 6. So it may be good. I don't know. I have a feeling we might be able to make a rushing claw rake build pretty good, though, which won't allow you to perma-evade between enemies, but it will mean on enemies it will feel quite similar to what it does right now, but it will still be weaker because the seasonal power right now allows rake to hit 6 times, and you get the distant damage times 3, times 4 damage off it and all sorts. So, honestly, I think the top builds next season will be like pit 110 to 115, unless there's something really busted, which, to be honest, there probably will be. It will be a lot lower than 141 or 142, whatever the top is right now, I reckon. I mean, you're into quadrillions of damage. I wouldn't expect us to hit quadrillions of damage next season, but who knows? I'm sure someone will figure out infinite damage on the... We already know there's going to be one infinite damage build, as long as it works as we read, because there's an uncapped resource damage multiplier, and the melted Selig is going to make it so you get 30,000 multiplier or something. It's ridiculous. So that will they've already said they're fixing that, but it won't happen till after the PTR, so you can expect a video for that pretty quickly on day 1. We already know about that one. You've got a question about the Crown of Lucian. Why not use it? On which build, Jedi? You might need to be more specific about which build. Hey, Jogan. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in, welcome in. One more follow and we'll be at 50. 50, God, I keep saying that. 5,080. Craziness. Craziness. Spiritborn in D4 is your favourite class in the genre. Nice, Fisk. Well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some okay builds. Will they be the best class? I don't know yet. I don't think anyone can honestly say which class is going to be best yet, because we don't know all the scaling on the affixes. Like, there's so much changing, and there's still... I mean, we've got a pretty good handle on the general class changes, but, like, we don't know how high the affixes are going to be, so we don't know how much HP we're going to get. We don't know how easy it's going to be to stack armor resistances. We really don't know how much damage the enemies are going to do to us now. You know, we don't know what the tower is like exactly. None of us have played it. Well, most of us haven't played it. I suppose maybe the guys that went to Blizzard on that trip might have had a chance to play it, but even so, right, there's a lot of unknowns, so until we test it we won't know. But I think there'll be some decent Spiritborn builds. I think there might be some new Spiritborn builds that'll be decent as well, and that's what I want to get into today. My brain's been going crazy today, so I need to get it down on paper to stop my brain going crazy. It competes with 2. All right, so in this season, if you're talking about that, Jedi, combined with the Banished Lord's Talisman faster overpower, it uses more vigor. No, I get what you're saying, Jedi. So the reason we don't use it in most builds right now, especially like Evade Rake, is because you don't need it. You're guaranteed to crit and overpower after evading. That's what one of the seasonal powers does. So let me boot over to the D4 screen. I've actually got the game up. So before I do any planners, I can show you exactly what I mean, and then you'll understand. It might be easier for me to explain. Right, let me show you, because I could just boot up my Spiritborn quickly, and I can show you why. So Banished Lord's Talisman, yes, that gives you a bunch of core skills and overpower and all that great stuff. But and it does give you a multiplier. But the main reason you use it for a lot of stuff is that it guarantees that overpower if you can exceed 275 resource. So this is my rate. Oh no, this is... Oh, one sec, wrong build. I was going to say, that's not rate, that's a sork. Right, let's go on my Spiritborn, shall we? I think I can't remember what I left this build on. I'm guessing I left this on rake, but let's have a quick look. I was testing out a lot of different builds on my Spiritborn, but I can still demonstrate nonetheless. So yeah, we use Banished Lords for the 275 resource. Yeah, I left it on rake. But the reason we don't use it is because of this one here, Unstable Power. Chaotic magics erupt from your basic skills, making them guaranteed to critical strike and overpower. And it gives you 100x multiplicative damage. So this is just stronger than the Banished Lords, but the only caveat is it gives it a 3-second cooldown. And we've converted our skills to a basic skill because we've got the Rod of Kepaleka on, which converts your core skills to be additionally basic skills. So this is why we use Evade, though, because the other power, Combined Strikes, which also makes your core skills hit for extra time. So this makes Rake hit 6 times if you've got 100% double hit, or 3 times if not. And it gives you a bit even bigger Rakes, but it gives it a 10-second cooldown. But it doesn't really matter. Basically, these just give it a cooldown. But this one allows your basic skills' third attack to reset the cooldown on your core skills. And this is why we use Evade. Because if you've got Evade on this build with Thunder Spike, and up here, it makes it so when you evade, it casts Thunder Spike along with it. And then you've got the Zephyr Zontek on, which we can do in this season, as well as the Rod of Kepaleka, because we can put both of them on, which we wouldn't normally be able to do. The Zephyr Zontek makes your basic skill always do its third attack. And that's important because Thunder Spike, when it hits with its third attack, it reduces your evade cooldown by 5 seconds. So that allows you to permanently evade. And this is a basic skill. So that means you do a Rake, you evade, it casts Thunder Spike for you automatically when you evade. It's your third attack of Thunder Spike. You hit an enemy, boom, your evade's down to 5 seconds. Because you've hit an enemy with a basic skill, you've reset your core skills, and then boom, you basically just Rake, evade, Rake, evade, Rake, evade, and every Rake will guarantee crit and overpower. So you don't need to worry about stacking resource for your Banished Lord's Talisman in this case. And the Banished Lord's Talisman only gives, I don't know, like 75% damage if you include all the core skills and stuff, or something like that. And there's just other more powerful options. Same as the Crown of Lucian. The Crown of Lucian gives you 90%, but the Harmony of Ibawaka gives you 144. Rod of Kep is mandatory. Zephyr Zontek is mandatory. The Hesha Ekasungi gives you 120 on knockdown enemies or a boss. You're going to knock down enemies all the time on this. Plus a bucket load of ranks and cooldown and attack speed and all sorts. And in your helm, you can stick in Fist of Fate or Harlequins. The maximum resource, double scales on your Rod of Kep and your adaptability. So you see where I'm going. The Banished Lords just isn't stronger than these options. And then there's certain mandatory options. So that's why. I hope that all makes sense. There's a lot to take in. It's quite a complex interaction, but if you think it through, it does make sense. Yeah. We know the tower is 5 levels, and then you beat that, and then you do the next 5. But we don't know exactly what the layouts are going to be or how that works. We've got an idea, but until we play, we don't know, right? So you're giving up your Ami slot and helm. It seems like more of a until you have best in slot. Yes. Oh, right, yeah, you're replying to Jedi, yeah. Did they list out what the new seasonal powers are? Yes. Yeah, they're here. They are these here. So they've got 2 components. If you remember, we had a season where we had the boss powers, and the boss powers had different bits. You either put them in... You had one power that took... what was it? One power that took the big bottom section, and the other 3 took the top section, or the other way around. I can't remember. But they had 2 parts to them, depending where you slot them. And you've got these 4 discs here in the edge. Those ones, you put... So all of these at the top, they give you, like, target farm on resources. So this one's like, in the Undercity, you can earn more obols, doubled when purified. Boss keys. Extra upgrades in pits, socketables in hell tides, salvage materials in the Undercity, and so on. You get where I'm going at, right? They in different areas of the game, you get better amounts of resources. And the great thing about this is you can either put it in the corrupted zone, which will make it so that the bottom part is a negative to you. But you'll still get the top part. So certain ones of these negatives will be very bad for Spiritborn, like this one here. Enemies having 100% chance to shatter your barriers or fortified life with your attacks. You definitely don't want that on a build where you're relying on barriers. But if you don't use barriers on your build, you can stick that on and it won't, or you don't care for fortified, the negative really doesn't matter, and you'll still get the top bit. And if you're not specifically target farming it, if you put it in one of these yellow ones, it gets purified. So you don't get the negative side, but you get the purified. And the purified is the benefit. So this one gives you movement speed. This one's chance to stun. This one's Fortify for max life. Fortify is changing next season, so it's not going to give you damage reduction. If you've got even 1 life of Fortify, you are counted as fortified next season. Not this season, it has to be maxed. And when you've got Fortify and your life is lower than... I can't remember exactly how it is, but basically when your life goes down to a certain point, your Fortify will kick in and it gives you life regen. And then your Fortify goes down and your life goes up, that kind of thing. So that just gives you loads of Fortify. It's basically just another source of life regen that builds up even if you're at max HP. So that's nice. This one is on injured, you get barriers. It's maybe good, maybe not. This one just gives you resistance. That's going to be quite important next season. And so on and so on, right? Increased armor. There's nothing in here that gives crazy damage, though. Nothing like what we've got right now. So there's the power creep in this season's powers are significantly lower. But we don't know how much for power creep the sanctification will give, which is the other seasonal power. So that's what we got lower. They did give minions on Necros a targeting mechanic, yes. Badass Eli, how's it going, man? It was Complex Jedi, yeah. I hope it kind of made sense. It was a lot. It's a bit of a mouthful. You don't care about pit pushing, so any build that can clear 80? Yeah, well, that's the plan. And to be honest, there's leaderboards coming with the new tower, and that's going to become another way of judging your build against others. I keep hearing a weird sound. I don't know if it's in my house or outside. Not 100% sure. It's weird. So, yeah, there's a lot going on next season. So this is what I mean, right? There's just a gazillion things to test. No worries, Zane. Have a great day at work, man. So I've made this black with white text because I figured this will probably blind you less than reading white with black text. I've made myself a little table. I suppose I could zoom in on this, couldn't I? There we go. I've made myself a little table. So like, have I made the planner? Have I tested it? And what the pit and torment, what pit level it goes to roughly in tower level. I mean, I'm not going to push them as high as I can. I'm just going to get a rough idea. And then I can gauge tiers and stuff afterwards. Not all of these builds will be possible for leveling. These are, your typical builds. Evade, Quill Volley, Rate, Crushing Hand, Stinger, Pestilent Swarm. I haven't done it this for a while, but it is a build. Rushing Claw, I will be definitely testing. The typical builds I play, Rock Splitter. And then in some combo builds, like Rushing Claw, Such a Death is an interesting concept I've got in my head. I think just Evade with Quill Volley baked into it with those new boots could be quite cool. We'll have to see how that plays. So I've got a whole bunch of ideas for Spiritborn, and I'm going to try and put some planners together for some stuff today. You're reading through the patch notes for the first time now, Loa. You brace yourself. You think the new unique is only going to reinforce the evade build? No, it's not. It is strongly going to make the evade build possible for good stuff, but there are other options, which is what I'm going to get into in a bit, yeah. Potentially. Obviously, until we can test, we don't know exactly how it actually will work in practice, but, we can do the theory now, and then at least it gives me some stuff to work off, because I did this before Season 10. It made my life a lot easier. So, Rusty. So, the tower is in beta. They said that they want to add things like rewards potentially down the line. They don't know yet. There's things that they're going to do to improve the tower. This is just the first version to get us in and testing it, to give us leaderboards and stuff with it. And then at some point, it's not about farming the tower. The tower is all about getting on the leaderboard. And that's what it is. It's another way of gauging your build against others. But they did say at some point they might add some rewards to getting to tier 5, tier 10, tier 15, like one-shot rewards to reward you for actually getting to a certain level. But that won't be in this season. Well, it won't be in this PTR. It probably won't make it for this season. But they did say they were going to look to improve it over time. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about, Perma Grizzly, at least in the PTR, will start off gone. Perma Teleport, at least to start with in a PTR, is gone. Unless someone else figures out some other crazy way of doing it. Well, I've had some discussions behind the scenes with people, so it may not have been in that actual talk, but yeah, they have mentioned that they did say in that talk, which everyone watched, that it is a beta and they will be looking to improve it over time. So, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it could be anything from cosmetics to whatever, right? If they ever did, they could do something like that, but it won't be there right now. I wasn't I've got to be honest, guys. This is my positivity and my positive mindset here. I was not expecting an endgame mechanic at all. I was not expecting leaderboards at all. They just said tempering, masterworking, and battle mechanics, and I was just expecting an itemization overhaul, which would just affect every build. I really wasn't expecting another, like, even if it's not the best thing, I wasn't expecting anything. So that's better than nothing, right? That is literally like, I was like, okay, that's actually not what I was expecting. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy that we will at least have. They are attempting to give us something else to match our builds against others. There may be builds that are terrible at pits, but happen to be very good at this tower thing if you play it right, because they've said you get towers and you get pylons, and maybe some of those pylons will just be really good for some of the builds that don't get that in the pit, and they won't be any good at pits. And it's an actual way to, and it's all baked into leaderboards in the game, so every player in the world that plays will be on there. It won't be whoever just submits their, the Helltide leaderboards, yes, will probably incorporate the top players, but it only incorporates people that actually submit a video or clip of their time and actually bother to do that. So there are a lot of people who probably would be on there in some form who just never are. So I'm just happy to see that they're advancing in that sense, It's a step forward. And I'm sure there'll be bugs. I'm sure there'll be broken builds. I'm sure things won't work properly. I'm sure things won't be as good as they sound. And we'll give that feedback. And then hopefully they'll be able to make it better by the time the season comes. That's the idea for the PTR, right? Pylons coming back from Diablo 3. Yeah, I mean, that's Pylons is down to a little bit of RNG, but also down to tactics, isn't it? If you get a good pylon, you save it for a point when you know you need it. Yeah, Rusty. I mean, this is all feedback that's already been given. I can't tell you exactly what's been given, but I can tell you a lot of feedback's already been given just from reading the patch notes, both positive and negative. So a lot of the stuff you guys are saying right now is, if not already been said, is pretty similar to things that people have said. And that would have come through their various communities and their own opinions. That's something that's already been fed back, Zimp. I can tell you that now. That's literally that sentence. I've read that more than once in the last couple of days. We won't get it for season 11, but people keep pressing for solo self-found, so maybe one day we'll get it. They added it to D3, so we might get it in D4 eventually. Right, let's start putting some builds together. If anyone needs anything in game, obviously feel free to throw that in the chat. If I can't help out, I'll see if anyone in chat can, because I'm sure a bunch of you are still playing. I just don't have time today to do. I really need to at least try and get some of these planners together, and I'll do some in my spare time as well, of course. But I won't even necessarily have time to test all these builds. But I need to test as much as I want to test as much as I can. I really, really want, for me, but also for everyone else that wants to play Spiritborn next season, I want there to be a range of builds from S tier down to even B tier. I just want to, so people can choose to play what they want to play. So, I don't know, I might start on... I've never even really played Evade, but I know how it builds. I'm trying to decide what to start on. I might just start on Evade, because to be honest, it probably won't be the best endgame build Evade, unless that new pair of boots goes really well with it. But it'll definitely be one of the best fast, speed farming builds again. So, for Spiritborn, for general T4 content. So we should probably just start one of these, right? Let's just put Evade standard here, because I've got a combo version there as well. There are some pretty significant changes to the Spirit Halls as well, actually, that's worth noting. It took me a moment to realise what they meant by the changes, but what they've done is the temper for Spirit Hall, anything that said Spirit Hall potency, they've made clearer now. It's just Spirit Hall damage. And they've made every one of the primaries now has a damage component. So the Jaguars has weapon damage instead of collecting the damage in the previous half second, for example. It'll be this weapon damage that scales. The Eagle damage, I checked it in game. The Eagle damage scales the damage of the storm feathers you create. The Gorilla scales the thorns damage. The Centipede scales the damage component. So like if you look here, this is actually pretty significant for Centipedes. If you look at Centipede right now, when you got potency, it scaled, so it says now scales damage rather than slow and damage reduction. I think when you got potency before, it only scaled the slow and the damage reduction here. It didn't scale the poisoning damage. Whether it was intended to do that originally or not, I don't know, but it didn't. And now it will. And the poisoning damage was up from 70% to 160%. So it had the Centipede primary for poisoning builds has been giga buffed. And you can scale it if you can get that potency on there on the build somewhere, or the Spirit Hall damage. That's pretty big. And they doubled the damage reduction as a whole has been wiped from the game in most areas. The fact that Centipede primary will give you now 4% per stack rather than 2 means you can get 24% damage reduction. They've doubled that because they removed the potency scaling, but you'll be able to get 24% damage reduction from this as well. And they also increased the buff duration, the debuff duration, so it will last longer. So Centipede primary got a pretty big buff actually. The Gorilla primary, the barrier won't scale anymore with potency at all, but if you attack fast enough with this, it can cap, but it doesn't have a cap anymore. So if you can attack fast enough, so like if you look at it here, it lasts for 3 seconds. You would have to attack very, very quickly. But if you're using Ravager, which attacks 4 extra times, because there's going to be a lot more sources of healing, which gives you Ravager stacks, you could theoretically get 20 attacks in within 3 seconds with Ravager on, if you're attacking fast enough with Gorilla Primary Hall on. And that would, with 2.5% here, get you to 50% barrier. You getting 40 attacks in, I don't know, but you'd be able to get more barrier than 30% anyway. Yeah, and the Jaguar I think will be fine. The one thing we don't know, and I was actually, Rob and I were discussing a bit in his channel earlier, we don't know if this 100%, it says here it doubles this bit here, the 100% weapon damage on each for each stack, up to 5 stacks. We don't know if that's going to double to 200, then to 300, then to 400, or whether it's going to go to 200, 400, 800, 1600, and so on. Like, you know, to the power of 100. Sorry, 100 to the power of 5. To the power of 2. Sorry, 100 times 2 to the power of 5. Or whether it's 100 times 5. We'll have to see. If it's the power of 2, if it's times 2 to the power of 5, then that's actually going to do a lot of damage, in theory. Especially if you use unyielding hits. Because unyielding hits scales your weapon damage in a big way. So I reckon this will still be very strong if built correctly, to be honest. Hey, Cloudman, how's it going, man? How you doing, dude? Louis, how's it going, man? DJ Chrono. Well, the spreadsheet's only to keep track of the builds, DJ. It's not numbers, don't worry. Not yet, anyway. I won't blow your mind too much. Yeah, some of the builds just aren't possible. Like I can say now, for example, I wish I could put an X in here or tick, but yeah, you can say Touch of Death won't be possible as a leveling build, for example. So you can probably just get rid of that straight away. Payback. Rock Splitter definitely will be. That'll be leveling viable. Thrash will be leveling viable in theory. Evade will be. In theory, Rake would be. And Crushing Hands. In fact, all of these would be viable for leveling. I don't know how good they would be. Pestilent Swarm is very, very contingent on an aspect. This one won't. Oh, no, not that one. This one definitely won't be Rushing Claw for leveling. Because you'd have to be you'd have to be at least like level, like, depending on when you get your extra points from the season ranks, you might even have to be level 20 before you get to the potency ranks, or well, somewhere around there. Same with Razor Wings, so this one here as well won't be. That one possibly would be. This one here, Firestorm, won't be either because it's contingent on getting a unique. So you got a few potential leveling builds there, I'd say, off the top of the head. I probably won't make leveling builds for builds that require uniques. They need to not require uniques for me to be a leveling build, to be honest. But yeah, I'm good, Louis. How are you doing, dude? You just read the new teleporting chart, Lower. What's your thoughts on it? Go on. I'm interested. You're going to try and make a Withering Fist build with some sort of changes. Yeah, I mean, you'll have to let me know how you get on, Charm, because if it works out well, I'd definitely be down for putting a guide together for it. And I'll put credits in for people if they contribute. Mistimed your sub and had the ad break, Rusty. Oh, you did. Oh, you subbed, Rusty. It's okay. It didn't come up, but that's okay. Dudes, thank you. I can see when you didn't have it earlier in the chat and you've got it now. Thank you, man. That's awesome. I very much appreciate that. You are a legend. I don't know if it was a prime or an actual normal sub, though. I can't see that bit. It literally doesn't show me anywhere. You'll have to let me know. Hey, Pricey. Yeah, good, dude. How you doing? Spaz as well. How you doing, man? So now I've you played some max roll builds and most of your builds, and I can clearly say you are the go-to guy for Spiritborn. Really, Spaz? I now play no max roll builds on Spiritborn except Razor Wings. Yeah, so you'll be pleased to know I was going to try and get one of those together for Season 10, but you'll be pleased to know I definitely will have one up for Season 11. Obviously, I got asked to do the class. I did a bit of I did a bit of a lot of classes before this season, and then I was asked to be the Spiritborn class lead like the day before Season 10, so I didn't really have time to do everything. But that's very kind of you to say. I mean, I'm sure their builds are fine. I'm not going to say they're bad. I mean, there's a lot of people that use them and they have a good time. So, Crushing Hands. Is it going to be okay in Season 11? We'll find out. I think it'll be okay. Will it be really good? I don't know. Well, we'll get into it in a bit. Joe's here. How's it going, Joe? How's your weekend going, man? Northerme, how's it going, man? Welcome back. You always love the poison stuff on Spiritborn. Gene, you will be very pleased to know that poison will be a bit better next season than it is right now, probably. Don't compare it to Poison Thorns last season, because that wasn't a true poison build. That was Thorns abusing a bug with poison. But they have... It looks like they've attempted to buff poison stuff. So we'll see. I don't know if it will actually be very good until I can test it next week. But they've definitely made a concerted effort to buff poisoning stuff in general. And this is something I think a lot of people missed. Look at this, guys. This is why I'm intrigued to test it. I'm actually going to test the poison stuff pretty early on. Forget the actual changes. There's some very, very important... Yes. Yes, Master Blaster. Sheep Screen, how's it going, Master Blaster? There is some very important bug fixes here. Touch of Death didn't spawn a swarm if the target was killed on the initial strike. So that's nice. They fixed that. The poised Touch of Death did not get applied when a core skill hit twice. So that's quite an important one, because if you look at what that was meant to be doing... So if we just go in here and create a Spiritborn, say, and look at what that would do down here. So poised Touch of Death. Touch of Death is now a core skill, which costs Vigor and has no cooldown. So basically, when you hit twice with the Royal Cap, it wouldn't proc that. So it wouldn't act as a core skill and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't hit twice. Basically, your Touch of Death wouldn't hit twice. So that's a pretty important fix for Touch of Death, right? So there's that. And that Touch of Death doesn't do a lot of immediate damage, but it does a lot of... It adds a lot of poisoning damage. So for poison builds, for a Touch of Death, that's pretty important. And... yeah, they fixed the convergence, legendary node, but that won't be an issue for the builds that actually make use of it. Apparently, Drive was scaling higher than intended, so the Drive Paragon node is actually too strong right now, but that won't affect... That'll only affect the builds that actually use that, I guess. This is the big one, though. And this is why I think Centipede Main Hall might actually be better than people think. So, the poison damage on it did not scale with unyielding hits before, which is the aspect you use, which scales when you stack armor. And next season, armor's going to be even more important. I don't know if there's a cap. It just has diminishing returns. But that's going to reduce your damage across the board. Armor just reduces your damage to everything now, not just physical damage. And then your resistances are for the specific things, like specifically for fire, lightning, cold. And you're going to have a physical resistance as well. So being able to... Not only is the Centipede Main Hall gone up from 70 to 160% damage... it now also scales with the potency damage areas on the builds, like Loyalty's Mantle or the Wusha Nukpa or the Tempers. It also now scales with unyielding hits, and that's all poisoning damage. So you will be able to scale the poisoning damage quite a lot higher. And then on top of that, you go to Noxious Resonance potentially, which gives it 3 times the damage. When you crit, it does 300% of the poisoning you've applied instantly. So it's just a 3 times multiplier to any poisoning damage you've done. And then you've got glyphs to potentially double it. I think some poisoning builds will be decent, at least. I mean, they might not be the best, but we'll see next week. But I think they've been slept on a bit so far. I haven't heard anyone talking about them. And I'm looking at these changes, and I'm like, they've made concerted efforts to try and fix the things that were broken and make Centipede better as a whole. Like, that's the thing that got the biggest buff, this thing here, definitely, I'd say. Unless this goes 2 to the power 5, in which case that will still be very big. But only if you're using a very fast attack build. Because if you stop attacking for 1 second, you lose all those stacks. So something like Thrash or Rake or whatever would be very good for this, probably. Yeah, Gene, exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, that change to unyielding is pretty big. Zero Kyle, how's it going, man? No masterworking. So we do still have masterworking, but it works differently. So if we look at it here. So it's been redesigned. So basically, in a nutshell, obviously right now you do masterworking. You've got 12 stages. Stage 1 to 3, 5 to 7, and 9 to 11. They give you 5% on all of your affixes. And then when you hit on your 4, 8, and 12, it'll give you 25% on whichever one it hits. They're getting rid of that. So what it's going to do now is you get a quality on your items. And that quality goes between 1 and 20, I think. I think it goes to 20. And as it goes higher, it scales the base stat of the item. So if it's an armor, it scales the armor. If it's a weapon, it scales the damage. If it's your jewelry, I think it scales the resistances. And then when you get to 20, that's done. That element of that is done. You don't need to worry about quality. It never resets. And then at the end of that, you get a one-shot capstone roll. And that capstone will greater affix on a stat, I think. I think that's what it does. And then that can also hit tempers. Important to note, because it couldn't do that before. And that is the part which you will be able to re-roll. And you'll be able to re-roll that indefinitely until you hit the one you want. So it's more deterministic. It's just a resource and money sink. And that is masterworking now. I think that's everything. So that's basically what they've done. I think that's what they've done. Yeah, masterwork item can be refined one more time to upgrade an affix to a GA. What I don't know is if you get a unique with all GAs on it, what happens then? Does it just do nothing in that final bit? That is a question that's been asked. We haven't had the answer yet. But if you've got an item that's 3 GAs and it's missing 1, in theory, you should be able to get all of them as GAs, for example. Or if you've got an all GA item and you've got a Temper on there, you should be able to get your Temper GA'd as well, which you wouldn't have been able to before. So that's basically it. And you'll be able to keep re-rolling until you get what you want. No cooldown masterwork? What do you mean, no cooldown masterwork? Sorry. This is so awesome to see the watch streak thing in the game now. I didn't in the chat. I didn't even know that had been added to my stream. That's awesome. I've been waiting for that for such a long time. You'll probably be making another 6 builds on Spiritborn, Spaz. Yeah, well, I'm going to try and get as many put together in the PTR as I can so that I can at least give it a rough test so I get an idea how it'll work. I'm not going to try and perfect every build. I'm just going to get a rough idea. It used to be. They changed it about 3 seasons ago. It looks like it'll be back in seasons. Rusty. The Andariels is currently not viable. Well, Andariels might be. Andariels might be decent again with all these changes. We'll see. I mean, the whole game's been rebalanced, right? Hey, Flint, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, man. That actually gets everyone some points in the channel, which will make everyone very happy. But I hope you're having a great weekend, same as everyone else. Yeah, I mean, look, the whole game's been rebalanced. I don't know if they said this in the chat, but I've definitely heard this from the right sources. all of the affixes have been rebalanced, apparently, some more than others. So additive life might be a lot higher now because they've removed a lot of percentage life. I don't know. Maybe the Paragon boards have changed to scale with it. You know what I mean? It's the skill trees have been adapted, so damage reductions. There's things we can't see in the patch notes, and until we boot up, we won't know exactly. Well, that's it, gaming. Yeah, obviously that's only just come in. That's a feature that's been on Twitch a while, but you just have to wait for them to apply it to your stream. So it's nice to see. It's nice to see though. That's awesome. Masterworking will be less tedious now for sure, and it's just a resource sink. So actually, masterworking will just be not tedious at all, as long as the resources aren't impossible to get. So it's just a resource and money sink, and that's fine, I think. And tempering is the same. You can just keep rolling. You can only do one temper. What we don't know is if you choose one category, can you choose to another? Because you can't right now, and that probably will be the case. But you can just keep rolling until you get the perfect one on the one you want. Basically, I think. So yeah, right, okay, let's start seeing if we can put some of this stuff together. Right, evade's standard, let's do that. So, well, on evade, you need the Zepasontek, don't you? And I did think about it. There may be a way around not needing a Zepasontek, but honestly, it is the easiest way. We're just going for a farming build here rather than endgame, I'd say. Like, an endgame farming build will probably be viable, but that'll probably be its limit, like T4. I don't think you'll be pushing too high on this. Weapon, here we go. So, yeah, you'll want to... Oh, I can't click the GA. Why can't I click the GA? That's weird. Huh. Well, that seems like a bug. Let me just give this a name. Let me refresh the page. That seems like a bug. I can't even GA the thing. I mean, I don't use this website a lot, if I'm being completely honest. Oh, I can now. Yeah, it's a bug. Okay, fine. The web page obviously got itself in a funny state. You're doing good, Zach. How you doing? Yeah, glad to hear you're doing well, man. Can you still masterwork cooldown on Shaco? No. Not actually, yes, in a way, yes. But not on stage 4, 8, and 12. When you fully qualities, you can get one greater affix, and you can keep re-rolling that greater affix and swap it around the stats until you get the one you want. So yes, you will be able to greater affix your cooldown, but you won't be able to get the 25% boost to cooldown on it. So your maximum cooldown on a Shaco with GA will be 30%, I think. It's normally 20, and when you get the GA on it, it'll go to 30. So that it'll only be a maximum 30 now, I think, in theory. But actually, no, that's not true. It might not be 30. As I say, apparently they've rebalanced all the affixes. That could even stem to the mythic affixes. They made the Harlequins might default come with 40% now, or 30% for all we know, rather than 20. So when you put a GA, it's based off of the base, isn't it? So if you've got 30 base, it'll be 45 with GA. If it's 40 base, it'll be 60, which is even higher. So it may be that it'll still be the same as what you would have been with the Masterworks before Kyle, but you'll need the GA in there. So we'll have to see until we don't know that yet. They haven't given us literally like every single item's stats. Well, that would be higher than what you could get before, but yeah, we'll see. It could just be the same as what it was before. I'm not making any promises because I don't know, but that is. They did say they've rebalanced all the affixes, so it probably does stem to them as well. A lot of Sork players will cry. Well, a lot of Sork players are already crying, Kyle. I don't know if you've read the patch notes or not. To the point that some pretty high-profile Sork players are now currently saying they won't play Sork next season. I don't need to mention names. But I'm sure they will, to be honest. I think it's just a bit of a jerk reaction. Yeah, I mean, like, for example, Perma Teleport is currently gone. Well, the way it was built before, anyway. Is Season 11 a new expansion, Duke? No. We don't know when the new expansion's coming yet, but that'll be next year. Kajiti, how's it going, man? Quitter? Are you talking about the hardcore race, Kajiti? I only quit the hardcore race gracefully because I don't have time for it. I was hoping to have been able to put in a decent effort before today, but I just don't have time. After the release of all the information for Season 11 PTR, that's more important to me. I need to get prepared for that, and I just don't have time to spend the next 2 days praying that I can drop a Chaos Ophidian Iris to put in a decent effort on the class I was given, and then try and fumble and rush absolutely everything on a Monday. Oh, okay. I mean, it's fine. Even if you were referring to that, I don't mind. I did quit the hardcore race, but with good reason, not because I just can't do it. I mean, I got to T3 without even the right item for the build, so, and I wasn't struggling. So, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think some people are just upset. It happens, right? When people get upset, it's emotional. Some people are very passionate about that class and how it currently works. So I get it. I do get it. No, you're good, Kajisi. Don't worry about it. I wasn't offended. How did they include the new Did they include the new classes, Kyle? Not for this season, no, because it's not the expansion. When the new season, when the expansion's announced, that is when we'll likely hear about classes. You've got to assume there'll be at least one class in that expansion. Probably one, but that's what you'd expect. But I would hope we'll hear about that in the nearest future, but I don't know. Hey, Bone Meal, how's it going, dude? How you doing? You're still number 1, Bone Meal. Don't worry. For now. Gamble all. Goodbye. You won. Nice. Right, I should actually do something, right? Zepazontic. Right, Lord's Mantle, probably. Now, this one... Yes, so they took damage reduction off Lord's Mantle. They put dexterity on here, so that's interesting. But this gives you the crazy cooldown, right? If both... So this will just give us the 60% cooldown reduction that we need to have perma-teleport. Along with... What is the base evade? Yeah, the base evade cool. If you get the Lord's Mantle in there and then shove a Zepazontic on, you're golden. You're going to be able to evade permanently and not need the Lord's Mantle. There may be a pushing version of this where you can use a Harlequin's as well, depending on how much cooldown you get on it, and then you can use an Evil... Well, you won't be able to use the Evil Wuckers along with it. But there is actually, to be fair, there is another way we could build this. They changed something. Potent is no longer a damage passive, so no Spiritborn build is mandatorily going to use Potent anymore. They changed it so it's Jaguar skill attack speed and cooldown reduction. 2% on each. But if you rolled an amulet with 3 Potent, you GA it so it goes to 5. And you've got 3 in here, so that's 8. That would give you 16% cooldown reduction here. Is that meant to be 2? I thought it was meant to be higher than that. 1 second. I'm going to check they got the numbers right there. They might have done. I just want to double check that. Yeah, okay, they did get it right. Yeah, 2% per rank. So yeah, if you've got 8 ranks, you'll get 16% cooldown reduction. You only need a certain amount of cooldown reduction to get your evade. You get 5 seconds anyway with your Thunder Spike with the Zepazontic because you're always doing your 3rd attack. And what's the base evade? Diablo, I can't remember what the base evade timer is. Diablo 4 evade cooldown time. Let's see if I can get it. What's the base evade? The base cooldown for the evade ability in Diablo 4 is 5 seconds, but this can be reduced. Okay, so I think if you've got any amount of cooldown reduction and you've got the Thunder Spike with Zepazontic on, you can perma-teleport, right? So at that point, you don't necessarily need cooldown reduction to be able to perma-teleport. So you could swap the Lord's Mantle out for anything else useful, really, I think. TP enchantment got changed with Oculus 1-2. Only random TPs when injured. Charmed. That's exactly what the Oculus should have always done. That is what the Oculus did in D2. I'm glad they've changed it so it actually matches what the Oculus always did. It was, well, it's near enough. The Oculus made it so when you got hit, you would have a chance of teleporting away. Yeah. What they're trying to do is they're trying to make an actual teleport build, and that is how you're going to be able to do a perma, and I say in quotations, perma teleport build. I don't know how that's actually going to work or how good it's going to be, but it looks to me like they're trying to make it more intentional how you get permanent teleport, rather than it being every Sork build is perma teleport. Which I kind of agree with personally. I'm sure there's a lot of players out there that aren't happy about this. But, you know, I would get both sides of the table there. Some people really like the speed on it, right? Hey, Captain Cuddles, how you doing, dude? You play Sork a lot. I'm still playing it. That new unique mace is going to be busted. Yes. Do you know what's really funny, Kajisi? The way I've always played my Hydra burn build is a 0 defense skill build with tenuous destruction, and they've removed tenuous destruction because the mace has become the tenuous destruction but stronger, and they've made tenuous destruction into a defensive mechanic, giving you armor and life regen instead. So yes. There'll be a lot of 0 defense or low defense skill builds for Spiritborn for sure. But there are certain skills that get shafted, like charge bolts requires the staff of Liam Neeson, for example. There's certain builds that require certain weapons, and then you won't be able to use the mace because they're two-handed staff. Like Fireball is another one. I like the Fortify change. It looks to me like they're putting an emphasis defensively on life sustain rather than straight up damage reduction. I think they're trying to bring the numbers down across the board. So they're bringing down the monster numbers. They're bringing down your power, so your numbers will be lower, which means your life doesn't... But they might make it so your max life can go higher. They've rebalanced all the affixes, and they said they've changed some of them more drastically than others. So max life might scale higher now, for all we know. I don't know yet. Which should counter in some way. It's all about effective HP, right? So Fortify is just another way of getting life regen and stacking it up and storing it before you need to use it. And then there's mechanics based on being fortified. And now you're fortified as long as you've got at least one fortified. You don't need to be fully fortified to be fortified. Yes, their AI and their damage output relatively are stronger and higher. But they have brought the power of the monsters down. But the relativity of their damage and their AI compared to what it is now against what the player's power is going to be higher. Because the player's power has been brought down even further than the monsters. Does that make sense? Meta's going to be interesting because no one really knows exactly what it'll be yet, I don't think. You won't have Mana Shield next season, so that's a mute point, Simon. But yes, in this season, it doesn't. It makes it not really... You know, it makes it this season, no defense skill builds makes no sense. That's why I didn't bother with it. Right, okay, so... Yeah, we'll play both Eagles, because then you get the Storm Feathers, they'll be doubled up. The important bit here is they've changed it. So the potency here, their bonuses are 100% more potent. It's not... What that means is it's not... I don't think it's their bonuses. It's the damage. So that's going to double the damage on your feathers. That'll be nice for farming. While your spirit... Yeah, that's right. And this and your eagle here, stuff here. Every other cast is guaranteed to crit strike, so you'll get a decent number of crits, and you'll get like 40% vulnerable damage, and you're always making vulnerable. So this is actually really nice for farming, so we'll do this for now. But that makes total sense. There is that new pair of boots. What was it called? We'll probably stick those on, to be honest. Because the thing is, this gives you, well, actually, I mean, it gives you a lot of movement speed. I'll do a build without these, and I'll do a build with it. That's basically what the Quill Volley version will be. What the new boots, what the new unique for Spiritborn does, for any of you that haven't seen it yet, I might push to try and get impairment reduction removed, but we don't know how important that'll be. Like, maybe Unstoppable's harder to get now, and then impairment reduction is more important, so we'll see. But yeah, I mean, this has got a bucket load of movement speed on it, like 55% by default. It's crazy. And then it makes it so that if you move at least 4 meters, you invoke your core skill. So if you move 4 meters on your evade, you'll invoke a core skill from your primary Spirit Hall. So if you've got the Eagle primary Spirit Hall on, it will invoke Quill Volley because it's the only Eagle core skill right now. that can be made a core skill. I'm assuming you'd have to have Quill Volley on your hotbar, but it means every time you evade, you'll also fire Quill Volley. So it could actually be quite strong. But we'll make a build specifically for that and a build without it. So the build without it, I guess we can just stick some normal boots on. I want to make this like a not too hard a build to put together, you know? Hey, Sebmu, thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome in. How you doing, dude? They want players to be HP cautious, yeah. They have reduced the amount of damage reduction you can get across the board. Like the amount of sources of damage reduction has changed drastically. Whoa. Holy moly, we just got raided by Rob, everybody. That's cracked. Hey, Rob. Welcome in, guys. Yo, how's it going, Rob? How's it going, dudes? Welcome in, everybody. Spiritborn cook. Well, we're trying. I'm about 2 items in. I've just been chatting to everyone about all the changes and explaining what some of them do, Rob. But yeah, I was in your stream for ages earlier watching you do all your stuff. There's so much changing, man. It's like, it's probably the same for you, right? The brain's just melting because there's so many ideas going through the heads. You have to get it on paper, don't you? I'm hyped. And also, guys, welcome in. I don't really need to introduce Rob to everyone, but everyone that's in my chat, make sure you're following that absolute legend. And everyone that's come in, if I've not crossed paths with you, I am the new Mobalytics Spiritborn class lead. And apparently Kajiti is coming like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Good times. So yeah, I'm just going to be trying to put together some planners for some Spiritborn builds that I'll be testing next week. I'm sure we'll all be testing like maniacs, and there's just so much to test. Bobster, how's it going, dudes? Kate, Cactor as well. If I missed anyone, I'm sorry. Thanks, guys, for the follows. But yeah, I mean, I think there'll be some okay Spiritborn builds, Rob. Honestly, I don't know how. I mean, it's hard to say if it's going to be S or A tier for me right now. I don't know how to gauge where S tier is going to be, but I'm going to take a guess that S tier will be somewhere between 100 and 110 probably. Anything above that will be amazing, I reckon. Hey, Swerve, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, nice to meet you as well, Bobster. So I think actually, so the thing I was referring to, S tier is, oh yeah, the Melted Heart builds. Yeah. Do you know the first thing I said 2 days ago, Rob, when we got the patch notes? I was reading it out and I laughed. First thing I said was, well, the meme is no longer a meme. And the second thing I said is, that's going to get nerfed. So pretty much, even the item's going to get nerfed, or everything else is getting nerfed around it, because it looks, they've taken it from S tier meme to S tier item. It looks cracked. Yeah, Drifter, Smart Drive. Thanks for the follows, guys. So yeah, what I was going to say, Rob, there is one thing. I don't know if you saw it. We'll have to see. But they've made some pretty big changes to the poisoning stuff. So, for example, I won't go through absolutely everything, but these are pretty important. If you just look at the bug fixes, they have fixed both of the main issues with Touch of Death, for example. So it will now double hit. It will now work on initial strikes, causing the swarm, so that's nice. And the Centipede main hull will now work with Unyielding. So that's what? That's a 2.5 times multiplier on top of your 100, so 3.5x. And they improved Centipede primary hull from 70 to 160. And they fixed it so the potency scaling stuff will now scale the damage on your Centipede hull rather than the slow and damage reduction, and they count, and it's really, it goes, so that's that damage wise for poisoning. You might actually be able to get a lot of poisoning out of this with Touch of Death, for example, with double hits, maybe even with Rushing Claw, and you can scale it with Unyielding now, so for more damage. And then obviously you can use if you're going, you can use Noxious Resonance. That's another 3x there. I mean, and then you've got the glyph for the doubling up. It might be that you might be able to get a lot of damage out of the poisoning. I don't know. We'll have to see. I really don't know where that's going to land, because no one's really done anything with poisoning for so long, because it's been so underwhelming. And you get 100x on the Devourer. Do you know, I've never really used the Devourer much, so I don't know how often it'll be affected by Toxic Globes here. But that's another 2x if it does work well. I mean, look, I'm going to try, and I'm going to push. I've been pushing for poisoning builds for a while, because it's like the least used thing. And also, the Melted Heart with Spiritborn is going to be double cracks, by the way, Rob, because look, if you use adaptive stances, adaptive stances gives you twice core stats. So I don't know where the affixes are going to land next season. But there is a world where if you get 2,000-3,000 dexterity and use adaptive stances, you'll be able to get, what, like 5,000-6,000 dexterity. And then that will multiply up your primary resource. And then you get the percentage primary resource items on. You might be able to get like 20,000-25,000. Yeah, exactly. Just indestructible Spiritborns, yeah. So, maybe for 4-man tower pushing, you get a Spiritborn support build going or something. You just go invincible and you just go and you're just pure vortex grouping and whatever. You know, you could go Pestilent Swarm for vortex because they changed it so that you've got there isn't that many things that changed for Spiritborn, but this one here was quite interesting. The Ring of Writhing Moon. They took out the Vigor generation, and they made it so every Pestilent Swarm will reduce an equipped Eagle Skills cooldown. So if you've only got Vortex equipped, you can just spam Pestilent Swarms, be indestructible with Melted Heart on, and then just reduce your cooldown in combat indefinitely, and then your teammates can just destroy everything. You know. And the other thing for poisoning as well, the Ring of Midday Hunt, they've made this so that the poisoning effects last longer. So that's a damage multiplier now, because the duration on dots is a multiplier, right? And before it didn't do that. It made it so your poisoning did it quicker rather than extending the duration. So the Ring of Midday Hunt, you can stick the Ring of Midday Hunt onto for the extra vigor as well. There's loads of stuff in there. Thanks for the follows, by the way. Thanks for following, Mike. Appreciate it, dude. Welcome in. So anyway, I hope you had a great stream, by the way, Rob, though. I mean, you were cooking up all sorts of stuff. You got to run. No worries, man. Thank you so much for the raid. I don't think I said thank you. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. And I'm very much excited to get into it next week and to see what you cook up as well and the rest of the guys. So, yeah, I appreciate it, dudes. I'll catch up with you soon. Season 11 going to be big fun. I mean, look, Bobster, I'm sure there's some things that have upset some people right now because people are quite resistant to change. And I'm sure there'll be busted things in the PTR, laughably busted and annoyingly busted. I'm sure there'll be some things that people don't like, but that's why we got PTR, right? And we will do our best to push the feedback onto, hopefully, to the devs so they can make the best version of what Season 11 can be, and we'll see what it will end up being, right? Hey, Tor, how's it going, man? Welcome in. And Rockin' Eva as well. There's so many of you. I mean, that's a huge raid. I don't get raids. I don't get that many people. I don't get this many people on my stream very often. You haven't played Rogue this season? I can't speak for Rogue. It's one of my least known classes. You'd have to ask someone like Mippy or one of his other Rogue specialists, really. I know he was happy about he was initially happy about the direction of the changes, but the class changes not so much. So there must have been some stuff in there for Rogue that he wasn't overly happy with, but I don't know. Absolutely, Bobster. I'm very community-driven myself. But yeah, what have you guys been playing? What have you been enjoying in Season 10? What are you looking forward to in Season 11? Were you happy with the direction they're going for Season 11? Are you upset about things? I mean, I know there's a couple of things that probably have upset some people, but it's a safe space. You can be as honest as you like, as long as it's constructive. Hey, Polis, how's it going, dude? I'm not actually sure about the road changes. I really am not that knowledgeable. I don't want to sit here and act like I am. So what I was doing, guys, I'm just slapping together an evade build and then an evade quill volley build. It's been a hot minute since I played evade. So this one's meant to be like non-giga, like without mythics and stuff. We'll obviously we'll probably use. It's hard to decide whether I'd use a legendary or whether you use the Sunbirds, to be honest. The Sunbirds, potent is no longer damage, but it does give you Jaguar attack speed. It gives you cooldown. I mean, if you stuck the Sunbirds on, you no longer have to use the Loyalty's Mantle. You can then use, say, like a Harlequin's or something else. You could do that. It's hard to say. I guess we stick that in for now. Why not? You could. I mean, the strongest version would probably use a Legendary Amulet, honestly. Yeah, okay. Evade is actually one of the builds I don't play that much. I don't play often. I tend to level on Rock Splitter, to be honest. It's tankier. Come and play. How's it going? You don't play Sork, so I don't care about the TP nerfs. Yeah. I mean, that's very much whether... Yeah, I mean, fans of Sork right now will probably be a little bit upset. You played Sork and Spiritborn, had fun with both. Nice. I typically play Sork, Spiritborn, Druid, and a bit of Necro. But now that I'm the Spiritborn lead at MOBA, I'm going to be focusing more on Spiritborn, I guess. Yeah, the PTR starts on Tuesday, yeah. Great that they dare to make larger changes. Scared of all the new stuff one has to learn. There is a lot to learn. I mean, look, it took me a couple of days of taking... I can take in information pretty well myself, but that was a lot to take in, and there's a lot to test. A week is not a long time with that much stuff to test. So, yeah, it's going to be a community effort trying to test everything. I hope Frozen Orb's decent. I'm glad that they've made a concerted effort to make that better, and that the amulet is actually going to be better, at least. The new unique mace looks cracked. That's my biggest concern, Eradify. And welcome in, by the way. My biggest concern is the new renown changes. The season ranks. I think we don't know, like, you're not going to start with your new skill points, so you're going to be weaker at level 1. But are you going to be able to attain those while you level up easily? Or are they going to be get to level 30 and then you can start getting them? And is it going to be, oh, okay, they're fun to do the first time, but then the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, it becomes less fun? And is it a once a season thing and then it's unlocked for every character? For softcore and hardcore, you know, there's a few unknowns there. So I'm intrigued to try it. That's my biggest concern, I have to be honest. Sork's going to have a second serving of humble pie. I mean, look, I'm not about ruining people's fun, but the perma teleport on every single Sork build, pretty much every Sork build, was very strong. So I kind of get why they're trying to make it so you have to build more intentionally for it with a Oculus on or something, you know, to be a teleport build to get close to or to that. This season's been really fun, for sure. Yes, the beginning will definitely be felt because you won't start with 14 points. So you're not just going to be able to go down and get Hydra at the start. You're going to have to do 14 levels before you get there, right? Hey, Ratify. Oscar Mike, thanks for the follows, guys. Holy cow, so much follows. Madness. Did I miss anyone? And Vander as well. Thanks for the follow. Sorry if I missed anyone. And Cactus King, I don't know if I said thank you to you earlier. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Welcome in, welcome in. Adam as well. Thanks, man. We're going to have to explore that on PTR. I'm going to be doing the true leveling. That's the first thing I'm going to do on Tuesday. I'm going to do 1 to 60, legit, on Spiritborn. And I'm probably going to, well, I don't know. I'll choose. It'll be Rock Splitter or it'll be Evade. See which one I fancy doing. I tend to do Rock Splitter. That's kind of my leveling build. I'm the one that's sort of stuck with that. Most people do Evade. Rock Splitter tends to be tankier. So I prefer it for that. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it depends what the values are and how they work. Maybe Rock Splitter just won't work anymore. We'll have to see. Honestly, there were some changes they've made to the upcoming season I wasn't expecting. I really wasn't expecting any endgame mechanic, any leaderboards, or anything like that. I mean, look, they may not be perfect when we get them on the PTR. They may not even be perfect for Season 11. But that's just something I wasn't expecting, full stop. So, something is better than nothing. I guess that's the positivity in me, right? But that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think we'll probably use a Jack Imp shell here because, I mean, do you really need it? I don't know. Once you've got the Zepazontic, you don't really need the Jack Imp shell anymore, do you? No, probably not. Although, they did change this, so it's got resistance, armor, dexterity. Spending vigor heals you. Do you spend? You don't really spend vigor much. Oh, saying that, if you did a vague quill volley, the way this pair of boots reads, the new pair of boots, maybe I just do a build with that pair of boots and be done with it. Because it's probably going to be better. You get core skills, you get core skill damage. It's going to fire quill volleys out. Lovely. It specifically says it invokes it, which means your quill volley will probably cost resource. There's two ways you could try build this. We either try... Well, no, without the Zepazontic, you just cannot get enough cooldown so you can perma evade. You might be able to get enough that you can almost perma evade, but you won't have quite enough to perma evade. So your quill volley doesn't become your main source of damage. But this does allow you to invoke quill volley, so you just put it on just for that, which then spends resource, in theory, assuming that works, which then means your... if you use a Jack Imp shell, say, that will heal you. So you're just, as you're evading, you're just going to be gaining life. Every second, your active cooldowns now drain. Yeah, and then you just get the cooldown. Which you're not really going to need a lot of cooldown anyway, honestly. I mean, you might not need the Loyalty's Mantle, like legit. Although saying that, this does give you crazy vigor reduction, which means you'll never run out of vigor, basically. So you'll be invoking your quill volley. Yeah, you'll be invoking your quill volley. That'll spend resource at a vastly reduced value. Oh, it's so annoying we haven't got the Chaos Armors. Imagine if you could put a Rod of Kep on this. This would be cracked. Rod of Kep. You've got your quill volley firing out. Stick your Zepazontic up here. Get your weapon in there. This would be absolutely ridiculous with Chaos Armors. Altheri, Common Plague, how's it going? Jack Imp tanky. Well, the Jack Imp will make you very tanky in theory. You will need a lot of life sustain. But yes, in theory, it will make you tanky, for sure. As long as you generate... Well... As long as it can give you enough damage reduction across the board. But it is all res. And that's quite important. It gives you all resistance. There probably aren't that many items that give you just straight up... Well, I don't know. You can roll all resistance on defensive items, I guess, right? This won't give you as much armor, but it gives you the all resistance, doesn't it? I mean, there's a lot of uniques on this right now. I'm tempted to take the Sunbirds off. We don't need the movement speed here if you've got this on. Gorshi, how's it going? Drink City Streamer. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Yeah, the PTR is only 7 days, which is not a lot of time. I'm assuming Rob and everyone else will be very, very busy next week, the same as me. Very busy. Yes, I mean, we will be giving them as much feedback. I'm going to be, literally, my plan is to test all of these. I'm going to be purely focused on Spiritborn. I'm going to test as many of these as I can, for better or worse. Get a planner together, get a rough idea on pit and tower level, and if it's just a leveling build or not. And I'll have builds together for all of these. And I'll be able to feedback if things just don't work, or broken, or bugged, or things are bustedly good, or, you know. Nice mug. Oh, the mug. Oh, yeah. I can show you guys the mug. It's official. You get it on the D4 store. You got it. Yeah, it's got Inarius on the front. It is pretty cool. I mean, it's quite expensive, but, you know, screw it. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Whoops. I went back to the wrong screen. Sorry, guys. Let's go back to that one again. That's my bad. It is a cool mug, yeah. It is a cool mug. You can get it on their store. Yeah, Gorse is just like, oh, the mug is nice. Charles goes like, button, button, button. Yeah, I got a bit excited. I really don't like that I'm putting so many uniques on this, to be honest. It's like, it's definitely not... You need a stage before this for leveling. Let's just do a non-Path of Emissary build to start with. something that's like at least somewhat viable without slamming every single slot with a unique. Something with movement speed probably, or something like this would be nice. Let's have a look what we got. They didn't really change any of these, I don't think. I don't think anyone is going to play anything Mystic Circle because they've moved Mystic Circle potency to the weapon slot. It's a bit of feedback I've already given. Most Spiritborn builds require you to use a unique weapon in the weapon slot, and it's the only place you can put weapon tempers on most builds. Not all, but most. And that's the only place you can put Mystic Circle potency now. It might roll a lot higher there, but for most builds, that you can't use Mystic Circle, so you just won't use it. After you've aged, your next core skill dashes to your target and does more damage. Interesting. I've never really used most of these. I guess you don't really need to, do you? You just put aspects of haste on because it's just movement speed, isn't it, at the end of the day? We'll sort the stats out in a moment. Standard pair of pants with defense on. Probably just go disobedience for armor to start with, I guess. I don't know. What we got here? As razor wings, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what most of these do, but there's been quite a bit of stuff that's changed. Yeah, it's just, I really am not keen on non-deterministic things. You're going to want something defensive here. Basic skills grant damage reduction. You don't have a lot of actually straight up damage reduction here. And you will be casting a basic skill permanently on this build. That might actually be better than it sounds. But obviously if you swapped out to Harlequins or something, then you could change that to something else, I guess. Honestly, actually, I just need to go defensive here. It's giving me all the aspects I don't really care about. You've also got Undying, which will give you 5% life every time you cast with the Jackimp Shell on it, which will be quite valuable. Yeah, we definitely don't want that. Saying that, if you got so much evade cooldown on this build, you could potentially... No, I think if you put that on, it's impossible to get perma evade. Because you only get the 5 seconds, and then you won't be able to reduce the other side of it enough. Yeah. Increased armor thorns. We don't need this on this build. Yeah, do you know what? I think I will start off by putting on... Well, you either go... This is the thing. I don't know how important... I don't know how much armor we need to become to a point where it's like, okay, armor is done. It's not like you go to... I don't think it's like you go to 1,000 and then you're done for that... Done anymore. It's just it becomes diminishing returns. You might need a lot more than this. Honestly. And you're going to want a lot of armor. Because we'll probably use unyielding hits over here, I would reckon. Yeah, we're good. I'm good, Captain. How are you doing? Drink City Streamer. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, Mystic Circle versus Fell Soothsayer, yeah. I don't know. Mystic Circle, it sounded nice on paper. It doesn't play particularly great. And it just doesn't really fit. There's the one change on the Spiritborn patch notes that made 0 sense to me. You can only put it on the weapon slot. And it's like, why? We can't really use that on most builds. I agree, Rusty. Yeah, it's not the greatest play style, is it? And same tool, yeah. Hey, Ironforged. How you doing, dudes? Yeah, do you know what? I think... Depends if you want armor or if you want damage reduction. But we don't have any straight up damage reduction here. And... I mean, you want... Yeah, you're going to want all these to be legendary so you can get Storm Feather potency on them. Because that scales this. So I don't think there's any sources of damage reduction. So I think Might's the play here because you can't get damage. I don't think you're going to be able to get damage reduction in the skill tree anymore so much. They said, I don't know if the changes are going to be in here. I don't know if Perseverance is going to be damage reduction anymore. And you haven't got... They said they've changed all... We haven't got the list of all of the passive trees and all the stuff in the skill trees. Only some of them. This one wasn't in the patch notes, so maybe it is damage reduction. Maybe you can still get damage reduction based on your resolve. Oops. I guess you might want to have the Band of First Breath on. I mean, they changed this so it doesn't have... what was it had before? It doesn't have critical strike chance anymore because you don't really need that. Every other evade, you're going to crit strike anyway, so you don't really care about that too much for evade, say. It now gives you resolve generation rate, so that means you don't need Armored Hide anymore, as per se. And it gives you flat life instead. Yeah. So it depends what the resolve generated is, like... You generate resource when losing resolve, so that's kind of nice. You just need a way of spending that resource in any form so that you can gain max life. Otherwise, you'll never gain max life here. And then you'll never get the cooldowns. Oh, you gain Armored Hide's passive effect for free with this, so yeah, okay. So you can just gain loads of resolve generation because you've got resolve generation rate on here. So yeah, I think that goes on that. I mean, it's a lot of uniques on this build, isn't there? Don't mean it's giving me enough aspect slots here, but hey. What's a good replacement for Jack Imp Shell? I never liked the item, but the health drain. I mean, honestly, on this build, we don't need the cooldown of it, but it does come with Resol and armor. Honestly, if this is a non-mythic version, I don't know if I'm going to use the Jack Imp Shell here. We don't need it. Once you've got the Zepazontic and Loyalty's Mantle on, and you're using Double Eagle, your evade is so low cooldown, the Zepazontic will always reset your cooldown. So you won't need this. This is a stepping stone. So you can probably just straight up replace this with, like, Disobedience, say. Or something like this. And just go Legendary. Or... Oh, I'm not used to this website, so bear with me, guys. It's perfectly fine. I just normally use Mobalytics because I guess that's where I normally am. So I've got to... Why can I... Oh, there we go. That's what I want. Yeah, you're not... No mythics involved. Yeah, I mean... Interestingly, Soulbrand's still got potion capacity on it. I mean, there's a world where Soulbrand could be used on this build. It would give you crazy barrier gen. Although, you'd have to use the Q rune on this. 7Q. And this would just give you loads of barrier generation. So you'd be able to get 100% barrier gen, like, all the time. And then your healing potion will just grant you barrier. But more importantly, it's a source of damage reduction as well. So that plus might is going to give you so much damage reduction, you're going to be Giga Invincible. Near enough. You'll never die. You would probably use Tyrell's might here. Or the Shroud for damage. You'd use the Shroud here probably if you're doing Mythic actually. Just because of the +1 passive. But if you wanted defenses, you could go Tyrell's Might. You don't really need all this stuff, though. I think you would go Shroud here in Mythics. I mean, actually, there is also... Oops, wrong one. Defense and utility, right? Where is it? Oh, we've got a lot of cooldown. I don't think we really need that. We're not worried about Ferocity on this build. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think I'm kind of wondering. I don't know. The reason I'm pondering is because I don't know how important armor's going to be. Like, I don't know how much armor we need. I know it's going to be important. I don't know how much we're going to need. I'm tempted to start with that, but there is a world where Soul Brand will actually be very valuable because you don't get damage reduction on Lord's Mantle anymore. So the Soul Brand would allow you to get crazy amounts of barrier, and then you could use Visca's Shield and just get loads of damage from that. You'd be able to keep 100% barrier up all the time, sort of thing. Will you be able to use the Kepaleka with Melted Heart for Ultra Glass Cannon? Yes. But it might. I need to test how Glass Cannon it will be, because the Melted Heart puts you down to 25% life. But there may be a world where you can stack enough life. Like if you can stack 40,000 life, say, with all your potions on and everything, so 25% is 10,000 life, and you're attacking faster, and you get 100% dodge chance through counterattack, so you're not really getting hit by anything, then yes, Melted Heart with the Rod of Kep and the adaptability aspects on will do a lot of damage. But it would be a very specific playstyle, probably. But yes, there is a world where that would do a lot of damage, for sure. Battlefield 6, never heard of you. You guys shoot them noobs. You guys show them how it's done. Hey, Rydell, how you doing? You've just gotten back home? How was your trip? I hope it wasn't too bad for you. I think I'm going to start with this because, I mean, this just gives you so much armor. And the armor change, making it so it affects every source of damage. And then your resistance is on top. We can get all res on here as well, right? If I run the Soul Brand, you don't get any armor here. And actually, to be fair, this is actually a good play because it'll make, say, if we do this, if we put unyielding hits here, we need to get to about 4,000. Oh, let me do the math. I can't. It's like 5. It's just under 5,000, isn't it? Let's say 4,800. Oops. Times 0.3. Oh, it's not. It's about 4,900. Oh, it is 5. Is it 5,000? Is it? Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, of course it's... Oh, I'm meant to be good at numbers, guys. What am I doing? Of course it's 5,000. Yeah, you need 5,000 armor. Which will be slightly easier to do in Torment 4 because you don't get a minus 1,000 anymore. But if you've got Disobedience on and you've got armor on your chest and stuff, yeah, you can get to your 5,000 here easily with this. So we'll just do that for now. It does mean... That does mean you don't have to use an amulet with % armor on, but you can do. We could do that too. But it means we don't have to. Saying this, there's no point in using this unless we're doing Jaguar. There's really no point in us doing this unless we're doing Jaguar Eagle. For the Storm Feathers, anyway. Only the actual Storm itself. Storm Feathers are now... Oh, no, excuse me. Storm Feathers are now Jaguar skills, and the Firestorm... Oh, that's fine. So you don't have to have the Jaguar on to benefit from that stuff. That's fine, then. So we're getting even more cooldown from Potent. Holy cow. The only reason you want this is the doubling up of the damage, I think. It's a ×2 multiplier. But there might be a world where maybe putting adaptability up here would actually be better. With max resource scaling. But getting to 500 max resource will be very hard without the Melted Heart. I mean, if you put the Melted Heart in here, you'll be giga invincible. Yeah, Rydell, yeah. Yeah, exactly what Rydell said, Ironforged, yeah. I probably wouldn't do that, Tor, because you can achieve the 5,000 armor. We don't know what the values will be scaled to. Like, what will the... they've rebalanced all the affixes, some more than others. That could be up and down, but I imagine some will be going up because of yeah. So you can normally get to the unyielding hits here. If I was going to change this to legendary, I'd put something like adaptability on. I'm just contemplating in my mind, like the Jaguar skills here. What does that unlock for us? In the skill tree, it unlocks. We don't need attack speed. We've got so much cooldown reduction, we don't need that. So potent isn't actually that useful for this build anymore. It's not damage anymore. Furnace is crit strike damage per stack of ferocity. So that's not that useful to us because we're not stacking ferocity. Acceleration. It's the only place you can get acceleration as a passive, at least in the current version of the game. So that does give us damage. And we don't really need movement speed because you're just evading everywhere. So actually the Sunbirds here probably isn't that useful to us. In this specific instance, if you're relying on the Storm Feather damage. So we'll probably put a legendary in here. And if you're gonna put a legendary on, you're gonna put either something like adaptability on. So it does more damage per per point of primary resource you've got. I mean, this starts to bring in the. You might actually want a Shaco eventually, because then you get max resource on the Shaco. You can get max resource on the amulets. You get 4 affixes on here now, don't you? And you can also GA your tempers. Remember that. That's something new. So yeah, you'd put dexterity in here and max resource, say. And we don't need cooldown. You'd probably put brilliance in here because it's a damage scaler. You don't want potent anymore. So then you start to look at what's the next best stuff. So brilliance, if you've got 200% movement speed, it's a 6x per point. You can't get acceleration on the amulets. So that's probably the next best. Follow through, you've already got a bunch in here already, so it's diminished returns. Apex is 6x against elites only. That's 4. Yeah, so brilliance is probably the next best. And that still leaves us with a... Funnily enough, that still leaves us with another stat. So what else would we put on here? I mean, you could put on Apex. You might want to roll resistances on here, honestly. I mean, you're going to get all resistances that scale up with your quality for masterworking on these anyway. I don't know how important that's going to be. You're probably going to roll total armor here, aren't you? You're probably just going to do that, let's be honest. Yeah, so you're going to go total armor. And you're going to go brilliance, probably. Because the total armor will just make it really easy to get your unyielding hits here. And then your tempering will be... I don't know. Yeah, armor percentile, yeah. Well, the 4 affixes means it's going to be more RNG on dropping loot, but it's less dependent on your tempering, I guess, right? Got to decide what I want here. I mean, you're going to use the Eagle ultimate. Every time you evade, you're going to be consuming a resolve. You definitely want to be generating enough resolve that you don't run out. I don't know. I mean, that could end up being better with the Ban of First Breath than this. I'm not sure. I don't know if you'd need to roll percentage armor here. Probably not, because you've got so much on the amulet anyway. We've got so much cooldown reduction on here, we probably don't need any of these. Oh, you're going to want this. You want Storm Feather Potency, of course. You only get 1. You need that on every area. You need that on as many things as possible. So that's where we're going to go. And you can temper in, you can GA into that. So if you get a 4 GA of this, which will be completely cracked and very hard, but you could do, then you could GA into this as well and get a massive Storm Feather Potency. So I think that's probably what you do there. That's probably what the amulet would be. And then I guess by default, you would just GA total armor. And then the rest is just bonus. Your gloves, you're probably going to put on, well, anything Stormfeather related, I guess, right? Moving with a mobility or evade spawn Stormfeathers along behind you. Stormfeather now dropped from the sky as they're spawned, each dealing X damage impacts. That's not the one I was thinking of. There was another one, I'm sure. What one was I thinking of? Affixes on your gear is now 25% chance. Well, yeah, to get the correct combination will be slightly harder, right? You're still going to be able to enchant one stat, though, so that's nice. Casting a focus skill recalls nearby spirit feathers. Spawns 10 rats. So this will be nice for the storm build. I think we just want a generic damage multiplier here, which will scale the damage of the storm feathers that we are forming from the primary spirit, right? So we just want to, I guess it's going to be redirected force, and then we just look to get 100% block chance on the build, which is actually, to be fair, I know how we solve that. Yeah, it's got to be redirected force, isn't it? I mean, redirected force gives you 140x as long as you've got 100% block chance, which, again, we can solve. I'll sort that in a minute. You get 45 from this Epizontic, you get 10 from the passive, so we need to make up another 45, which we can do through... That's the question. Do we sacrifice aspects of disobedience? Or do we sacrifice the aspects of might? There might be more damage reduction in the Paragon tree now. There isn't actually a lot of that in the Spiritborn Paragon tree, is there? With the percent armor there, I don't think we're going to need disobedience as well. So what you can do is you can put in... Oh, do you know, I can't remember what it's called. It's interdiction. Here we go. You get extra block chance per resolve stack. That there will just solve the block chance problem. It's in this current season, it's easy to get 100% block chance because you can stick 2 rods on and then you get 10 in your passive and you're at 100 straight away. This here will just mean, because you've got so much resolve generation with the Band of First Breath and stuff on, you should be able to generate so much resolve that you'll always have enough to be at 100%, which means when you take a hit of any kind or when they go to hit you, you'll have 100% block chance. Or you could just use Armored Hides. That's no problem as well. You got a lot of cooldown reduction on the build in general. And that gives you double bonus. That's loads. It's just loads of generic crit damage, which you'll be critting every other hit with this. So, did an evade build last season, went for damage whilst barrier on gloves. Well, conceited. Generic damage, yeah. But that's probably because that was double dipping with the Jaguar primary, right? That got nuked this season, if that was what was happening. Redirected would theoretically, as long as the Storm Feathers crit, it would be higher than conceited, without bugs anyway. Heat Spark, you're new to D4. Welcome to the community, dudes. You're playing Sork, Ball Lightning, but you're looking for a new, fun spec to try out. Any recommendations? Are you looking to stay with the Sorcerer, or are you looking to play another class, or you don't mind? You're just looking for something else fun to play. Hey, Breakpoint, how you doing, dude? Another class. Spiritborn Rake Evade is very, very strong. Very, very fun, and it definitely won't be playable next season because it's really reliant on the seasonal powers. If you're looking for a build guides on how to get that build up and running, that it is very gear dependent. But I do have that there. If you click on that, it also has at the top a leveling build you can use to help get from 1 to 60, or you can get a power level from someone. That has T1 to T3, T1 to T4 stages, and it's also got, once you've got all of the correct Chaos powers, that's when the build really comes online. Before you get the Chaos items, you won't be able to do the Evade Rake, you'll just have to do Standard Rake. But Evade Rake is one of the strongest, if not the strongest build of the season. And it's very, very fun once you get it up and running. I can give you a quick demonstration if you like, and then you can choose if it's for you or not, Heatspark. Let me log in here. Hopefully my build's put together correctly. I mean, I pushed to 133 on this 3 weeks back, ages ago. When I was number 2 on the leaderboard when I posted 133. I think I'm like number 70 something now because I haven't bothered pushing anything higher. But it's you know, I think they've gone to 142 now, which is very, very high. Yeah. The soul. The soul. The skill name is eluding me, and it's really going to annoy me. But yes, the ultimate skill, the flashbang build, as I call it, it blinds you. Depends how much you want to abuse your eyeballs if you want to play that build. And I'm not joking. Right, let me just do 100 here. I haven't played the build in a hot minute, so hopefully it's built properly. Actually, I should check my runes, because I was testing a lot of stuff out here, so I don't know if I left this build in the right state or not. Oh, it looks okay. It looks good enough. It'll do the job for 100 anyway. I'll show you what it does on 100. Bear in mind, I haven't played it in a... I don't know. Bear in mind, I haven't played this in a week or... I was doing the hardcore event with the max roll guys, so I haven't played it. So you can basically just perma-evade like this, right? And then you just cast and move on, and that's it. You just delete stuff. It's, you know, it makes 100s. You eat 100s for breakfast, and then you just evade on. And then you just cast your Gorilla, cast a Rake. That'll generally just decimate everything. And then you just move on. So, I mean, I'm not the fastest pit pusher in the world. I'm sure some people can do this way more efficiently than me. But you get the general gist, right? I mean, it's you evade, rake, evade, rake, evade, rake. And it does a completely absurd amount of damage. And it's really, really easy to play once you've got it going. It's just very gear dependent. So to get to this point, you do need all the correct pieces. So that takes a minute to get to, but this is a build I can highly recommend. Otherwise, you can start off with the Rock Splitter build. That's a lot easier to get online. That's also pretty strong. I mean, that's also quite fast build, and that does 100 plus, easy peasy. I think I pushed a 110 on that, and then I stopped and moved on to Rake. But it probably would have done a 115 to 120 if I'd gotten Giga Gear. I just moved on to another build. But it's certainly easier to get online if you wanted to get a Spiritborn going and then transition into this build. That's a pretty good way to go as well. Or you can do Evade Spiritborn, which is just evade and win. That's what a lot of people have been doing. It's a much simpler build. It doesn't push quite as high as Evade, but that's certainly less gear dependent. And yeah, you just move on over here. So you can see what I mean. I'm just like literally... I've got 1 GA gear as well, by the way. I don't think I've got a single item on that's not 1 GA. And I did a pit 133 with room in 13 minutes, so I had a little wiggle room. If I had like perfect gear, you'd easily do near 140 or higher. You know, move on. Yeah, we'll finish this off quick. Might as well, since we're here. This is not really the best layout, but hey-ho. What else we got? Yeah, that'll do it. And then you'll see what it does against the bosses. Oh, did that actually not spawn the portal? Okay, there we go. Now we just crack on. Oh, we've got Spirit Caller, lovely. Yeah, you just evade in and out and just rake, and then it'll just destroy the boss. There you go. So it makes pretty short work of. I mean, if you can do 100 like that, you can pretty much do everything in the game with absolutely zero issues. So. Or Raven Druid. If you want to play Druid, Raven Druid is even easier to build than this. Well, it's easier to play, and that's very fast. It's a very, very fast build. So yeah, you've got a few different options there. It really depends what you want to play, Heatspark, and what you enjoy playing. But you've got a lot of options this season. There's so much power creep. So many builds will be able to destroy the game, and there's a lot of builds that won't be viable next season without the powers. So I'd make the most of it while this season's active. You switch from Pulv Druid to Raven. Well, Pulverized Druid's got the bug back, hasn't it? Since the latest patch. Yeah, no worries, Heatspark. That's just a few recommendations. I mean, look, I'm sure there's some others out there that are probably really good. They're just the ones that I know that people have been really enjoying and ones that I've personally enjoyed. Guys, has anyone got a Zol rune that they can help Crazy G with here? Either willing to trade, sell, or just straight up help Crazy G with. Raven is very fun. I tried it in the PTR. I just haven't had time to play it in this version since the season went live. But yeah, I mean, it's a super fun build. And it won't be viable in its current form next season because it won't be a core skill without that power. So you should make most of it. Don't know how good it'll be next season. It'll probably be okay. It just won't be what it is right now. I heard the pole bug is back. I haven't tried, but someone said to me it was, yeah. Okay. We can do the stats down here, right? Yeah, it's interesting. They took damage reduction out of all of the standard helms here, so it makes it they're not just straight up replacements for the Harlequins. You're going to put movement speed on there. I mean, typically you want 200% movement speed for brilliance. So you either go dex, all stats, or you can go all stats. I mean, you can go dex. I mean, this will give you a lot of dexterity now. It gives you a lot of damage. I'd actually probably go for movement speed just to scale your brilliance damage, honestly. And then the chest, you'll go for what? Dexter. The great thing about having a fourth affix here is you're now not going to choose between having like max life and armor and stuff. Like your chest, you're going to go like this, aren't you? You're going to go dex, max life, armor. And then life regen might just be really strong, to be honest. I can't see life on kill being very popular in the end game because you don't kill stuff very often. Life regen might be very strong, though. We don't know yet. But you're going to want some resistance to all elements as well, probably. I guess you just start with that. And then we go for that. Just to help with the unyielding hits. Gloves will be dex, max life. So it means on your offensive slots, you're actually going to be able to put max life on here. And not worry about not having the rest of your stats you want, I guess. We've already got vulnerable in this build, so we're not worried about this. It's not core skill as per se on this version of the build. We don't care about attack speed. So I guess it's just the same, right? I mean, I'm just going to have a quick look here just to make sure I'm not being dumb. Is there a unique that's useful here? I mean, you could put the Fist of Fate on here. Or well, actually, we're not making the gorilla skills, so that won't be so useful, would it? That won't scale. We want stuff that's going to scale the storm feathers. That's where your main damage comes from this build. I mean, you'd lose aspects of redirected force. That technically would do more damage sometimes, but less on others. But we don't care for crit chance, attack speed. The lucky hit chance is kind of nice, I guess. I don't know. Hey, Loki, how you doing? A 2? Oh, you lost loads of points, Bowmill. Hey, Violin, how's it going? If you guys want to make any input, by the way, just throw it in. This is a build I'm not so accustomed to. I don't typically play it. I'm pretty good at Spiritborn, but I don't typically play Evade, and I'm just trying to work out here, like, on a pair of Legendary gloves, it's not that much. You just could just do the same. You could just stack tanky stuff on here. There's not much useful damage stuff on here, other than the fact that you can put a really nice aspects on it. You do want a Legendary one, though, because you want to be able to put Storm Feather Potency on. There is a version where we will be able to use ranks of Quill Volley, though. But on this particular version, you would do this, I guess. You're just going to have so much armor, so much dexterity and life. You're going to be really tanky. You might not even need to care about the old damage reduction so much here. Like the pants is the same, right? You can literally, you don't have to choose as per se between your max resistance and armor. We might actually want some life regen on the build, life sustain on the build though, to be fair. That might be more empowered. Oh, you can roll potion count on your pants, apparently. Okay. Oh, dear. Total armor, thunder spike size, vortex size, maybe. We have tons of vortex here. I guess you don't really care about vortex. You just teleport, you just evade around, and all your storm feathers just go off and do their thing, don't they? Hey Merlin, how's it going, man? How's it going? You're gonna want quite a lot of resolve on this build, I think, because you're gonna be evading really often and consuming them with the Band of First Breath. Let me have a look at uniques as well, just to double check. They changed the protection of Prime, actually. One second. Damage reduction while standing has been replaced with armor. Yeah. Okay. Damage after dodging. Armor ranks the defensive skills. Maximum life. While moving, you gain dodge chance after standing still. Oh yeah, so that's useless to us. Resol, all resistance, all stats, movement speed. When you take damage from non-physical damage, you gain... Don't know how useful that is, really. We're not really... I mean, that's max resource. That's kind of nice. We don't care about crit chance too much. I don't think we're becoming unstoppable here very much. Effects that heal you beyond 100% life. So this is actually the thing I was thinking. There's a world where... And that's got percent armor in it as well. There's a world where... If we want to use Viscous Shield, we need a means of generating barrier. Maybe that's the way we do it on this build. Because we can get a lot of sources of healing now. We don't have to sacrifice for it so much. Like, we could put the Temerity on here. You've got lucky hit chance to heal. Healing received. Wonderful. But then what you could do... We've got so many sources of armor here. Like a lot of it. So we could change armor here to, like, I don't know, life regen or something. Or life per hit. Because then that means all of your storm feathers that are hitting things are going to be generating life. So as long as you're at... Once you're at 100% life, you'll just generate barrier. So as long as you're generating that super often, and you've got loads of barrier generation, you'll be able to just become indestructible, essentially. And because that's got percent armor on it, you can sacrifice armor on there. Go all res instead. So that's why I did that. Max life. I mean, that seems like a pretty solid option right there. That gives you some life sustain. Okay, let's try that out. I'm a big fan of the... I've always wanted to use Temerity on the barrier gen versions of Spiritborn because it's like it helps you solve... That means we free up a rune slot. We can use rune for damage instead. So we can transfer a non-damage item to a... We can move where we could put damage onto the pants where we now solve... That helps us solve the barrier problem. We won't need the Q rune anymore. We just use temerity, and we'll just roll life regen on somewhere on the build as well. So, like, I'm just thinking, do we need all res on all that stuff as well? Maybe not. You can possibly get away with this, so you go, like... Maybe you'd have some life regen as well. I don't know. I don't know how good life on hit's going to... Oh, you can only put life regen on here. Life on hit's only on offensive. Okay, so you could just go... Well, healing % with life on hit might be the way. I don't know. But let's go life regen and then put armor in here, for example. This is... They've rescaled the affixes. Life regen might be really, really high now. I don't know. Until I can see it. To be honest, hard to tell. 0 out. And like, if we needed more armor, you could just roll total armor here, so that's not really an issue. And we can get damage reduction in our passive tree, assuming that hasn't changed. It doesn't look like it has in the patch notes from Resolve, and we've got more Resolve with the Band of First Breath. So you probably do want some Resolve generation here. Not sure if the Armored Hide Resolve generation rate would be higher than Resolve generated. This is literally limited to 2 or 3 unless you GA it. So that could go to, what, like 4 or 5. Armored Hide Resolve generation rate. What's that by default? Again, it's 4, isn't it? Or 5 or something. Oh, no, it's only 1. But then it goes upwards, doesn't it? Let's log in here quickly so I want to have a quick look. I've got more ranks in it on here with the gorilla skills. But unless you've got loads of gorilla skills or something to scale up Armored Hide, it's not going to get that high. So the flat value is probably higher than the Armored Hide percentage. Unless you've got a ridiculous number of ranks in it. Like 18 ranks gets you to 4. So yeah, 5 is just better than 40% fine. At rank 20, you get to 5. So you'd have to have 20 ranks in that to get to 5. So yeah, the flat value is definitely better. And that pretty much means you'll generate... It's like every 4 seconds, is it? Every 5 seconds, you'll generate 10 resolve or something. Because you might... If you get hit, you will lose 1. And if you evade, you'll lose 1. But you've also, they've changed it so you get resolve generation rate there as well. I don't know how high that value is, but that increases how fast your Armored Hide will generate it. So yeah, you just want a flat value here, and then that pretty much solves the problem. You only need 1 of them, I think. Even if it's just a 3 there. That plus the increased rate will probably give you enough, to be honest. GA on armor there, that makes sense. That solves your resolve. Storm Feather Potency, we can stick that in here as well. You guys are just gambling away, are you? Got life per hit, life regen. I mean, that with the temerity will give you 2 different ways. With the lucky hit chance to heal as well. And if I remember rightly, lucky hit on Thunderspike is pretty decent, right? 27% without any increase, and then you've got the feathers. I don't know how high the lucky hit on the feathers is. From here, it doesn't say, does it? Yeah. Don't know how high the lucky hit is on storm feathers. But either way, you should be able to generate some healing there as well. So that will give you a way of generating your barrier. GA the life on hit, I guess. The life per hit. This isn't really designed to be a pushing build. It's designed to be a farming build. So I'm just trying to make it so you're going to get really nice damage. And then you can just evade around and be really tanky and have a good time, you know. You're probably going to do... I mean, percent armor here as well. You got so much... I mean, that being percent armor... Is that percent armor in this version of the game? I don't remember that having armor on it. Maybe it did. I'm pretty sure I've got one of these lying around somewhere. Let's have a look. Do I really? Oh, no, it's on my hardcore character. I've saved one there. Let's go have a look there. Has anyone... Hey, guys, in chat. Has anyone got any back runes that they can trade, sell, or help Grew Up Gaming with here? He's looking for 3, but if anyone's got any, let us know. You're just finishing up in real life before gaming charms? Nice. Let's have a quick look. I don't remember that having that on there. I haven't used it in a hot minute. No, it didn't. They've changed temerity. Apparently. Was that in the patch notes? It is. Yeah, they changed the damage reduction, so it's now armor percent, and they changed max life to max. That's a pretty big change. Also, their planners say 5% on lucky hit, and it's actually 15. That doesn't seem to have changed. That says 5. That should be 15. I might have to report that to Rob. I don't know who to report it to otherwise. But that actually gives us a pen. I don't know how high that percent armor is going to be, but if that percent armor is as high as the amulet, total armor, you might not need total armor over here. Genuinely. You might be able to put another damage multiplier over here instead. Because you've got percent armor here instead. I'll probably leave it like that for now. I mean, that will definitely get to 5,000 armor, I imagine. Without any issues. Right, boots. The implicit attack reduce evades, I guess. Or you could just... It doesn't really matter, I suppose. Any of them are fine. Dexterity, of course. Oops. Damn. There we go. Dex. Max life. I think you're just going to want to stack max life everywhere, honestly. Don't know if we can... I'm guessing we can only get life on hit on offensive areas on the build. Yep. I guess life regen and moon. I don't think we're going to need any more armor here. We've got so much armor already. I mean, if it turns out we can get away with... Typically, life regen's actually quite high on boots. It can roll quite high already. I can't remember how high it rolls on here. I might change that. I've got armor already. I might change that back to this. Just do all the resistance, do armor here. And then the boots can have life regen on it. Stacking. I mean, we don't care. Actually, we don't care about movement speed, do we? Really? Oh, we'll put it in there anyway. Just means when you're in town, you can move around a little bit faster. It means you're not having any completely an awfully bad time with this. Probably going to put barrier gen in here. My neck, my back, my... yeah, never heard of you. Oh, Rydell's going deep. He's going for the crack, is he? Oh, good. Oh, and you could put barrier gen on that as well. But I think you will want some resolve generation here to counter this. Otherwise, you're going to run out of resolve. If we didn't need the aspects of interdiction, I'm trying to work out a way in my head how we get 100% block chance without needing this. There is an aspect for resolve, you see. Where is it? You gain resolve for each vigor you gain while at maximum vigor. Ah, no, okay. There we go. This is how you solve it. That's how you solve resolve. That can overstack resolve. That's more damage reduction, more damage, because we'll use The you could use a colossal glyph for the resolve multiplicative scaling. And so on. And you'll literally, because this here, resource generated when losing resolve, it will counter it over here. So it'll just generate stuff for you. And then I guess we just rely on Armored Hide for 100% block chance, and then off you go. That's what you would do. And that then means you can change this to Barrier Gen, which plays nicely with Temerity, because that will help you. Every time you generate some Barrier, you'll just generate more of it. Barrier Gen, Storm Feather, Storm Feathers. Okay, let's do this one here. Oops. I guess it really doesn't matter which one of these, but let's just put Shadow in there. Dexterity, Max Life. And then Lucky. We make enemies vulnerable already, so we're not worried about this. Honestly? Lucky heal. You got chance on lucky hit to heal 30%. And then life per hit as well. I mean, you don't really need the rest of the stuff, right? Vigor on kill, don't really need this. Don't need resource cost reduction. We got so much all res already. We'll probably be fine. We don't need the vulnerable because we got that. Lucky hit chance. I mean, it's all on the Storm Feathers. Life on hit is going to be better than life regen, I imagine. But we'll have to see what the values are. Healing percent depends how high it is. I mean, if that's suddenly like 30 or 40%, maybe that's really good. Because it means everything you heal will just be way bigger, maybe? I don't know. We don't care for crit chance. I guess you could roll crit damage. Because you're going to be critting every other evade. Maybe that's what you put. Maybe you do want some critical damage in here. Just trying to make it so you're always at 100%. Always at 100%. Always at 100% barrier. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with that. We'll test with this. And then this one here, you're going to want max resolve stacks because that's damage and defense and all that stuff. I think either that or resolve generation rate will be great. It depends how much what that is. Is it like 100% or is it 20%? I don't know. We'll have to see. I think that's most of the items for now. It's pretty well rounded. A lot of healing in there, but that plays really well with the temerity, so that just solves barrier for us. Chance for basic skills to deal double damage. I don't actually know if that... I guess that would scale the old Storm Feathers because they're coming off of it. I don't know. All right. Hey, Xenopin, how's it going? Oh, there you go. Nice. First time chatter. Xeno's got 2. Grew up. Someone in chat, brand new, has got 2. If you want to link up with them, I'm sure you guys can come to an arrangement. That's awesome, Xeno. Thanks for jumping in and offering. Appreciate it. Okay. Right. Well, I guess you put that in there. You don't really need 6 skills here, I don't think, to be honest. You just put in what you put in. You'll use the Seeker probably, and then you'll just shove in Thunder Spike, and then off you go. Evade away. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, is there actually anything else we want? I mean, You don't really care for Vortex here, I don't think. It's probably all you need, right? Don't care about these. Just go for max life, maybe, or... Yeah, I guess. We don't care about attack speed. Lucky hit chance is okay, but... yeah, I guess you go for the max resource. It scales up your adaptability, isn't it? Resource there, yeah. And then, obviously, dexterity. And... Well, we may or may not need the Song of Mountain here, so we'll probably just go for Red Mine Buzz for more health, because then you'll just be giga tanky. It means when you take a hit, your barrier just won't really reduce. And Soothing Spices for armor and resistances, because it's just the best. Yep, that makes total sense. Runes wise, let's put them in the weapon. So I was thinking, because we don't need to use the Q rune, we can use Quacks, which is still very strong. That hasn't changed. Casting a skill other than basic or defensive spends all your primary resource to increase your damage up to 100%. Only for 1 second, though, so that needs to be very often. And also, unyielding hits only kicks in after casting a gorilla skill, doesn't it? So we need to be casting Arm and Hide like pretty often here, or we need to have another gorilla skill in here. But we don't really want to be casting that. That won't reduce the cooldown of this. If we had a Harlequins in, it would. And it'd make it so we can just spam this. Or every third consecutive cast of the same core potency skill. Okay, that won't do the cooldowns for us. Just trying to work out what we do with the cooldowns here. How was the show, Violent? Yeah, it's really good. I was saying, Violent, on the last song, they were playing Last Serenade. So for anyone that's in here doesn't know, I went and saw Killswitch Engage last night. And last song, their original big hit, set of Last Serenade. We're like halfway back in the arena on the standing platform. And we're in line with the sound desk, looking at the stage just to the right. We were having a good time, and literally just out of completely nowhere. Like, no one expected this. No one knew he was coming, because I think he went off the stage and came in. The lead guitarist, the main guy, Adam, he was just there in front of us. Like, literally, he was so close, I got a selfie whilst he was touching me while I was taking a selfie. He was right next to me. He just appeared in the crowd in front of us. We were like, whoa, he's there. So that was cool. But yeah, no, it was really good. Really, really good. How do we get that down on the cooldown? We want to reset the cooldown on this. Oh, you just use Intricacy, I guess, right? You cast your ultimate. Oh, doesn't this thing... Oh, 1 second. I haven't really done the Eagle thing. The reason this one's taken me longer is I really don't play Evade very often. It's changed a lot since I last played it. Isn't there a thing that makes it so your ultimate can reset the cooldowns or something? Yeah, you just spam your Eagle. Yeah, you spam your Eagle. Well, the Eagle's going to have a high cooldown here as well. It's got 3 charges though, right? Yeah, the cooldown reduction on the Ami would be pretty... Oh no, the cooldown reduction on Seeker is going to be crazy low because of the Loyalties Mantles, so you're not worried about this. And then you just use Intricacy, because you've only got 1 defensive skill on the bar. Every time you use your ultimate, your Armored Hide is going to have so many charges. You'll just be able to spam it. And then you just spam an Eagle and you'll be able to spam it. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is totally fine. I'm not being stupid for once. Yeah, Myron, it was really good. I've got a picture somewhere. I'll post it up on the Discord eventually. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So that's defensive. So you'd have to spam your ultimate pretty often if you wanted to make use of the Quacks rune. I'm not sure if that's actually the play here. That's the only skill that's not a basic or defensive. So 100 extra damage, though, is a lot. But you're obviously going to use a SEM, because you're just evading all the time, right? So it makes total sense you're going to do a SEM, and then... What other options we got here? Reduce your ultimate cooldown. You're about to spam that even more. More max life. +1 to all skills. We really shouldn't need the queue room with this setup, I don't think. I mean, obviously, worst case scenario, you can just use Ohm or something. I mean, you could put the cry rune in just to pull everything towards you constantly. I suppose if you don't do the Q rune thing, it's like, what do you put in? Actually, I didn't really think about it. Hey, Evil, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, dudes. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great weekend. You can make yourself giga tanky. We're already going to be quite tanky here already, I think. Honestly. The Quacks rune is the biggest damage. It's just, can we keep that up enough? I don't know. Let me do the math here. We got, what, 60% cooldown. If you got a GG one of those, 60% cooldown reduction on... Well, 60 on 45 brings that down to 24, 27. That brings that down to 18 seconds. And then you've got you got at least 5 ranks in there. So that's going to bring that down a bit further. So I'll bring it down to what, 10, 12 seconds on a charge. I don't have any other ranks in there, I don't think. Elites hit twice by the Seeker have, okay, doubled. Yep. Oh, it's at rank 5, okay. Knocks enemies down. Critical strike. Vulnerable. Guess we don't really care about those too much. Yeah, I mean, if we don't have the Quacks room, we don't actually spend any resource on this version of the build. You gain resolve for each vigor you gain while at maximum vigor. Oh, you'll never run out of resolve ever. You'll just be maxed out if you won't even care about the resolve generation rate if you put a Lum rune in. But I think honestly the best thing to do here is probably to actually, what would the other activator be? Let's do that one. You're probably gonna put Dex runes in here. But you could also go barrier runes. Barrier gen. Just have an absolutely absurd amount of barrier gen. So you're just going to generate, with the temerity, you're just going to generate so much barrier. It's going to be mad. But if you had Dex, you'd do more damage. But for a farming build, you just will be more than good enough, probably. You'd be giga tanky. What would the other activator be here? Traveling, probably. Travel 5 meters with back would make sense. Could use that one. Cast an ultimate skill.
Hey, Undead Bucket, how's it going? Yeah, sort of. I mean, I'm not that familiar with the evade build compared to some people. I'm pretty good at Spiritborn, but I don't typically play it that much. It's changed quite a bit since I last played it, and there's obviously a fair number of changes as well. So I'm just trying to make sure it's well-rounded. We just want damage here, I think, mainly. We've got a lot of defense. Don't think we really need plus tool skills on this version. So you're going to go for an Ohm Rune here, probably. You could even just do the Zek Rune, right? You use something to reduce your active cooldown, ultimate cooldown, because basically you just want to be able to spam your eagle. You evade around, you spam your eagle, you place Armored Hide, and then you just evade. And then you just spam your eagle when you need to, and then off you go. You just spam your eagle when you need to keep your Armored Hide up. And with Intricacy, you'll just be able to spam Armored Hide, you'll get unyielding hits, and you just evade, and that's it. Easy build. That generates 75 every time you evade. So every 2 evades, you're going to generate 1 ultimate cooldown. You're down to about, I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 12 second cooldown, probably, with the Loyalty's Mantle, without any other cooldown anywhere else. So you're already on cooldown anyway. And then if you're just evading, every 2 evades, you're going to reduce it by 1. Every 3 evades, it'll reduce it by... Oh, sorry, every 4 evades... But every 3 evades, it will reduce it by 2 seconds. Every 4 evades, it's 3 seconds. That's certainly one option. Would be somewhat useful. And that gives you the 100% block chance for redirected force. I guess the only concern is, are you actually going to get hit by anything to block? But yeah, let's try that. And then I guess the other one will just be the Ohm Rune, probably. Need to generate 600 offering within 6 seconds. So that'd be 8 evades in 6 seconds, which is probably doable. What's that do? 50. 75. For that, you'd have to do 12 of them. Assuming you go that far. Yeah, I think if you're going to do Ohm, you need to put it on there probably. It'll get there quicker. Just to make sure you can keep it up. And then this one, we can just put Zek in or something. I'll do for now. It gives you some synergy just to help you get your Seeker. Make sure you've always got a Seeker charge, and then you get some extra damage. These, I mean, you got so much armor on here. I'm going to assume resistances is the way forward here. That is a good point. There's physical resistance now, and we don't have a specific gem or socketable that we know of that specifically does physical resistance. So all resistance will be stronger here. In general, if you can get it. We'll have to see. There may be a new socketable for that. And or... Then again, you could also have... Oh, that's a good point, actually. You can get... Oh, it's life on kill on hearing receive. No, that's not so good. Yeah, we've got a lot of armor here already. I don't think we're going to need the armor. I mean, especially if we got armor percent here and armor percent there. But we might be able to remove that armor percent here. And put in another multiplier damage or something. Hey, Flint, how's it going, dude? How you doing? Stress as well. How you doing, dude? Season 11 is certainly going to be interesting. I mean, it's definitely different, isn't it? I mean, the other thing I haven't even looked at yet. Well, I'll leave it like this. I mean, look, this is just a rough draft. I can update all this stuff when I get to... I just need a baseline to test with. I can once we actually get the actual values, like it might be that I've completely overcooked armor to the point I'm going to have like 10,000 armor, and I'm like, okay, I've got twice too much. Then I can start shifting things. But this is just a draft based on the knowledge that I've got. The other thing I haven't looked at is this here. So we don't care for movement speed. Direct damage can stun. fortify for 1% of your max life. So actually, yeah, this is the other thing, right? This one I will probably put in purified for this build because fortify has changed in this version of the game. So if you've got fortify and your life goes down below a certain point, it acts as another form of life regen. I don't know how fast it applies it, but you're going to get with this, you fortify for 1% of your max life every second. The important thing about this is, because with the temerity, when you're at max life, anything that counts for life regen will then heal your barrier. What will be interesting with this is, will fortify kick in with the temerity on when you're at max life? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. If it does, that will allow fortify here. I assume this will just act as life regen on your barrier. It will just give you another way of stacking your barrier up constantly for you. We'll see. Briefly gain maximum barrier after becoming injured. We should really... See, this would be cracked with a Jack Imp shell if it wasn't every 20 seconds. So I think that's a panic button. But you don't want to put this in corrupted, really, because the enemies have 100% chance to shatter your barriers or fortified life. But I mean, it might do both. That would be very, very bad if you're doing a build that's reliant on barrier. So you're probably going to want to put that in there just to make sure you either just don't use it at all. But if you want to farm your socketables, you're probably going to put that there. Refill a healing potion. We don't care for this. We can get more armor. If you're crowd controlled, you become unstoppable. That get every 12 seconds. Or... So let's do the bad ones first, actually. The ones we absolutely don't care about. Maggots spawn from the falling meteors, and all maggots attack will consume one of your health potions. That's fine, because we don't care about health potions. That can absolutely go in there, and then we just get extra experience globes from Helltides. That's easy peasy. You are vulnerable while fighting world bosses. We're probably going to want the armor. Belial's apparitions are empowered, and their attacks can daze you for 3 seconds or knock you back. That might be very bad if you're not permanently unstoppable. We'll come back to that one. Agonized souls are enraged and will now form explosions that will pull you inwards and generate electrified ground that deals a lot of maximum life a second. We're going to want that because that's increased resistance. We actually do want that one, I think. Again, I don't know. If we don't have socketables for physical resistance, then it's not going to be so easy to get physical resistance. So meteors rain down while fighting world bosses. That's fine. We can stick that one in there. Manifestations of anguish lurk throughout the Undercity and attach lightning siphons to you that slow you by 70% while you are close to them. That's probably fine, because we don't care about movement speed. We just evade, right? As long as it doesn't slow down how far you evade, then you're golden. And I don't think it will. Generally, that's not how it works. So then it's just a way up. Oh, yeah, we probably got enough armor that we probably don't need the extra armor there. Their attacks can daze you. This is only Belial's apparition, so in the pit, it's going to make the Belial stuff a bit worse for you. But it also means if you do get crowd controlled on the off chance, you'll just become immune to unstoppable. It doesn't actually specify how long you become unstoppable for. It just says you become unstoppable. I mean, that almost certainly, if I put the armor one in, that almost certainly will mean I can take armor off here and put another damage multiplier in, honestly. Especially with armor percent there and armor up here. And, I mean, I could always roll life regen to armor here if I needed extra armor. I think getting 5,000 armor is going to be easy on this. There's so many places we could roll armor if needed. Being dazed might not be an issue because it might not affect the storm feathers. I'm not sure. The knocking you back could be not so great. Yeah, I didn't see any new gems listed either. No. So I don't think, unless that might just be an oversight, I might have to mention it, yeah. Undecided. I mean, that one's definitely the safer one to put over here. I'll put it in there for now. If it turns out I need extra armor, and if that's the difference between being able to not use total armor here and getting more damage there, then I'll swap it. That's probably the safer option there. Hey, Lord Rivet, how's it going, man? And then, okay, skill tree. So obviously we're going to go evade, and we're going to take the Thunder Spike, generate an additional vigor if you've moved, and evade 5 sec. Yeah, you just take all these things, right? I mean, you just will. I don't really know. Do we normally max that out? I don't know. Probably not, because it doesn't scale up the Storm Feathers, does it? So we take that. While moving. We don't really need this, I don't think, for this version of the build. We'll take this for the basic skills. Yes, one of those. That gives us more block damage reduction. We'll take all of these, of course. Why not? Are we unhindered or unstoppable on this build? Interesting that Thunder Spike is not a mobility skill. Oh, it's not, is it? No, it's not. It's only because you're an evade. Yeah, it's specifically not, isn't it? It's the only one that's not. So it doesn't really... Yeah, we're not unhindered or unstoppable as per se, I don't think. So we don't really need Ravager anymore either because of the old potence change. It's not based on how many times you're hitting with Jaguar, so you're only going to use that if you're using the Jaguar primary hull, really, now. Yeah, we're going to be casting the defensive skill a lot, so we'll do this. Gain increased life on kill equal to 5% of your maximum life while you have at least 4 stacks of ferocity. Okay. We stack that in there. That's not going to get here, and it gives you 3. So it's like pointless unless you've got 4 stacks of ferocity. Block chance, definitely want this. Or you can even put auspicious in here if you wanted, probably. Max this out, of course. And that one, and that one. Good times. Certainly take one in there. You want to put at least 1 point in nourishment just for the healing, the 20% healing. You don't care about the poison damage, but 20% increased healing will work well with the temerity there. For each base gorilla skill on your action bar, gain 1.5% max life, knockdown duration, and barrier. I mean, you could actually be cheeky here. You only want armored hides on your bar for intricacy. So you don't want any other potency, defensive, or focus skills on the bar. But you could put 1 point in Crushing Hand, because that's a core skill. And you could put 1 point in Rock Spitter, because that's... you might not even need that. You could probably take... Just because that's a basic skill. Like, neither of those will be intricacy. And you could just stick them on your bar. It's just to get the bonus from the thing. And then that's defensive, so we don't want to put that one on. That one's the ultimate, so we can't put that on. And payback's potency, so we can't put that one. But we can... This will just give us more from that skill. And we've got the place on the bar, so we might as well. You can certainly do that. That will give us 13% max life. We don't... the knockdown duration might come in handy. Barrier generation certainly comes in handy, though. It's just more barrier gen for free. Attempting to knock down an enemy increases your gorilla skill damage. So we're not worried about that because our skills aren't gorilla damage. We're obviously going to max brilliance and acceleration out. We're not using Jaguar skills. It's not a potency skill. Max out Eagle, I suppose. Come in here, max all of these out. Absolutely. That down there. Hitting enemies with ultimates also heals you, so that's going to work with Temerity real nice as well. We've still got 10 points left. It's got loads. Casting an... Oh, yeah, you can become unstoppable, of course. Casting your ultimate makes you unstoppable. Man, it's been a long time since I've actually used that node. Max that out. Okay, so we're going to come in here and get these, because that's more damage. 3 points left still. Tune. I mean, you should be you should be permanently barriers here. And then honestly, you just use vital strikes. Or we don't need movement speed so much, although it does scale brilliance. You do want to be at 200 movement speed here. And actually, right now, I won't be. You'll want that. And that still won't get me there. Even with movement speed there, it won't get you there, I don't think. That makes brilliance less valuable, that's all. There is a movement speed, one of these. Where is it? Can I change one of these out? We really don't want the barrier shatter thing. I think that will suck on this build. Alright, let's unequip that one. That's 30% movement speed. We can probably get away with the days and not that because we're unstoppable, so we don't care about this, actually. We'll be unstoppable. We don't care about that. So you put the movement speed. That's 30%. That gives you, well, depending on the affix rebalance, that gives you what, like up to 50, 80-ish. We got a lot of barrier gen on this already, so we can probably just swap that out for movement speed as well, and then we'll be there. That'll do it. That'll be 100%. And that makes brilliance really valuable. You could also use adaptive stances, and that gives you a really, really quite cracked amount of damage from. I mean, that might be the way to do it, actually. You just go adaptive. You got two options. You either go adaptive stances and double up your dex, so you get 30% movement speed when you evade, or you go vital strikes for the 2x damage. Plus, you're going to heal more, so that's going to give you more barrier with that's going to give you even more healing from your temerity. It's going to generate vigor, which is going to generate you even more resolve. You're just never going to run out of resolve. And you're always making enemies vulnerable with Thunder Spike and Eagle Primary because they apply vulnerable. Plus your ultimate applies vulnerable. Your enemies are going to be vulnerable constantly. You're never going to worry. You probably, from a damage point of view, you'll want to use Vital Strikes. That's going to give you more damage than this, probably. And then we've got 2 points left. Hey, Death Dealer, how's it going? Black Velvet as well. Thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Holy cow, we're only 7 follows away from 5,100. That's mad. I'm locked. I don't even care if I die. Oh, I've disconnected anyway. I'm in town, Charmed. I'm good. Hey, Nemesis. Thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. How you guys doing? How's your weekend going? You was away for 30 minutes, Bob. No worries. Welcome back. I think I've pretty much got a handle on the builds. This is just a rough draft. I've still got 2 points. I guess we just slap them in there. You just literally max all the ultimate stuff out. You're going to be spamming. You're going to spam. All you're going to do on this build is you're going to spam Eagle and you're going to spam Evade. And you're going to spam Armored Hide. And that's it. You got these for the generator, the bonuses. I mean, this should farm really well, I think. Just checking these. All maggot attacks will consume one of your health potions. I really don't care about health potions. That's fine. The meteors won't matter. We've got so much life regen on this build. I think we'll be fine. We're unstoppable with the ultimates. We don't care about this. And we probably don't care that we're vulnerable because we're just giga tanky. And we probably got enough armor anyway that we don't care about the increased armor. So yeah. Seems reasonable to me. That should do the trick. Make sure I save that. Mercenary wise, suppose you could use Variana for movement speed as well, but then we've removed that, so we move hella fast on this build. Oh wow, I got another raid coming in. Holy moly. What is going on tonight? I'm sitting here doing build planners for next week. Hey, Delray's in the house. How's it going, Delray? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. I'm actually in a position where I can do this. Welcome in, guys. How's it going? How's your stream? Guys, if you have not checked out Delray, I believe he's another he's another D4 streamer. I believe he's another German. Please don't kill me if I've got that wrong. But the shout outs there. Make sure you go check him out and show him all the love. Like to support the people in the community. How's your stream, man? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm trying to pull together some Spiritborn planners for the PTR next week and just wrap my head around all these changes in the context of Spiritborn. But yeah, thanks for the raid. Honestly, feeling the love tonight. Holy mate, holy moly. Hey Sangu, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. I don't even know. I normally use right here because he helps you solve these. You could use Subo, I suppose, to be honest. You just use Subo for... Do we bother with Subo? I don't know. You move so fast, you need something that can kind of keep up with you. You're going to be critting a bunch. Opening fire could be nice, I guess. Damaging an elite gives you 20% movement speed. I mean, that, at least on elites and I mean, elites will probably be around more. If elite counts on champions as well. Death Dealer's like, have a dance! Yes, Death Dealer, I will move and be less boring. Subo for map pack. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. People tend to use him for the map pack, don't they? Yeah, you can go for the movement speed as well. And then you just go for the crit damage, I suppose. Because you will be critting on this build. You won't be overpowering on this build. You'll be critting, though. Reinforcement-wise, I suppose you could just go for all-kin damage reduction, right? Slowing and reducing their damage. I think that'll be useful against bosses if more than anything. If you happen to have to do a boss. So, injured, control, compare, skill cast will do. This will do. Yeah, probably. It's either that or right here. You know, the only reason right here might be useful here is the all resistances, honestly. And the reason I say it is because physical resistance. Like, I don't actually know, and this has made the assumption right now. We don't know if you're going to get... You might get physical resistance as an affix, but we don't actually know. They didn't specify it's been added. We know there's a new physical resistance stat in the game, so you've got to assume maybe you can temper that on, roll that on as well. Maybe. Like, and you might be able to roll it as an implicit on your rings, for example. But we don't have a socketable for it. So all resistance is going to be very valuable. You're going to want a really good amount of all resistance in general. It has diminishing returns. So it's not like when you've got 70%, it's going to be 70%. It's going to be when you've got 70%, it's probably like 48 or something, you know? So you're going to need to stack a lot more than 70 to get to 70%, probably. That's how it used to be, but that's probably how it's going to be, yeah. Hey, Blacken, how's it going, dude? So the all-res might actually be really useful. I don't know. But yeah, we could put Subo in for now. I think that's fine. And actually, putting the 20% movement speed in there means... I mean, let's be honest. When you're in mostly in combat, you're actually not going to need to care about the brilliant scaling too much. But when you're on the elites, you'll get that 20% by default. So we can change that back to barrier gen. And the reason that's really important is because all of our sources of healing above life. I mean, we've got what? 12, potentially 12.5 barrier gen there. 12.5 up here. Plus you've got another 48 here. This is even without the paragons, right? So that's 48, 25, 73. And we're also going to have 3 times this resilient. So that's going to give us another 13. So that's 86% barrier gem before we've even got to the Paragon tree. So all of our healing that goes above our life, which generates barrier here, as long as you've got 100% barrier on your temerity, it's going to be nearly doubled. So your healing in your barrier is going to be doubled, nearly doubled here. And then you've got healing received as well. So it's like another multiplier on your healing to make you're just going to be giga tanky. You're probably just going to be immortal as long as you've got stuff to hit. So from a farming perspective, it would just be really, really tanky, I think. It's just a matter of have we got enough damage output here. So that's where we'd have to look around and work that out. But please, can someone help me get to level 60 in my barb? Is anyone doing any pits in softcore right now, guys, that can help Blacken out here? Oh, someone's already got back to you. Nice. Captain Cuddles, you're a legend. Thank you for offering. You got there before I even read. I think I like to build builds that are all-rounded, and then I can build a variant that's just, this is the pit-pushing variant. But for testing in the PTR, I want to build an all-round build that doesn't feel crap to play. That isn't just full glass cannon. And I'm not going to make any assumptions that I can't reasonably make right now. So I think overall, this solves just about everything I'd want to solve while utilising, the core things we generally use here. Got the stats in. I need to do the Paragon tree. When I make a new variant on this, does it duplicate one? Maybe not. Ugh, that'd be crappy if that's the case. On Mobilistics, I can duplicate. But anyway, all right. Let's just throw a Paragon tree together here. Oh. I'm too fast. I'm going to have to go slower. I'll just stick any glyph in for a second just so I can get the boards in. It's like the Paragon boards might be different as well, genuinely. They might have different scaling on the stats and all sorts. We don't really know. So we're going to absolutely use Viscous Shield because we've got the Temerity on for the barrier. I mean, that Temerity solves barrier gem for us. So that's really nice. We don't care for Spiny Skin. Sapping. Yes, because it gives us 60x damage. And a Vigor Gem is nice, but it's mainly at 60x. We'll definitely use that one. Revealing is definitely an option. If we want the knockdown in there, although we're not gorilla skills, so with the Loyalty's Mantle we're not anyway. So we're not going to benefit from Dominant right now. So we won't look, we'll potentially come back to that one. Don't care too much for attack speed. Drive's definitely going to get used on this because we're evading, so we're moving all the time. Even if it's been fixed, so it's probably been nerfed. So Viscous Shield, Drive, and... Oh yeah, we're using lightning damage, aren't we? So we can use Convergence here. Convergence, Drive, and Viscous Shield. That makes sense. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we want a 4th board as well. Oh god, okay. Yeah, Viscous Shield, Sapping, Drive, Convergence. Yeah, that makes sense. Do all of those. The first one to go for here would probably be... What's the easiest one to stack? Probably Sapping, because it's just like, it doesn't even matter about stacking up all the distances and stuff. Where's the rotate button on this thing? Here we go. I mean, it's a seasonal game, right? It's a seasonal game. I worked on seasonal games for years and years and years, Death Dealer. Seasonal games will change. Sometimes they'll change in a small way, and sometimes they'll change in a big way. But this is obviously a bigger change this season. The last time we had a season that was this big a change was season 4, wasn't it? So, but obviously there's been some significant changes since then. But that is the last time we had a really very, very significant change in the itemization and all that stuff. Oh yeah, we don't care about any of that stuff, so we can just ignore that. We'll take all those. We'll come up here. Take this, and then I'll sort the glyphs out in a minute. I'm just fast tracking through the boards. Which one would I put in next? Well, I could have put Viscous Shield there, actually, to be fair. Depends. With this setup, you wouldn't be able to use Viscous Shield until you've got Temerity. It's the only way you're generating Barrier. But once you get a good Temerity, which is target farmable as well, quite easily from Lord Zir, so you could get one of those really early on in your journey in the end game, it essentially solves Barrier for you. So, yeah. So you're probably you probably will have one of those very early on. That would be the aim anyway. But I probably won't put that first. We'll do Convergence. We'll put that third. We'll probably put that one as last because it's the hardest to activate compared to the others. It's not that it's hard to activate, it's just the most conditional one. You typically go for Dex in here. So you're going to put Spirit in here or something, probably. Do those there. Probably not going to need so much strength. We got the all stats on the helm, so that'll help us solve the old stat situation. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we can just come down here, grab all these again, more tankiness all around. We don't get the diminishing returns on armor and resistance as we go to Torment 4 anymore. So you're not going to get a minus 1,000 armor and a minus 100 resistance. So you're just getting diminishing returns. So it just depends how hard the diminishing returns are, to be honest. We don't care about the attack speed here, but we do want the non-physical damage because that is... We need that to scale this. They've made a change here because this was scaling incorrectly before, but we can use the Canny rune. It wasn't scaling properly with the Canny rune, and it will be. So, yeah, this will be easily solvable on this build. I don't know exactly where we can put Canny on this build. We don't really need willpower because I think it's strength and intelligence. Yeah, that's right. We're not overpowering. It does give us more healing, the willpower, but it's not really that valuable to us, so that's fine. We take everything there. We'll take drive next. I think healing received is actually valuable here now, to be fair. We can just skip that side because we don't really care too much for lucky hit on dodge. Damage reduction while moving is really nice because I don't think that's changed. It wasn't in the patch notes, so that is a source of damage reduction we don't have, so that's really nice. That isn't diminished returns on flat damage reduction. I will have a lot of flat damage reduction with Resolve. We should be at max Resolve stacks constantly on this. So what we'll do is... We could either come in here and go out there. Go out there and come out here. Okay, I think that's what we'll do. Go in here. Try to work out what's the... We want to take... Oh, I forgot you can get movement speed here as well. I mean, that helps you solve movement speed in your... For your brilliance. You just want the movement speed for the brilliance, that's all. It's a pretty decent multiplier if you've got the max movement speed. I typically go up and back round. It just makes it really clean on your builds. I think what I'm going to do... Yeah, we'll do that. This is the first odd season that there was a change on a grand scale. That's true, Bo Mill. Yeah, they've obviously been planning this for quite some time. Apeman, how you doing, dude? You think the Spiritborn will be the next tune you make? What, in Season 10, Apeman? It's very strong in Season 10. It's the strongest class. I mean, obviously, Druid is very close behind. But yeah, Spiritborn's very, very strong, right? Right, okay, so there's a lot of intelligence in this cluster, so we can absolutely just take all these for the movement speeds, come through here. You're going to take all the max health, but you could take... You probably won't bother with the small ones here, because it's only 6% here, unless these have been rescaled. They might have been rescaled. Because they did say all of the healing stuff's changed, but... We can just do this. I've got to try and remember how I did this in the other one now. This is where I'd normally put Canny here because There's a lot of intelligence in this board. Can't remember how average. I'd probably be able to optimize this better, honestly, but I'll have a look at optimizing it in a second. Let me just get all the nodes first. Still got loads left, to be honest. Take all the damage. Take that one there. One, two, three. I mean, you could just take one there and not have to take both of those. Or... no, we need to come through here so we can get that. Well, you could do that if you want to save. Oh, no, you can't. You just do that, that's fine. Seems okay. And then we'll see where we land on points here. So you get a lot of barrier gen in here as well. You get 12, 21. You get 30% barrier gen in here. So that takes us to well over 100% barrier gen with all the stuff we had on already. So you could potentially not have to use barrier gen. You could possibly put dex gems in here for more damage if you wanted. Because you might not need that much barrier gen. It might be overkill. One, two, three, four, five. One. We may not need the lucky hit and the lucky... yeah, we might not need those. So what we can do... 2, 3... take all those because we're critting. Try and work out what glyph we'd put in here. Now I'll skip. Oh yeah, we're not necessarily actually the colossal glyph might not. Oh, I mean, so we've got a lot of max stacks of resolve. We've got what 5, 8, 13. You might have like 20 stacks of resolve. That might just make this might just make this glyph really good anyway. If you've got 20 stacks, you get 5 from that aspect. Although in the mythic version, you're probably going to use a shroud. So that loses you 5. So later on, you probably wouldn't use this, to be honest. What else? Let's see what else we've got here. We've got Canyon already. You're not really going to be close to stuff. You're definitely going to use Talon. Like, absolutely going to be on the build. You've got Spirit. So that's Canny, Spirit, and Talons. That's 3. What's the 4th one going to be? Dealing damage with a Gorilla, Jaguar, Centipede. Okay, we're not dealing damage with all those different types. That's not that useful to us. Hubris is the Thorns-based one. I mean, there's always Headhunter. Really want one of those that scales the old... That's the thing about Menagerist. It's dealing damage with those types of skills. So you really need to be using the Ibawaka to benefit from that middle bit properly. And it's incarnate on the bottoms. It's very meh. That's physical damage. We're not dealing Thorns damage here. Oh, there is a lot of decks in this cluster. It's just a matter of will I have enough points. Maybe I'll be okay. So I've still got to come down here as well, and you're going to want the damage reduction while barriered. I think we'll just have enough. We don't care about this, so we can get away without that over there. We'll be fine. You do need a lot of decks for that. Holy cow. Probably be all right. All right. We had just enough. There's 110 of that. That seems fine. Yeah, you get 69 in there, so that's really good for Canny. You get 110 there, so that's really good for Spirit. This is the one where you'd want either a rare or magic node scaler, ideally. Yeah. Hmm. Not that we need more vigor generation. Otherwise, yeah. I mean, there is fulminate. It's just damage on Tuesdays, isn't it? I don't think they changed fulminate. No, they didn't. So you deal more damage to healthy and injured enemies. Could just stick Guzzler on. Guzzle your potions down. Actually, to be fair, we've got the thing on here. Where is it? Is it the potion one? Where are you? Oh, no, it's up here, isn't it? Maggot. Oh, right. So just in the Helltide. Okay, just in the Helltide, maggots will spawn from falling meteors and consuming the health potions. I mean, that would be really good for Guzzler if that was all around the whole game. But it's only going to be wherever falling meteors falls. So I guess that's Helltide only. Does give a lot of damage though. You're only going to have 4 potions, so you should be able to rinse through your potions pretty fast. That would give you a lot of damage. It's 30x damage in the middle, I think. Or, oh no, you only got 4 potions. It's only going to give you 12x in the middle now, so it's not actually necessarily that great. You could just use Headhunter on one of them. Oh, you're going to use Jagged Plume. Of course you are. Yeah. Spirit Feather Potency. Spawning a Storm Feather grants you damage, increased movement speed. Okay. Even more movement speed solving. And lightning. So you're definitely going to use that somewhere on the build. That can come down here. Because that's literally usable from the get-go, isn't it? I am actually running out of points. I'm going to have to optimize this in a moment. Oh, it actually stops me using stuff. Okay. Okay. What can I sacrifice? That is the question. I do have an awful lot of resistances and stuff going on here that I probably don't need to use, honestly. 1, 2, 3. You might not need all these, honestly. Oh, we definitely don't need the resource gen stuff. We can take those out. Sort that out in a minute. Possibly get away without that one. Possibly get away without this and this. That frees up a couple of points. That might help a bit. As 100. And 5. Possibly want to swap that with Talon. It's slightly less than 110 up the top. Oh, Captain Cuddles helps you, Blacken. That's awesome. Thanks again, Captain Cuddles. Let's set that max life and that max life. That is literally all of the points, but this one here is a conundrum to me. I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with it yet, really. We're not dealing Thorns damage. Yeah. Interesting. It's not worth it with Menagerist unless you've got the full thing in the middle. You could just take Hubris and accept you've lost the middle multiplier, but it's worth it because of the adaptability scaling. It's quite easy to activate as well. That's the thing. You can swap those. And oh, it's disconnected. What the hell? How did I do that? I mean, obviously going to have to save some nodes somewhere. Any more for any more? You could always take that out. You just need to put one in there. You just put one in there and it's good because that scales magic nodes, so you'll be golden. Is there another random node lying around somewhere? Oh yeah, I don't need this one. So you put one of those in, that scales that. I need to scale, I need one for there as well. And ideally these as well, really. Right, that's that. And then... So yeah, your strength's going to be fine. That'll scale up and fix it for you. I mean, those would have been nice too. I don't know if there's anything else. I mean, this is Paragon 300, right? So you're just going to be... You're going to need GG everything. But this, you could sacrifice some of these life nodes if you really had to. I'm wondering if I can optimize this board a bit. 1, 2, 3 here. We might not need all these movement nodes. So we can possibly do this. And that saves 2. And that means we can put those down there. And that is problem solved. Alright, well that's that board done. Seems reasonable. Yep. 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 Okay, I mean, that seems reasonable. I mean, that should... I mean, that... Depending on the stat scaling, we might not even need the movement speed here. We've got what? Let's assume that's like 45. 25 in the glyphs, that's 70. You get 20 from Subo against elites. I mean, to be fair, that plus the glyph plus this, that solves your movement speed. You don't have to worry about the movement speed on Subo or anything. If we need more armor, we can swap those over. That'll be fine. So I think that's probably that one done. And then I'm kind of hoping this would evade Mythic, but I don't know if this will duplicate or not. It might not. Oh, it does. Okay, sweet. That's useful. Oh, yeah, that's really nice. Okay. Does mean you won't be doubling up your Storm Feathers, but you get your extra max resource. You get loads of armor. You get plus the skills, cooldown reduction across your build. This is better overall. Really quite a large amount of maximum life. You won't get the double up. This here doubles up both of your Spirit Halls. You get 40x. So I think the Lord's Mantle will be the play, actually. But you will probably use the Shroud at least, I'd say. And you would almost certainly go for all stats here. You don't really care about the others. It's just that +1 passives, isn't it? It's mental. Just thinking, I've just started to think: is the mythic, is the melted heart a Selig? It's gonna be busted. This item, more primary stats, lucky at charts. Oh, it's got movement speed on it. Max resistance to all elements. Loads of resistances. Yeah. It doesn't say 75% reduced to max life. It says 75% reduced to life. Any damage you would take is dealt to your primary resource before your life. If you have not taken damage in 6 seconds, your resource regenerates to full over 3 seconds. So as long as you don't take damage, you just regenerate your resource. This is going to be crazy broken. Then you'd put adaptability over here because you're going to get 500 resource worth. So that's what. Oh, I suppose that's only going to give you 300x as opposed to, I don't know, we'll be at what, like 250 or something. So it's going from 150 to 300. We're losing 140, but that's a separate multiplier. But that would just make you literally invincible. And then you could actually you probably could then just swap these to Dex. Because you can still use Temerity just to make it so you insta-feel your barrier, but you won't take damage to your barrier first. You'll take damage over here first. And then resource generation. Every time we evade, we lose resource resolves. We're going to generate resource. What else we got? We might not need the Zek room, but you could definitely put a Lum room in here for generating resource as well if you really needed it. But honestly, you just evade away. What would we lose by not taking this? Make it harder. You don't care about max resource at this point. You'll cap your things out. It would be a bit overkill. You'd lose your brilliance ranks. You could get a maximum of 8 of these. It's another 48x damage. Lose the Storm Feather potency. I mean, I can't see a world where you wouldn't want to. I mean, from Tanker's point of view, if you've got 250 resource and you've got that there, and that's at 0.90, that's 225x, and you'll be replacing that for the 500 on the 0.6 for 300x. You're only gaining 75%. You're gaining a third, but you'd lose a bigger multiplier here. So you actually lose damage overall because we don't have the double dipping resource scaling on this build. It would just make you giga tanky. It's probably a bit overkill to put the melted heart on this, honestly. As ridiculous as it would be, you would lose damage, I think. So this is probably still stronger. So you'd probably just use the Shroud because that would give you all of the extra damage multipliers in the tree and stuff. You gain resolve. Well, it doesn't matter, I suppose, because every time you spam Armored Hide, you're just going to. Every time you spam Armored Hide, you're going to refill your resolve anyway, don't you? With that node enhanced, yeah, it grants you maximum resolve, so you don't worry about this. So you probably could put something else in here, actually. We'll just put that in there for the maximum resolve at this point. You gain more damage reduction by default when you've put in the Shroud. That's probably all you need to change here. Seems reasonable. And then on top of this, we could also go one step further And you could start getting a bit cheeky with this and going evade quill volley. So you just put quill volley in there. Rock Splitter here. Crushing hands here. And I think this would be totally fine because, in fact, actually, going back to this, I can swap that. Hey, Crazy Monkey, my name, how's it going? Can you do anything about the Nightmare Dungeon where the last enemy to slay stuck behind the wall? So my name, what you can try moving away from it. Move so far away from it in the dungeon that it's off your screen and way beyond, and hopefully it will reset. I have noticed that it sometimes works. That's what they tried to make happen. If that doesn't fix it, then no, probably not. Sadly. But you can try that for sure. You're starting a Spiritborn, stay crazy. Nice. Do you know what build you're working towards? So probably just want to put... We probably don't need movement speed stuff here, so we can probably just do a utility on the boots here. What we got? Anything useful? Cooldown reduction. Oh, have I got repeat on? That might have been the end of the playlist. Oh, I have. Whoops. One sec, let me fix that. Oh. I'm going to let it roll out the playlist into a... There you go. It'll just roll out the original playlist into its... What the hell is going on here? Oh, for crying out loud already. Why can't I? Stupid thing. There we go. Can see what's going on now. That always helps. Just try and fix my windows. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Sorry guys, bear with me a second. Something went weird with my chat windows here. There we go. Hopefully. Oh, it's done that weird thing, is it? Okay, well, whatever. I'll live. What happens? I didn't die. I just retired from it because I haven't got time. We've only got a few days till the PTR lands. We've only got 7 days in the PTR, and I've got too much stuff to test. So I need to do a load of prep work for it. So I just didn't have time to do hardcore today and tomorrow. So that's why. You're going for the Rake Evade build, Crazy Monkey. Nice. Yeah, it's a really strong build. It's quite gear dependent, but once you get to it, it's really, really good, yeah. Blocking. Chance to gain velocity when you crowd control. You're never going to be below 60% life here. You can just do this. Every 5 evades will reduce one of your cooldowns. Not that you're going to have much of those anyway. Or oh yeah, after you evade, your next core skill dashes you to your target and does more damage. Okay. That'll be useful for the one I want to do in a minute. From a close enemy. Oh, we'll actually put Slaughter in there instead, actually, I think. Cat, can you not do that, please? Thank you. Slaughter. And then if we go over, save those, if we go over to the Cool Volley one, we actually can, there's actually another one in here we can use. Oh, Cat, can you stop opening the door, please? Thank you. There's actually one in here which allows us to scale our core skill damage when we evade. Where was it again? Where are you? Was it a mobility one? It might have been. Yeah, after you evade, your next core skill dashes you to your target. But what happened? Oh, no, actually, no. On this version, we're going to use the unique boots. What we're doing. There you go. Path for the Emissary. That just, it just gives you a crazy amount of movement speed, but it gives you core skill damage. And we're going to be moving all the time. And the only core skill we've got that's of the Eagle Prime is Quill Volleys. It's just going to cast Quill Volley for us. And then I suppose on our gloves we would then go... Hey, Nemesis Neil. Eagle? I'm not allowed to say that. Oh, I broke it already. Whoops. I'll try from now. Goodness me. Making it difficult for me. How you doing, Neil? You good? I haven't thought about Halloween, Death Dealer. So for the gloves, we can change the resistance all here to core skills in this version. Obviously, we can go GA here for core skills. I mean, essentially, every time we evade, we're going to Quill Volley. It'll be very interesting to see how that actually works. Like, how does the targeting work on that? Because we're not going to be Is it going to just go in the direction we're moving? Probably. Not entirely clear. But you get ranks to core skills there as well. So you get loads of core skill ranks. Lovely. Loads of them. Now the question then is... It just gives you more AoE, I suppose, this version. I don't know exactly how this will play out, but that just gives your Quill Volley a whole bunch of damage. It's not gonna be, you know, you're kind of half in and half out, but it is more damage on your boots than what you had. You haven't got the aspect on for Quill Volley, that's the only thing. That gives the rebounding aspect. Oops. Both times. So it allows your feathers to go out and come back again and hit the targets lots of times. But I suppose that only really matters if you're on their face. Like, if you're actually on the boss. Like, if you're evading around, the feathers may or may not want to go in and out. I don't know exactly how that works. You might not need rebounding with this version, honestly. You're just getting it as extra damage, AoE, and if you evade into the boss, the Quill Volleys will go out and hit them as well. What you will maybe want to do is the skill tree here. I mean, that's the main change, though. I mean, there's Just roll core skills instead. That then does... Yeah, the adaptability doesn't scale out Quill Volley here, actually. So look what else we've got. Ideally, you'd have something generic that would scale both in a really big way. I mean, there's obviously redirected force. I could move there and put something else over here. That's only 30x. You wouldn't want to put that on the amulet. It's not a basic skill unless you've got the Rod of Kep on. But you won't be able to perma evade without Sepazontic, so I don't think. After attacking enemies with a basic skill, increase the damage of your next core skill cast within 5 seconds. That one really needs a buff, I think. Doesn't go up high enough. Hey, Black Velvet, first time chat. How you doing, man? If I may ask, will you be posting this build for the PTR? Yes. Well, I mean, it's already on there, right? This is on D4 builds. All of the builds planners that I'll have these are just baseline blueprints that I will start my testing with, and then they will probably change while I test next week. But yes, they'll all be available. This one will be done, and you can have a quick look through it in a bit. This is by no means perfect because there's still a lot of unknowns. They're rebalancing all the affixes, for example. I don't know how high the armor affixes are going to be, or the all-res affixes. We don't know exactly what the changes to the skill tree and Paragon tree will be. So, but yeah, this will be a starting point, and then I'm sure it will change when I come to test it. I mean, if that's stat 66 times, that'd be pretty nutty. It's just pure luck, though, whether it lands on the one you want. But I suppose you put that on your amulet, that's 47.5%. And if that stacks up to 6 times, it's 240. It's like 280% generic damage. Sometimes you might end up unlucky, though. That's the thing. Fate can favour you, granting the same bonus more than once. But the problem is, it depends. I bet you this is what's going to happen on the PTR. It can end up stacking, and it can actually end up stacking against you 6 times. So it's not lucky. So it's like you could end up stacking it 6 times in your favour, or you could end up stacking it 6 times not in your favour. So it's just kind of not really better in overall. And we don't know all the sanctified affixes. That's true as well. Ramzino coming in with the 14 months. Ramzino, thank you, dude. Give me a bean number between 1 and 7, dude. And we'll get one of those inside me. Yeah, Captain Colours like, bean, 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 let's go! No, it's just... See, this would be great if I was using the Rod of Kep. I'm trying to think in my head, like, is there a world where... No, it's not going to work unless you've got the Ring of Midnight Sun on as well. So you'd better off using Redirected Force over here, moving Adaptability off. I mean, this will give your... Generically, your Storm Feathers will do less, but then you're relying on your Quill Volley doing a lot of damage as well to make up for it. And maybe that would actually give you more damage overall. So, I don't know, it's just dump like something random on here. I don't know if this would be better or not, but theoretically, that gives you 210x, which will be, if you had 250 resource, which is probably the highest you're going to get easily without having a midday hunt, you might get a little bit higher. Let's say you get 300, you'd be at 270 with adaptability, so your storm feathers will get more. This here, as long as it procs, you could just stand there and take a hit and then it'll proc, I guess. But as long as it procs, that's going to give you 210. And then over here, we can stick something else on generic, like, I don't know, Vehement's Brawler or something. I don't know if there's anything higher. Lucky number 7. Lucky for you, probably. Not for me, I reckon. Hey, Damon, how's it going, dude? Well, let me get one of those out for you. Do I think there'll be a special graphic for the sanctified affixes? They showed an image. 1 second. Is it in here? I don't know. Sanctify. Where's the sanctify stuff? 1 second. Okay, it's not in here. I don't think there's an image. There was an image they showed of an item with it, and it was just, when you looked at the item, it didn't have like a special color on the affix, I don't think. But we shall see. I don't think so. But I could be wrong. There's conceited as well. We could use conceited, but that's the same damn... We're going to be spamming Eagle on this build. Like no tomorrow. So this one gives you the same generic damage bonus as long as you're spamming your ultimate every 8 seconds. And you also gain 2 ultimate ranks, which reduces the cooldown on Seeker even further and gives it more damage. So you may as well take Vehemence rather than conceited here. I was just going to have a quick look to see if there's anything else that goes higher. I don't think there is. I did just have a quick look, do I? There's no double dipping going on now, so... Anyway, let's go over here a second. I've got this bean from Ramzino. Ramzino, thank you so much for the 14 months and the resub, dude. I really, really appreciate your support. That's very, very kind of you. Here is a rotten egg or butter popcorn bean boozled bean for you. I'm not looking forward to the old rotten egg. That's probably what I'm going to get. Let's see what I've got. Yeah. I can never really quite tell if it's rotten egg or butter popcorn because neither of them taste particularly great in these jelly beans. But anyway, either way, I think you win there. But thank you so much, Ramsey. No, I appreciate you, dudes. That's awesome. What builds am I planning to mess around with PTR? As many Spiritborn builds as I can humanly fit in a week. Womp womp, indeed. It might have been butter popcorn, but it doesn't taste great. It doesn't taste as good as popcorn normally does. You actually have Ramzino, yeah. Oh, man. Not ideal. Yeah, we've asked for Edgemasters to go higher. 25x, 25% doesn't seem like it's... Like, if that was 40%, that would be the one I'd put on. And it feels like if you're going to play a build that scales it, that'd have been nice, but... Anyway. Oh, actually, 1 second. Oh, no. We want... if you're going to do the core skill thing, you need to take stuff... And we're doing an evade build. I mean, this isn't going to be the highest pit pushing build ever. It's just not. But actually, if we're not using... on this one, if you're not using max resource... You don't care about the max resource here now because we're not using adaptability and we're not scaling damage on it. So we can actually change this to another passive. We don't care about the max resource here anymore. So you could go armor in here. Oh, God. Go on. Oh, it's total armor. That's why. And then you could put another passive in here, like Apex or something. That's probably the next best, to be honest. because follow through only gives you 4x. And that's, yeah, Apex is probably the next best here. I think that's the only thing that's got max resource on it. Yep, seems reasonable. The other thing we could change is this down here, because we've got no need for needing to scale these anymore, as per se. So we could change this to something better. So you got a Headhunter, 10-10-100, or Guzzler, if you're guzzling down your potions, or you could even take Fulminate, I suppose. Although it's very much damage on Tuesdays and it gets healthy and injured, but you could do. Or we could even take Fitness for the... It's another dex scaler, so we'd need to find some nodes from somewhere. It'd give you some more Vigor generation. With Quill Volley, this is actually very strong for generating Vigor, to be fair, with Fitness. No, we can't guarantee that we'll be close to them. So it's either going to be Fitness or Fulminate. I think would be the next ideals. You're going to have so much damage in between. What's it, 35% and 80% or 85%? There's so much life where you just won't gain anything from that middle. But then Fitness, you're probably better off. Well, you'll get more consistent damage out of Fitness on crits, but you'll get more damage at the beginning and the end of a fight with Fulminate. I guess we're not that bothered about Vigor generation, especially since we generate a lot anyway with the vulnerable node. That gives you what, 12 and 12. That gives you straight up 14. That's 10 and 12. So that actually gives you more damage. And it scales on intelligence. How much intelligence do we get here? I mean, we don't even need any of this anymore. You could just straight up not even worry about those. I don't have enough nodes. And you just consume your potions to get the middle bit. Man, I'd like to get all these, but I don't have enough nodes left. Womp womp. Oh, you could just ignore these. We don't need any of this stuff. Okay, we'll do that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oops, turn that there. That's what 5 nodes I've gained. So I mean, I'm missing. There's what I can get 69. I'd have to gain another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 6 nodes from somewhere if I wanted to max that out. I'm not sure if that's actually easy to do. I might possibly wouldn't need all of that stuff. Maybe I wouldn't. Not with the canny rune working properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, let's do that. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I need 1 more from somewhere. 1 more. You could just take that out, I suppose. No. I mean, the intention is you'll be healthy all the time and you'll never have to worry about that. So it's probably okay to put that there. Hey, easy. How's it going? Drifter, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. So who did your animations, etc.? Drifter, which animations are you talking about? Are you talking about like my webcam animations and stuff? Hey, Baker, how's it going, dude? How you doing, man? Yeah, Guzzler's one of those. It's like the whole concept of consuming potions to get damage is kind of, it grates on me a little bit, but but then again, actually, that's not so bad because with the temerity, you can just consume them. You may now drink your healing potion while at full life, so you're at a situation where you can actually smash your potions whenever you like, just to gain barrier for free. So yeah, I mean, Guzzler works okay here with the temerity on. It's fine. Bit of a question mark about redirected force here, I've got to be honest. And I do wonder if if the aspect of elements is going to be bugged and give us crazy damage. I'm definitely going to have to test it. The one where if you get lucky, it will stack damage for you. What's the chances that that's going to be bugged and it's going to get lucky and stack more than 6 times? And you just get infinite damage. My webcam and page graphics. So I've got an artist that I use that I found on like a private hire website through a connection. He's done a pretty good job. Although, to be honest, and this is not knocking the artist, because art rarely comes back perfect first time when you can't sit there and actually get them, you give them like an idea and they have to go off and make one. But it's only as good as it is because I can vision stuff, I just can't draw. And I was extremely picky about lots of things, so I kept asking for revisions for the right stuff. So eventually the art became as good as it is. But when I first got it, it had little like indiscrepancies and blemishes or whatever, and I asked for those to be fixed. So, but he's a good artist. I mean, he's done a really good job with the logo and stuff. I'm really happy with it all. I'm extremely picky because I've worked with some of the best games artists in the UK. So I've worked with people who are extremely good at art. Very high quality stuff they produce, and they are OCD perfectionists themselves. So I guess I just got used to working with that. How comes you ask anyway? I presume there's a reason why you ask. I think this is okay to start with. I think everything else can pretty much stay the same. All the real big difference here is we're just going to have it so that when we evade, we're just going to hit quill volley everywhere as well. And we've just made it so we're hedging our bets on that we're hedging our bets that taking out the max resource scaling on adaptability, which only scales the storm feathers, we're hedging our bets that quill volley is going to outweigh the extra damage we'd have got there. I do need to do one other thing. We need to put the points in here. We don't care about the vulnerable there. Hurls out 3 additional feathers and deals extra damage, increased damage to each enemy per hit. Okay. Quill Volley's feathers fly further and converge on your target with additional critical hit chance for each point of vigor you had on cast. Okay. So if you have 500 vigor, you'll have 100% crit chance. Fair enough. 10 to 100 to 20. Yeah, if you've got 500 vigor on cast, you'll have 100% crit chance on your Quill Volley. You're going to take this one, aren't you? When you're on a boss, you just evade in and out of them. And your Quill Volleys are all going to hit them and you're just going to do more damage. That's what you would do. Where do I get 3 points from? That is a good question. When you evade, you attack with Thunder Spike long way. Oh, we absolutely need this. I really don't think we're going to need all the points in there, probably. So I just need 3 more points. We'll probably get away without those, honestly. I probably won't need Auspicious here either, honestly. You use a potion to get the barrier. So that's there you go. Problem solved. Easy peasy. Could have probably taken out the ultimate ones as well, but we get away with it. That's it. Be very interested to see how that plays out. Okay, so on I have done... Oops, don't want to tick any of these. Oh, yeah, no, I do. That is an evade. You probably can level on those. Certainly level on those. Right, planner. I have done an evade one. I have done an evade cool volley one. Okay, nice. It's 2 builds. Sort of ready to go for testing. You thought about upgrading your page cam panel and emotes? Nice. Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, I obviously did pay for those, and they weren't cheap, to be fair. He's a good artist, but yeah, you can use a website called Fiverr, Fivvr. There's loads on there. You'd have to look around and find one that suits your style. There's a lot of very good artists. It's like a website for people that are freelancers. And they have like ratings and comments and reviews and stuff on there, so you can go and check all that stuff out, and you'll find one you like, or maybe the artist style that I've got isn't exactly what you're looking for, but there's loads on there. I just helped an acquaintance kill Lilith on T4 with your rate. Nice. You don't have mythics on him, and it takes 1 or 2. I know, it's absolutely absurd, isn't it? I am actually personally a little sad that Lilith is so easy to kill now. I totally get why all of the farmable bosses had their immunity phases removed, but I feel like Lilith shouldn't have had that. She was the only one boss that was a challenge because of skill, not because you could out-gear her. And they removed that with making her one-shottable, her barrier resilient stuff. To be fair, next season there's going to be a lot less power creep. It will probably be a lot harder to just be able to one-shot her in T4. I'm sure some builds will get there. It will take more effort, though, because I don't think we'll be seeing builds in the 140 range unless they've got really broken unlimited damage levels of interactions, which hopefully people will find on the PTR, and then we can get those fixed. But I really feel like Lilith should have just stayed a challenge. There was no reason to do her other than to say, I've done her to get your seasonal journey tick or whatever. It's an actual challenge to do. It wasn't something you're going to farm over and over again. You might do a once or twice a season, and then that's it. We don't need skill on Lilith. You just need... That's true, but it's still... You don't even need that anymore, Polis. You just go and slap her, and she dies. You give her a good old spanking. Well, this is it. Yeah, I mean, the rewards is a separate question and point, I think. What are my thoughts on the Season 11 PTR? I mean, I'm pretty happy overall because the game's going to feel very different, which keeps the game very fresh for me. And when I've played it as much as I have, it obviously will excite me. Are there some things on there that concern me? Yeah, sure. There's a couple of things on there I'm not so sure are going to work out in the long run, but that's why we got PTR. We'll go test them. We'll see how it feels. I'm sure there'll be a lot of broken stuff. There'll be some things that don't work as well as they should do, and etc. But yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, it's probably going to be all right. I quite like I am really looking forward to playing against the new elite affixes, actually. And I don't mind it if they make the game a little more challenging to play, rather than it just being a one-shot machine all the time. If they make it so you've actually got some challenging gameplay at least somewhere in the game, then that's not a bad thing necessarily. Okay, this is not a perfect setup. I'm probably done with this one until we go and test it. Now, at this point. This is a pretty well-rounded build, so if you got all of his stuff, it would work. Is it the most optimal? Probably not. But we can certainly look to come back and optimize some of that out at some point, so we can move on to another build. Where's my... Oh, yeah, there we go. I was going to say, where's my build gone? No, all that time. Okay, I'm going to do Touch of Death next. This one... Ooh, or do I do Rushing Claw? No, we'll do Rushing Claw. I'm trying to do the build guides for the ones I haven't done yet. I haven't got on Mobalytics yet for myself, or new builds in general. Rushing Claw. There's a few different versions of this that we could try. There's a touch of death builds that I want to try out as well. No worries, Merlin. I don't think they'll do another PTR close to Season 11. They're only going to do a PTR if they've given themselves enough time to react to it. And I can tell you from my experience as a game dev for many, many years, Drifter, that once you get a week before release, it will be absolute critical bug fixes only. They won't even be doing feature changes at that point. They give themselves a month between the end of the PTR, or about a month between the end of the PTR and the season release, because that gives them one dev cycle, like 2 weeks, to do any major overhaul changes, and that gives them 2 weeks to do critical bug fixes only and make sure stuff is working as best as possible. That last week or two, they will be literally wanting to change as minimal as possible. So if you do a PTR and like just before it, you won't have any time to do anything as a result. It's pointless. So they won't, I don't think. The PTR is only up for a purpose of getting feedback so they can actually address it before it goes live. If they don't have any time to do that, then they're not going to run it. So that's my reasoning. I can't imagine they will actually run one. Okay. Rushing Claw. So Rushing Claw, we are probably going to want to run these boots, to be honest. One way or another. I was thinking about this earlier. And if you get a good roll, 4 meters is probably okay for Rushing Claw. You'll probably get that, so you'll invoke this all the time. And it's got enough movement speed on it. You don't even need to GA it. You do actually want movement speed here, because Rushing Claw can only be used on enemies or things you can target. So between those, you're going to need to be able to at least run faster than a snail. So we'll put that stuff in core skills there. And then you've got the weapon. There's a Rushing Claw aspect here. I can't remember. Yeah, which one's it? Rip and Tear. Rushing Claw deals increased damage and is empowered based on how many charges. We'll put that on one of the rings. 60. You're probably better off putting, well, I mean, Redirected will be your strongest option here, as long as you can actually take a hit to block. 280x. Question is, do we go Ibawaka? Probably. Or do we go for Laws' Mantle? The Laws' Mantle will double that weapon damage. So this is the thing, right? If that Beast Strike, where it says increasing when you hit with every 15th time you deal direct damage with a Jaguar skill, unleash a Beast Strike for 100% weapon damage, increasing all damage you deal by 3% and doubling Beast Strike's damage, and it stacks 5 times. If that doubles every time, so it's times 2 to the power of whatever the stack is, then at 100% that goes to 200, 400... Sorry, 200, 400, 800, 600. That's 3,200. So if you then got the Loyalty's Mantle on and you double that up, that would go up to 6,400. That would be mega. 6,400% weapon damage with unyielding hits on as well. If that's how that works, that would be ridiculous. Then again, even if it's not how it works, even if it only doubles up and gives you 600% damage, and then you use the Lord's Mantle, that gives you 1,200% weapon damage. And again, if you use unyielding hits, that's another 2.5x. So that gives you 30 times. That gives you 30 times weapon damage as your base damage. as a hit there. And then any generic scalers, I guess, would scale it as well, including the 15% you get there. The only thing is, using the Loyalty's Mantle, you've got to take the Jaguar primary as a result as well. And gaining Veracity. What's the benefits here for gaining Veracity? There is potentially a benefit. Ibawaka gives you 144x. No, it doesn't. It gives you 120x, but it gives you access to 3 spirits. Which means you would probably, on this, you'd go Gorilla. That's only poisoning. That Storm. You would go, well, I guess you would go... You could go Eagle for the... You got 2 options. You either go Gorilla, Eagle, or you go Eagle, Gorilla. Gorilla only scales your... No, you wouldn't. No, I'm just thinking... That's if you went Ibawaka. So then you would lose that Jaguar scaling. Do you know what? I think we're going to just go full Jaguar on this. And we're going to test that. Because the way I read it is... It's the way that Rob was explaining and reading it. It does sound like it's going to double it every time. And if it does, that's pretty ridiculous, actually. That would be insane. If you get 6,400% weapon damage, you get 64 times weapon damage. That would be mental. But like I say, even without it, you get 24 times. I think. Because at bare minimum, you're going to get 100% extra weapon damage stacking 5 times. So that would be 500%. That's the bare minimum, plus your original 100. So that's 600%. And then you times 2 with your Loyalty's Mantle. Because it... increases the damage on it by 100%. So at bare minimum, if at worst case scenario, you're going to get 13 times weapon damage on hit there. And then scaled up by any of your scalers. But best case scenario, it'll go up to 64x. And then unyielding hits will take that up another 2.5 times. So it'll be 64 plus your original 100. So 65 times weapon damage. And then 2.5 times that with unyielding hits. So you end up at 130, like 162 times weapon damage. So, I mean, that sounds ridiculous. If that's how that works, that's going to hit really, really hard. Yeah, it's funny because Rob was like, I'm not sure Rushing Claw will do a lot of damage, but I can see a way how you'd be able to get Rushing Claw to activate that really, really quickly, actually. We'll have to see. This might not be... It might just be bugs, but... That does sound pretty strong, to be honest. And then on top of that, let's just stick it on a ring for now. You're going to use Rip and Tear. Rushing Claw deals increased damage. Lovely. And it's empowered based on how many charges you have when you cast it. So... If it's got 1, it heals you for 15% max life. Lovely. If it's got 2, it guarantees overpower. If it's got 3, it guarantees critical strike. And if you've got 4, it strikes an additional time. So you hit twice every time. So if you've got 4 charges every time you hit, you're going to end up getting all 4 of those every time. You're going to take that regardless. And the benefit of having the Loyalty's Mantle on, it gives you 60% cooldown, up to 60%... Yeah, 60% cooldown reduction on Rushing Claw to begin with, which is pretty insane, actually. Like, that's just your baseline reduction. It's already giving you 4 charges every 20 seconds. That instantly brings it down to 4 charges every 8 seconds, and without anything else involved. There might be some extra stuff we can do here. think I need to look at the skill tree here and figure that out first. We're obviously not going to take evade here, so we'll just take... Yes, you just take 2 points to unlock it for now. That's fine. There's a reason why I'm going to do this. This is going to be very important. Yes. Cooldown. Don't care about this. This is very important. This is how I think this is going to work. When I was in other people's streams earlier and they were talking about this, they were like, we're not sure unless you can take both branches how you do. So I can see a way you can make this work. I was thinking about this. It's not a core skill, so... But you will have rake in here. Your rake will be hitting. So let's just take those for now anyway. So your rake does more damage. But you could just use rake as a utility. I mean, we just start with that. Actually, do we even need to say that? No. Okay, we'll just do this for now. Obviously, you're going to take all of these. We'll figure it out so we got vulnerable on the build somehow. We'll do that in a minute. We'll make it so that we're unstoppable. So your mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to X seconds based on how far you travelled with them. Obviously, you're going to take that, right? So that's 3 seconds based on how far you travelled with them. I don't know how far you've got to go to get to 3 seconds, but either way, that's going to reduce that cooldown on the charges even more. So that's another thing that's great. That's evading, so we don't care about this. You're going to take Ravager, because that means every time you hit with Rushing Claw, you're going to hit more. You're going to hit with more hits on Ravager, and you're going to take... We don't care about figure generation, and we don't care about lock-ons, because it's not core skills. So you take this. We're going to have a lot of healing on this build. So you receive stacks while healing, and then Ravager spends stacks to strike elite enemies up to 8 additional times. So once you've got elites in there, you're going to strike them much more times, way quicker with Ravager. So that's really nice. I guess we're going to have Resolve. I know a way we can solve that. So it's going to give you damage reduction, which we'll need. And we'll probably need Armored Hide on the bar. You're probably going to want counterattack on the bar just so that you can get the extra crit damage. You'll take that for the extra 10 block chance. Probably take that for the extra healing. We'll see how many Gorilla Seals we get on the bar. Cheers, Rocket Evil. Hey. Obviously, we're maxing Rushing Claw out. The other thing about Rushing Claw is, right, is this enough? I don't know. I've never really played Rushing Claw, but I'm intrigued to try it. But they did give it an actual just straight up buff, and it's pretty significant. They doubled its base damage. So the damage was... They literally just straight up doubled its base damage from 80 to 160. So it's pretty big. And enemies hit by Rushing Claw take 20% increased damage from Rushing Claw up to 100. So you can multiply your Rushing Claw by 5 times. Rushing Claw now has 12 maximum charges. Okay. Casting it consumes all of its charges to increase its damage by 50% per charge, and it hits a larger area. I mean, you're going to take that, and then you're just going to work out how on earth do I get those charges back up to maximum as soon as possible. Although, does that work against Rip and Tear? Oh, interesting. Rip and Tear. Rushing Claw deals increased damage and is empowered based on how many charges it has. Oh, I see. Rip and Tear doesn't consume the charges. It's just normally the maximum is 4. So once you're at 4 charges, you use, I suppose, when you're at 4 charges, when you use Rushing Claw, it uses a charge. So that would put it down to 3. With this node here, this node's only really good if you can somehow work out how to generate your charges very, very quickly here. And that's what we got to try and solve. If you can somehow make it solve so you can get back to 12 charges here very, very quickly, which I think we can do on this, or at least get up to close to it. So every time you cast Rushing Claw, you're going to end up with, well, a loss of charges. I mean, even if you've only got 4 charges, that's 200% more damage. That's a 3x multiplier, and it hits in a larger area. If you've got 12 charges, that's a 600% bonus damage. That's a 7x multiplier. It's massive. But you've got to work out how to generate those maximum charges. I mean, that on top of the 5x here, 5x, 7x, that's 35x. On top of all, I mean, the bare minimum from the Jaguar primary there, that's mental. Plus, you're guaranteeing, if you've got at least 4 stacks, you want to make it so you've always got at least 4 stacks every time you cast Rushing Claw, bare minimum, even with that 12x thing. Because then you're guaranteeing, actually 3, because then at least then you're guaranteeing overpowering and critical striking that unlocks all of the crit strike and overpower damage as well. And that's another 1.5x multiplier on both of them. That would probably be solvable. Oh, there must be a way to solve that. How's it going, Mark? Are you good? How you doing, man? I think that we'll figure it out. I think it'll be doable, though. This is the other thing, actually. You're going to take Potent here. That's more cooldown reduction. What I don't know, I can't remember if that is diminishing returns if you stack it with Loyalty's Mantle. I think it is. But I can't remember. Because that doesn't go into your stats as cooldown reduction. It goes in, it's a separate one that works specifically on your base spirits. But either way, I mean, you've got Potent here. The attack speed really doesn't matter. You've got to come through here regardless because you're going to make it so you stack all the Veracity and then you're going to get loads of crit damage because you're going to guarantee crit. Gain Jaguar attack skill, attack speed, and you get cooldown reduction. If you had another 5 ranks in here, so you could get another bunch of cooldown reduction there. Yeah, if you were using Ibawaka, you could have benefited from both of these. Easily have capped those. That could have been another 18x and another 24x there. That's a trade-off. We're going for the Loyalty's Mantle, but you're if you go with the Loyalty's Mantle, you're assuming that Jaguar primary is going to be very, very high damage. Whichever one we go for, you're going to be spamming the ultimate like no tomorrow. Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute. What primary are we going to use? Oh, that's the thing, actually. Every 3rd consecutive cast of the same core or potency skill reduces all skills' active cooldowns by 10%, increased by 2% for each of their skill ranks. Maybe that's what you do. We're not casting a basic skill constantly here, but you are going to be casting... You're going to be casting Rushing Claw, and assuming that doesn't bug out with the invoked auto core skills, so it's... I mean, actually, no, that's interesting. I don't know here where it says every 3rd consecutive cast, because you've never really done this in any builds before. Does it track the consecutive casts and then remove that if you cast a different core skill? I suppose I could test this in the current version of the game. Or does it track them on each individual core skill? So Rake has its... If I had Rake, and that's being auto-invoked, does that have its own 3 consecutive cast tracking? And then does the potency skill Rushing Claw have its own one? If that's the case, then that means every time I Rushing Claw... I'm actually going to go test this. I can test this in game. Because if that's the case, that means Prodigy's tempo cooldown reduction would invoke twice. It would invoke twice every 3 rushing claws, assuming you go far enough. As long as you've got a good enough pair of boots and you invoke Rake 3 times as well, you'd end up getting... That doesn't have diminishing returns, so that reduces your cooldowns, meaning you'll get your rushing claw charges back giga fast. You just got home from work. How was work? To me, that's... I mean, either way, even if it doesn't do that, even just on the 3 casts, increased by 2% for each skill rank, you're just going to want to get as many rushing claw ranks as you humanly can. I've got 4 points left. I'm probably going to want these here. And then... I haven't got an ultimate. Oh, I've spent too many points. I need some points back. Oh, I don't need to put that many in there. What am I doing? Disgusting behaviour. Yeah, if it does what I just said, then you'd want to max out rake skills. But if it doesn't, you can take those points out. Now, the question is, which ultimate do you go for? I guess the Hunter, to be honest. Because it overstacks your ferocity, which means you get more damage on your crit strike damage. What the? Player attacks are guaranteed to critically strike for the duration of the Eagle Spirit on Harmonious. Does it? That can't be right. Let's have a quick look. That seems incredibly random. That might be an error in their planners. I'm going to double check that though. Yeah. In fact, let me check the patch notes as well, just in case. I don't believe that's changed. No, it's not. Oh, sorry. No, it hasn't. No, nothing. I don't believe that changed. Skills, passives. No, it didn't. I think that's an error in their planners. I don't know. Yeah, that's meant to be on Harmonious Seeker. Yeah, I was going to say, that confused me for a minute. I was like, what? That second part there is meant to be up on Harmonious Seeker, not on Harmonious the Hunter. Okay. Increased damage to injured enemies. Killing an enemy while the Hunter is present has a 40% chance to instantly reset its cooldown. I mean, I feel like that's probably the one we're going to go for. I'd prefer to have more ranks in there so we could spam it more. This also... Oh, saying that. Well, saying that, that would give us cracked amounts of... I mean, giga-cracked amounts of... of mobility. Use that between groups of enemies to get you, and then you won't have to, and then you just rush and claw them. I just need more ranks. Where have I'm just starting to think. I haven't got any form of unstoppable, so 2 seconds is probably not long enough here. I need to know what my skills are going to be, but I'm going to quick look at this. I probably can get away without these. Let's do that. And I need another... We're going to want the damage reduction. What else can we get rid of here? There's a reason why... one of the reasons Rake's really good here is because it doesn't matter how much damage Rake does on this version of the build. We're going for rushing claw damage. But Rake here, hitting at least one enemy reduces your longest active cooldown. So if your main cooldown that's active is... If your longest cooldown is Rushing Claw, then it'll reduce that. Or it'll help reduce your Armored Hide cooldown if you're going to use that, for example. mean, the only other option is to get rid of this. Vulnerable enemies deal less damage to you. Or... yeah, you want that. It's the crit damage. Oh, actually, we don't care about maximum vigor on this, do we? So we can use that as a way through. We're not scaling via max vigor on this version of build, so that's fine. All right, and then we can put one in there. 4 seconds. We can cast this every 6. So ideally, we would have 3 points there. We'll just do this then for now. 2 of those will be right. Yeah, you want to be able to cast that pretty much every 6 seconds if you can. You just want to be spamming the absolute living daylights out of it. Saying that, there is something else we could actually consider doing. Okay, so there's that. I'm starting to wonder, legitimately, if the Wusha Nuk Pa will be absolutely ridiculous for this. I mean, not only would this basically just reset my ultimate anyway, but casting an ultimate skill grants or amplifies its matching primary spirit hall bonus for up to 300%. So that plus your 100 on your loyalty's mantle gives it a 5x damage boost. So that means worst case scenario, assuming that calculation happens. I mean, yeah, I mean, assuming that calculation happens before the doubling up. I mean, if it happens, let's say worst case scenario happens after the doubling up. Oh, it doesn't really matter which way around it is. So worst case scenario, 100x doubled up onto goes up to 600x. And then you multiply that by 5 times. That's 3,000% weapon damage. That's worst case scenario. Best case scenario, it goes to 3,200%. And then that's multiplied up by 5 times. So that goes to 17,000% weapon damage. And that would obviously be completely and utterly busted, because then you go 2.5 times with unyielded. And that will go to 41,500% weapon damage, which would be ridiculous, to be honest. You must be hitting for big damage at that point. You're doing 415 times damage. Like, you could start with a base of 1,000 damage and you're hitting for 415,000 before anything else. If you're hitting for 20,000, you're going to be hitting for 8 million before anything else. You know, it's that damage would scale very, very quickly. The other thing is this makes Hunter a mobility skill, which then means it plays into your mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to 3 seconds based on how far you travel with them. So that allows you to get a lower cooldown on your Hunter when you use it. And allows it to play into all the mobility stuff. I'm actually starting to wonder if that... I mean, you wouldn't be able to get the doubling up on the aspects. That obviously doesn't scale with the rushing claw damage as per se. So if your rushing claw is the actual damage, then a legendary... Well, actually, I should probably look at the legendary weapon tempers for rushing claw. I've never used it before, so I honestly haven't got a clue. There must be one, right? What is it? Rushing claw deals double damage, and it can only go on the weapon. There's 2 ways of working this. You're either going all in on that primary Jaguar, or you're actually making the rushing claw the main damage. I don't know which one would end up being better. Probably that primary Jaguar. If that's the case, you would just take invasive rushing claw Using Rushing Claw's last charge will instantly refill 4 charges by consuming 4 stacks of Ferocity. So you just want to make sure you've always got 4 stacks of Ferocity, and then, which you will with the Hunter, and then you'll never run out of Rushing Claw charges, ever. And then you just want to be hitting enemies 15 times as fast as humanly possible. And then everything you take is taken to scale. I'll make 2 versions of this build accordingly, I think. Hey, Big Papa, how's it going, man? Thanks for the 5 months. Yeah, give me a bean number between 1 and 7. Let's do it. How you doing, dude? I sent you. I haven't looked at my Discord since I've gone live. I sent you a message earlier. Negative numbers, probably. Yeah. We'll make this just a standard Rushing Claw when it actually plays into Rushing Claw. Number 3. Okay, let me get one of those out. But I mean, either way, that primary Jaguar scaling on that weapon damage could be incredibly strong with unyielding hits. You're going to use unyielding hits regardless. This will build quite similar either way. It will just be the weapon will change, and then you switch the focus of the damage, that's all. It won't be a lot different, so it won't be that difficult. Once I've got the main version sorted, it won't be that much different to swap over. I'll just need the right weapon. Let's move over here a second. Big Papa, thank you so much for the 5 months. I really, really appreciate that, dude. And all right, nice. I'll read that after stream and we can chat at some point. But here's your number 3. Hopefully it gives you a bit of a giggle. Bubblegum or blue cheese? Let's see what we got. It is, in fact, bubblegum this time. I win this round, which is good because the last one wasn't so great. But I do appreciate you, dude. And yeah, we'll chat. I'll check it after stream, no problem. But I hope you're okay. And I hope are you going to get a chance to play the PTR? At least give it a play. Right. You obviously, if you're going all in on Rushing Claw, you're obviously going to put double damage on here. You'll get to it a bit. Nice. Yeah, cool. You'll want... Well... I guess you'll take... I mean, if you're keeping Armored Hide up all the time, we'll put Blood Chance in there for the moment. You'll obviously want Dex. You'll probably want Max Life. What else we got here? This is where it gets interesting, because I believe... Okay. So we're aiming to make it so we can overpower every time. So overpower scales higher. So we'll take overpower damage. And then we don't care about resource so much, at least right now. And it's not percent. This is wrong. How high is the lucky hit on Rushing Claw? 30%. It's quite high. Holy cow. Put a Fist of Fate on, your lucky hit chance goes through the roof. You can get 100% lucky hit chance of Rushing Claw, easy. So you can get what, like 170 something on the Fist of Fate, can't you, a GG one? Wow, I haven't even spec'd into Rushing Claw. I've got 17 ranks. Oh, I suppose this is busted because of the... I'm using the Hesha Ekasungi. But, if you've got 17 ranks in Rushing Claw, that percent damage will be doubled. Be like 300. It'll be 300% damage, which is pretty broken. Anyway, okay, so you're probably going to put life on hit, life per hit here. You actually probably are. You're going to do something like that. And then honestly, you probably will put Redirected Force there because it is just so much more damage than everything else. You're just going to want to be able to have 100% block chance. Yeah. There's two different ways we can do the block chance thing, but I'll come back to that in a minute. So we'll put Hunter in here. We will probably want some way to group enemies together, so I'm just thinking about this. Thing is, with the loyalties mantle, for this version, we're not worried about... If we're scaling the damage of the actual rushing claw and not worrying about the beast strike damage, loyalties mantle is not the play. You actually are better off with a Harlequin's crest. Probably. Or, well, you need the cooldown reduction. You need cooldown reduction one way or another. If you go Harmony of Ibawaka, you could then use the Heshek Kasungi and go for the Gorilla Ultimate instead. But that wouldn't overfill your Veracity. And the Veracity down here... I feel like you need a way to regen your rushing claw charges via Veracity or something. Have a quick look at this one here. Check your last message. You got some really bad news you got on Friday night. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'll check after stream. This is prep for the PTR smat, yeah, which is on Tuesday. It will. Well, it depends, Damon, because they say they've scaled all the affixes, some more than others. I don't know if they're up or down. So, yeah. But, yes, it should be theoretically easier, for sure. Anything that helps with cooldowns. That we're not evading on this build, so it's not really that useful to us. Your defensive skills cooldowns faster while moving. That actually could be very useful here. That could help reset. That would solve the armored hide issue. It's not damage, but it does solve that problem. All I was thinking was, if you're going all in on the rushing claw damage as such... That won't scale the rushing claw damage. Well, you get 15% here. I was saying that. It's Space Spirit damage. Maybe it does. Maybe that increases it to 30%. Depends, actually. I don't know. I don't know if they say they've changed it in the patch notes so that the where is it? All main Spirit Hall potency affixes changed to main Spirit Hall damage. To main Spirit Hall damage. So that may only scale the weapon damage part. It might not scale the increase all damage you deal by 3%. But if it does, and it goes to 6%, then that suddenly becomes a 60x multiplier rather than a 30x multiplier. And that becomes very strong. So I'm not sure. Doesn't really make that clear. So I'll leave it for now. I mean, it might be better to put a non-loyalties mantle in there for a pure rushing claw, because you're kind of mixing the damage in here. And then if we've got armored hide on, you probably do want that alacrity, actually, to be honest. Because you're going to be moving all the time, one way or another. You're going to be moving with your ultimate. You're going to be moving with rushing claw. That's just going to allow because that's not a Jaguar skill. You don't get the 60% cooldown reduction here. But that basically just means you're going to that's going to have such a ridiculously low cooldown because of it. Plus, your rake will you want that to be off cooldown as quickly as humanly possible. Really. And the only reason you're taking that is so you can get to 100%. Saying that, I'm starting to wonder. Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what, guys. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to be back in 1 or 2 minutes. BRB, guys. Oh, guys, I'm back. Sorry, exceptional. I was getting pretty desperate for the restroom there. What am I cooking? Well, mainly Spiritborn builds, dudes, because I got asked to be the class lead at Mobilytics. So I'm just trying to get. These aren't going to be perfect. These are going to be very rough because there's a lot of unanswered questions. What will be on the PTR with all the rescaling and changes. So it's based off of what we've got. But I just want a rough planner for as many builds as I can. I've got this spreadsheet. I'm going to try and just get a planner together for as many things as I can. so that I'm not spending this time when we've only got 7 days to test. So, and I want to spend at least one of those doing an actual leveling run as well, maybe 2. So I just want to be in a position where I can test as many Spiritborn builds and get an idea what's going on and what's broken and give feedback as I can. So I'm working on the ones I've not I've not really played much before, because they'll be the ones that take the longest, and then the ones I know will take a bit less time, I guess. But yeah, how you doing? You good? It's good to see you, dude, as always. I was thinking when I was just away for a minute, I might not actually need Armored Hide on this build, legit. Like, because so I'm really keen on this change. They changed one of the rings, the Peacemongers. I've always really wanted this to work. It's still got ranks to field on it. I feel like I need to get that changed, but... And the dodge chance might not be crazy, but they changed this ring, right? They changed it hasn't got the biggest damage on it, but the thing about the Peacemongers that they've changed, which makes it particularly interesting to me, is they've removed the Vigor generation, which is fine, because for Rushing Claw, you just do not care about Vigor generation, as per se. Well, not on this version, anyway. Unless you use a Quacks rune, and I guess you figure it out. They've changed it so that while you have at least 4 stacks of Ferocity, you get 15% increased damage and 15% increased multiplicative armor. So this will make it really easy to stack unyielding hits, or make it a lot easier. You get that 15x armor multiplicative for free. And then you gaining Ferocity also grants Resolve, which means you don't need Armored Hide to give you Resolve. You can just not have Armored Hide on the bar. I'm starting to sit here and I was thinking, like, what if we just only have one cooldown on the entire bar other than your ultimate? Like, you're going to have Ravager here somewhere, right? And you're going to have Rake on the bar. Rake's a non-cooldown skill, so that's fine. And that's going to cost, like, no Vigor because of the Loyalty's Mantle. And then you have Ravager because you need that for all of the hits. And these are all reduced by 60% cooldown. So their cooldowns are going to be giga low anyway. By default, 60% from Loyalty's Mantle and 3 ranks of Potent, which is 6% as well. Let's say that's having 50% reduction. That's 63% cooldown reduction you've got. All these skills are going to be, like, really low on cooldown to begin with, and these are mobility skills. That's not, but these are mobility skills. So, like this, actually, no, this one's a mobility skill. If there's another version of the build where we could make this a mobility skill, so that's going to get even further. You just want to make it so that Rushing Claw is going to benefit from all of the extra cooldown reduction as much as humanly possible, so you can generate charges like absolutely no tomorrow, so you can get as close to 12 maximum charges every cast. That is the thing to solve on this build. I mean, is there anything else? Oh, you put counterattack on the bar, but you just don't need to necessarily cast it. I don't know. You've got it. You need to have it on there for the passive ability, to be honest. And then that's it. You probably don't need anything else. Really? Just stick any old gorilla skill on the bar, just so you can get the barrier gen and max life. I guess. Take those out. You probably don't need them. I mean, you could go ham on the field. Gain increased life on kill equal to 5% of your maximum life. So every time you make a kill, like 3 ranks there, 15% of your maximum life every time you make a kill. I mean, it's rubbish. You're going to have 4 stacks of Ferocity here. I've never used Fueled before, to be honest. But there is a situation here where, again, with all the sources of healing we've got now, that solves barrier for us. Temerity, boom, done. One and done. Easy. Loads of armor, loads of life, loads of healing. Fantastic. Probably don't need armor on the amulet. We're going to need unyielding hits. So we put unyield. Actually, no. We put that unique ring on. You kind of need that because you need to You need the stacks of resolve. There's going to be 2 reasons for that: damage reduction, and if we're going to use redirected force, you need 100% block chance, one way or another. So it's not got the biggest amount of damage on it. But the other thing about this is it does give you all stats per veracity and resolve. So if you've got, I don't know, 10 stacks of veracity, you can probably get a bit higher. Oh no, you won't be able to because you haven't. You can get to. Isn't the default? Oh yeah, we doubled up. Okay, so we get 2 from this. I think 4's the default, right? That's 6. And then we can overstack by, is it 2 now? They changed it, didn't they? Where is it? Overfill your veracity by 2. So that's 8 stacks. Let's say 8. It might be 9. You can get 8. And then you're going to get 8 stacks of resolve here as well. So that's 16. Whatever that all stats ends up being. Let's say that all stats... Actually, do you know, I might have one of these rings in here. I can have an idea what it currently is. It might be rescaled. I'm pretty sure I've got a 4GA one of these just sitting around somewhere in here. Yeah, I do. I'd have to reset this. I mean, I'm going to recess it just so that I can see what it is at a base level with a GA on it. There you go. Stick that back in there. Hey, Pyro, how's it going, dude? Drink City Streamer. Cheers, man. Cheers, everyone. Yes, Armor Hide does cut you to 100% block chance. That's what I was saying. I need to figure out how to fix that. Redirected Force might not be the way to go because the problem with rushing Claw is you're rushing in and out of them constantly. You need to actually be taking a hit to block to start with, right? You're working on your Necro swap over, nice. But you're not wrong, that is a consideration. Okay, so default with GA, 6 stats. So if you've got 16 stacks, that will take you up to 96 all stats without any boosts or boons or anything. So that's assuming it hasn't been scaled because things might have changed and been scaled on... things might change or be scaled on the new... They say they've changed all the affixes, so it might be low, it might be higher. But the main thing about this ring is changed is 15x armor and 15x damage. So I guess to be honest, we need unyielding here, right? We'll come back to the block chance, so bear with me. Put Rip and Tear up here because that's a straight up multiplier. So that's 45x there. We're probably not going to need to roll armor on here. We need to get to 5,000 armor, but we don't get the minus 1,000 at Torment 4. We've already got armor percent here. Oh, did I not put a GA on that one? Life per hit, I suppose. We'll be hitting an awful lot on this build. We're going to be hitting so frequently. Life per hit's going to be busted on this. Even if you've only got 10 life per hit, you're looking to hit 15 times as fast as humanly possible. Quite literally. So that'd be 150 live every time. I'm assuming it'd be higher than 10, you know. Yeah, Pyro, I'm good. You're playing around with a hardcore rogue exceptional. How's that going? You thought this one was supposed to be longer from all the changes. Well, they're getting it in earlier so that they've got longer to make adjustments afterwards, I think. Because there is another way to solve block chance, but then I would have to solve barrier generation, which is doable. I quite like the temerity with the armor on it, but to be honest, I'm starting to think here.
Because the other way to solve block chance, and it's easy on this build, is to use interdiction. Gain up to 15% block chance per resolve stack. Boom, done. 8 stacks of resolve, you're instantly over 100. And with the Peacemonger's signet, every time you gain Veracity, you also grant resolve. I'm gaining Veracity every time I use Hunter. Every time Rake is it says casting, so I don't know if that's going to grant Veracity when it's invoked. It may or may not. We'll see. But we are gaining it on bosses. We're gaining it on kills as well. So we're getting Veracity in quite a few different places here. In theory. And that grants us resolve as well. So when we overfill our Veracity with Hunter, it just refills our resolve here, pretty much. Because our resolve is at 8. Yeah, so overfilling our Veracity instantly just gives us more resolve. It just fills our resolve for us. Does the same as what Armored Hide is. So either way, I mean, that would be the way to do it. You put interdiction in here. Maybe that's what we do here. I'm keeping the chest slot free, to be honest, because that we are going to want to put a shroud in, I think. And I suppose here we could go dexterity. Oh, dexterity, max. Oh, for Christ's sake, dexterity. There we go. Max life, armor, or resistance or something. And then tempering. Oh, we've already got a lot of fueled. Resilient won't work here. Total, we could just roll total armor percent on here if there's nothing better. Ravager on kill duration. Rake size. Oh, we could actually do rake size because we don't have the Rod of Kep. So we're not by default going to have the biggest rake size, are we? Which you want, just so it, mainly so that if you group all the enemies together, it encapsulates them all. We'll probably want Vortex in here. Actually, no, we could use the Cry... Well, now we're relying on the Q rune now for using Interdiction. That's the only thing. There's nothing in the defenses that gives you extra block chance, I don't think. Unless you're using Rock Splitter, of course. Yeah. It's either going to be Barrier Gen, Rake Size, or Ravager. Or you could probably get... You're not going to need Ravager on kill duration extension. It's going to have such a low cooldown, you'll be able to spam it anyway. But Rake Size could be useful. You might need one roll of Rake Size somewhere on the build. And it would probably be there, I guess. That solves the block chance issue. I mean, if you've got 8 stacks of resolve, pretty much permanently, you don't even need block chance on your staff anymore. You could change this to vulnerable and use polearm. Because the thing about a polearm is it hits slower. It's got less attack speed, but it hits harder. And for Rushing Claw, that would be better because Rushing Claw doesn't scale with attack speed. So actually, yeah, you want to get away without... You want to use the hardest hitting weapon, not the one that hits the fastest. That's what we're doing on the Rake build here. The Rake Evade doesn't rely on attack speed anymore. It's attack evade, attack evade. So you use a polearm because it's got higher base damage per hit. The damage per second is the same because it attacks slower. But when you use a build that then doesn't rely on attacking, it hits once and hits really big. Your polearm's better. So that's probably what you do there.
Now, we would want more ranks on Rushing Claw. I'm trying to work out at the moment, like, where do we get all the ranks from Rushing Claw? So I don't mean you get Rushing Claw on the gloves, do you? And you can't make it a core skill or anything. No. So, I mean, actually, there was something I was going to test here. I should be able to just quickly throw something together here to test it very quickly. So I changed that produce tempo, and then if I just take that out and put Rushing Claw in, and then just move that there, move that there. All I want to do is wait for that cooldown to go down. I want to test. I want to see if I can test if it tracks separate cooldowns for different skills, or whether it's you have to use them 3 times consecutively, or if it's when you've used one consecutively, it then starts to counter again for all skills. Let's have a look. And I see you get, on that cooldown, you get 4 charges. It's not 13.2 seconds. Yeah, 4 per 13.2. So the lower that is, the quicker you get 4 charges. Which then means you've got the minimum for Rip and Tear. So... Oh, I can't use that unless we're on enemies. Oh, okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, fine. Wow, that's really fast. 1. Oh, no, I need to remove that sodding power so it doesn't give Rake a cooldown. God damn it. Okay. Christ. Let's move those. Right, there we go. Let's try this again. Wow, that still killed stuff even. 3, 4, okay. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be really hard to test. Oh, I need to put the thing on that gives me 12 charges so I can actually cast it again. Right, let's do that. Just completely breaking my build here so I can test it. Yeah, I need the 12 charges. There you go. Saying that, it's going to consume them all in one, isn't it? Yeah. That is an issue. One sec. Doing that 3 times instantly refills that. Oh, it's because I've got so many ranks. 28 ranks, that's why. So you cast Rake 3 times, and then suddenly you've got... Yeah, I suppose that's because I'm getting 2% for each of the skill ranks. Holy cow. Yeah, right, 56. So yeah, you reduce the cooldown by 66%. Jesus. Yeah. You'll refill 4 charges by consuming 4 stacks of Veracity. So, oh, yeah, I suppose what this is it's not... You're not going to be spamming Rushing Claw. This is one and hit really bloody hard. So what you're really going to do is you're going to run in... You're going to have a play style where it's like you run in and go... Boom, and then you're going to go 1, 2, 3, boom, 1, 2, 3, boom. But you would need an awful lot of ranks in Rake to make that even remotely reasonable, probably. Well, it's huge. Look at the size of it otherwise. But to get 4 stacks back, it's very, very quick. And then again, I really need to have like less ranks in Rake to know exactly what that's going to do, to be honest. All right. Hey, Roxy, how's it going? Potad as well. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I saw some of your yours and others comments on certain changes in the class changes. It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening as a result. There was definitely... I was quite surprised at some of the changes, to be honest. Concerns, yeah. I'm not too disappointed on Spiritborn. I mean, we got some nerfs, right? But it's not actually that bad, really. We got some nice changes, and we got some... They nerfed Potent. It was just too... It was literally mandatory, and now it's got a more specific purpose to it, so that's fine, you know. Yes, is it a damage reduction on build on every build? Yes, but you can just put something else on, and it'll be fine. You know. Anything that becomes absolutely mandatory is in passives is probably not in a good place. But otherwise, honestly, I mean, people were saying that the primary Jaguar has been broken. I reckon well, it depends how this works. I reckon I can make a version of this that will just be giga broken. We'll see on Tuesday or Wednesday, I suppose. But honestly, Spiritborn wasn't really hit that hard otherwise. Other classes definitely had bigger shake-ups than Spiritborn this time round. I bet you people will get to the PTR and they will figure something out, and the next video will be Sork is broken! SS plus tier! You wait. No, but there is something, Roxy. We were told that all of the affixes are being rebalanced, some more than others. So I do wonder if the Shaco, for example, will just roll with 40% now, or 30%. And you can get the greater affix, and that just bumps it up to, well, it depends what the base is, right? I do wonder if that's what they've done, so the Shaco still gives you as much or close to, or even more cooldown than it did before. Oh, well, it could be. I don't think they would do that, though. That would make the helm useless. No one would ever use it, would they? But you see what I mean? This is why I'm reserving judgment on a lot of stuff, because I'm just like... There is quite a few unknowns on those. The affixes is a big one. You know, they might have made it so life per second is now 5,000 life per 5 seconds on armors or something. You know, it's like life per second could be really, really good now. We don't know. They haven't given us those numbers. Okay. My take on it, Roxy, is I can understand why they would want to do it. Do I agree with how it's been done? It's maybe a bit too much, and I think that's where I'm at with it. I actually didn't like the fact that every single sorceress build could have perma-teleport. That's probably a unpopular opinion with some people, and I'm okay with that, because it's okay to have different opinions. I think that it should be viable for sorceress to do permanent teleport. I actually said, either this season or last season, I wanted the Oculus to be reworked because it was just annoyingly bad, but it was so close to being at least half decent. And I was like, if they're going to have a perma-teleport build, it should be intentional. Use the Oculus, make a proper actual teleport build, and that's your farming teleport build. If that's viable, and that happens to be a thing, then you've got the build, right? I didn't like the fact that... I actually really didn't like that Hydra ended up being exactly the same as what Lightning Spear was, essentially. Just with Hydra instead. That actually annoyed me. That's why I didn't play it anymore. Because I could see it coming. Like that was the problem with Sorceress. It's like, don't get me wrong. I know people love it. I know people love to zoom and stuff, and I get it. But to me, it just made the class really bland, so I stopped playing Sork, to be honest. But that's just me. I'm sure people completely disagree with me, you know. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that, Roxy, yeah. No, I agree with that, Roxy. It's fair enough. But that is essentially what a lot of Sork builds were. So, you know, I mean...
what I think's going to end up happening is everyone's going to play it and it's going to be like, yeah, this doesn't feel great, and they're going to end up finding a middle ground. I'd be surprised if they completely backtrack, but I guess it's not completely out of the question. I don't know. What they're trying to do is make it more intentional. I know they've given an intentional build for barbs if you use a specific unique and a specific setup with only leap. The only brawling skill is leap, and then you can perma leap. And like Spiritborn, you can perma evade if you've got a Zephyr Zontek on. I've made an evade build. It probably won't be that great in pit pushing next season, but it will be very good for farming. And then if Sork has a perma teleport build that's really good for farming, great. And then you've got Necros. I don't know how you do it, but you see where I'm going. Like if every class has a specifically intentional, very fast zoomy farming build, like this is your speed farm build, then it narrows the gap for which classes are actually good. I say in quotations, for that kind of content. And then people can enjoy that kind of content in whichever class they care for. I think that's their vision. I don't know. I've not spoken to them. But if I was to take a guess, that's their vision. And that's not an easy feat to just work towards when you got 6 classes that were so wildly out of whack when it comes to speed farming already. And obviously, every number you change can affect a lot of things. So, yeah. I'll say I don't necessarily agree with how it's been done, but well, it is, Roxy, yeah. I mean, I don't personally do that myself, but yeah, I mean, people quite obviously do. There are certain builds that if you don't use one, it's why I don't play these builds, they break your fingers, right? I quite prefer my fingers not being broken, to be honest. Well, yes, indeed. I mean, honestly, the best thing would be the developers to come up with a way to combat it, but it's actually a really hard thing to combat. In my experience, when there's a will, there's a way. Anyway, I guess we'll have to wait and see how everything feels on the PTR. I kind of hope the Oculus TP build ends up being pretty decent for just general farming. It probably won't be the best pit pushing build. But if their intention is to make an actual teleport build with the Oculus be your farming teleport builds, and you can zoom about like a maniac and destroy everything with your massive teleport radius, then that would actually be really cool. And that'll probably be better than a ball lightning because it'll have a bigger radius on it. As long as you're just able to just go teleport, you know. Well, yes, I see. That one didn't really do much to me, Roxy, because I'm not going to be playing I'm not going to be playing Sork that much. So I didn't get affected by that quite as much as everyone else. But I totally get why people are upset. You know, I mean, when you're really passionate about a certain class and you're passionate about that one because of certain attributes and you feel like that's been taken away, it will obviously sting. But I mean, there's still some unknowns. Like, there might be some crazy sanctified stats, genuinely, and it'll be like, oh, okay. That actually... It's like there's a sanctified stat that goes, your evade now is 3 seconds or something. I don't know. Probably not, but you get what I'm saying. Like, the sanctified stats could be insane. We don't know. They might not be. They might be really bland. We'll have to see. They haven't given us all of those, have they? Yeah, I really like the new mace. And funnily enough, that's how I always played my Hydra, Roxy. I played it with Tenuous Destruction, didn't I? They've changed Tenuous Destruction to be a defensive aspect now, but then they've basically made that mace the Tenuous Destruction, but better. So I found that quite funny when I saw that, because I'm probably the only person that actually played a Sork with no defense skills, like, ever, I think. But that's how I always built it, because I was just like, screw it. You could go super tanky with Temerity and just run that, and it gives you loads of damage. But, you know. And then we got loads of seasons with crazy powers that overshadowed everything, so it didn't really work. But in those earlier seasons, that's how I managed to get Hydra T4 viable, when it was really... when it didn't have the AoE before the Ophidian. That's how I managed to do it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the tenuous stuff's really good. I like the fact that they're at least giving you other options to do now. That mace does look very good. Yeah.
But yeah, the TP change was pretty heavy-handed. I reckon they'll end up finding a middle ground, but we'll see, right? The new Rogue unique. Yeah, some of the Rogue players said that Dance of Knives is not going to be that awesome, but again, we'll see how it plays, and if it doesn't work so great, they'll give the feedback, won't they? You're not the first person I've heard say that, Roxy. I did see you played a druid at least for one stream this season. I logged in and looked. I was like, hang on a minute, Roxy's not playing Sork? I need to go out the room and come back in again and check I'm actually I'm actually awake. You can't get the Roxy. Oh man, I don't get agitated very easily. I got really annoyed in my last stream. I quit the hardcore event today because I don't have time. I need to do these builds. I need to have some idea what I'm doing on next week. I've got too many builds to test for Spiritborn. But I couldn't get an Ophidian Iris to drop for the life of me. And because the event had banned all amulets except blue ones, I couldn't use the unique one I dropped. So I was stuck at T3, like comfortably doing T3 with Hydra. The best build, we're only allowed to use 2 uniques, so it's definitely going to be the best build for pushing it. I was just stuck. I couldn't go any higher safely or even do the damage without an Ophidian Iris. I needed that because of the AoE problem on Hydra. And I dropped over 100, 150 Chaos uniques, could not get an Ophidian. I didn't care where it dropped. I just needed one, and I didn't get one. Yeah, so that was pretty painful. So I just got to the point today. I was going to come on and try again tonight, but I was like, I actually have too much to do. So I had to bow out, but I gave it a good go. But yeah, I did hear that the rotting Lightbringer is pretty hard to get. Spin to win. I hope Dance of Knives is going to be sick. They're definitely angling for Dance of Knives to be awesome, aren't they? Be farming on Sork and opening on Druid. Oh, makes sense. Okay. Oh, on the Helm, yeah. I guess you're going to want to run Erudition or something in the Helm, or Shaco. Something like that. Yeah, they got rid of the AoE on Shatter, so we'll have to see how that plays out. I'm not a massive Rogue expert, so I've got... My knowledge in Rogue is pretty low compared to some other people's. Is oranged. Nice. I mean, all in all, though, right? I am actually quite excited for... I'm quite excited for Tuesday. This is the biggest shake-up since I started streaming D4 back in Season 4. So... we might actually want attack speed on this because we're going to want to be able to cast Rake as fast as humanly possible. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, no. No. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like... we don't have the double hit on the Rake. And it's cast anyway, not hit, so it doesn't matter. You got to cast Rake 3 times. So it's gonna do 7 times more damage, but you're not gonna be able to spam it. So you're gonna want to be able to. You're gonna cast Rushing Claw. Every 4 meters you move, you invoke it. So what happens if you move 8 meters? Does it invoke it twice? Maybe. Although with Rushing Claw, if you target an enemy, it's going to be quite hard to determine. It does rush quite far. I guess you're going to want to be far away from the enemy. Rush through it, run outwards, rush back through it. I mean, it depends. I don't know. Maybe if you go 8 meters, it will invoke your Rake twice, and then you only have to cast Rake once, and then you Rushing Claw again. Boom, done. Easy peasy. Maybe. Yeah, me and Rob were talking about this a little bit earlier.
It is true. Like, you kind of want... It's kind of like you need this as well. Just so that you can actually cast Rushing Claw again afterwards. Otherwise, you end up in a situation where you Rushing Claw and then you've got to do something else until you cast... You got to cast Rake 3 times, basically. Like, giga fast. Which you certainly can do. If Jaguar skill attack speed goes into attack speed bucket 2, and you've got 8 stacks of ferocity, that's 40. We stack up another 5 on the amulets, that's 8. So that's going to give us 20, that's 16%. So that's going to give you, what, like a 56% attack speed there. Yeah. I feel like you just need to get the cooldown of Rushing Claw so freaking low. So absurdly low. That when you cast it, that plus your Ravager is going to hit. You need to get your lucky hit really high as well. So that's going to hit additional times, up to 4 times on elites. But that won't work on normals, but on the elites it will. So that these proc lucky hits really often, and then that'll proc Wildfire, and then your Rake will proc this. You just need cooldown everywhere. It feels like... Yeah. There is actually something I haven't checked yet. Okay, fellow Sorks, which class are we swapping to? Oh dear, I feel bad for you guys. It'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. I think you'll be fine. Honestly. Is there nothing on here to help with Rushing Claw whatsoever? Like, legit. Like, nothing. I think that's the problem here. Oh, 1 second. Does that count as an incarnate skill? No. Potency, Jaguar, mobility. And when I was testing that a minute ago, I didn't have this, which gives you 3 seconds, up to 3 seconds. Actually, I can test this. I can check in game. How does that work? It says your mobility skills are reduced by up to 1 second based on how far you travel with them. So what, if you travel 1 meter, you get 1 second? Question mark? Doesn't say how far the maximum is. That's useful, isn't it? God damn it. But anyway, assuming you get the maximum, that's 3 seconds. And when you're already down to what, like? When I was testing that a minute ago, this is at 13.2 seconds purely because of ranks. And I've got a Harlequins in at 34% cool. Actually, what's my cooldown at? So my cooldown's only 34%, and that makes sense, yeah. So this will be down at like 8 or 7 seconds or something completely absurd like that. By default, if you've got the Loyalty's Mantle on. Maybe even lower when you've got Potent on. And you reduce it by 3 seconds when you've got... In fact, can you get ranks of Swift anywhere? Probably not, because that would be really broken. But could you imagine if you could get ranks in that, you could make it so every time you cast it, you just make sure you travel a decent distance and it instant resets itself. It would only give you 4 charges. But that would still be a 3x damage all of the time, and then occasionally you get a bigger charge. I don't think you can get Swift anywhere though, right? I don't think you can get that on the amulet or anywhere. That would be probably quite busted, to be honest. Oh, no worries, Roxy. Have a good dinner. Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think you can get that. That would be quite busted. I tell you what. Oh, 1 second. That is mobility. Okay. Okay, I think that's the feedback I'm going to give them. I think this pair of boots, I think impairment reduction needs to change. I think that needs to change the ranks of Swift. That solves the problem. This is quite clearly intentionally made for builds that move distance. So you're talking Soar, Evade, particularly Soar, Evade, and Rushing Claw, but it could affect other things like Rock Splitter as well. But anything that's got a cooldown on it, so mobility skill cooldown, so you're literally talking like Soar and Rushing Claw, basically. And then I suppose it can also be your Hunter if you're using the Wushanuk Pa. I think that pair of boots needs to. You don't need impairment reduction. It's useless. It does nothing. You can get permanent ultimate by casting your ultimate all the time. If that gave us 5 ranks of Swift with a GA on it, so that plus Swift here gave us 8 seconds based on your distance travelled. That then with Rushing Claw, I'm going to give this feedback. That with Rushing Claw, you'd need to get Rushing Claw to 8 seconds or less. So that every time you cast Rushing Claw, as long as you go far enough to proc that in its entirety, would give you, with this here, would give you the big damage, and it would at least reset it once, so you get 4 charges back, which means you can then at least cast again. You're not stuck needing to cast and then waiting and attacking to reset it. I think that's what it needs to be. Because impairment reductions is useless. It doesn't do anything for it. That's what that honestly, that would actually make Rushing Claw really good. I think that would bring it into at least a decent tier. It'd be a viable build. Solving it so you'd always get to 12 max charges every time, that might be really, really hard. That might even be impossible. But solving it so that you can still cast Rushing Claw one after the other. Just Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, so that you at least can keep just Rushing Claw as your skill. And that gives you not a really nice bump in damage. You'd need all the right stuff here. I think that's what you need. Yeah. I might suggest that and see if I can get that changed. Because it makes sense for these boots as well. You can't get Swift anywhere else, I don't think, apart from in the passive tree. And this is very intentionally only good for those skills. For this particular setup, this would be perfect. With a GG setup. That is what you would want. Okay. But for now, we'll try it with this. And then I'll just have to cast Rake in between. Then I can take footage and show them. I mean, if you had that as well, you could either have Prodigy's Temper. The thing with that is then, I was trying to test to see if casting Rushing Claw 3 times, one after the other, would proc this. And then if Rake would also track itself and cast it, then it would mean you'd be casting Rushing Claw one after the other, boom, 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 boom. If that has its own tracking, every 3 you'd get a decent amount of cooldown reduction, so that would bring your charges back up. And then if your Rake is also tracking and you're traveling at least 4 meters, so you'd need a really good pair of those boots as well,
then that would also give you a really nice bumper cooldown. So every 3 rushes, you'd be doubling down on the cooldown here. If that's how that works. I don't know if it does or not. And that would actually give you at least the opportunity to get above 4 maximum charges. I don't know if it would get you to 12, but it would get you above 4 because you'd be able to reset your cooldown a bit quicker. So it'd at least get you up to 8, maybe. But, potentially, yeah. Because otherwise, it's just there. I feel like that's what you'd need to make that really, really good. I think I'm going to have to test it on the PTR and then make a case for it. Hey, Mixie, how's it going? How's it going? I think that's what we do with it. I mean, obviously, you can just straight up solve running out of Rushing Claw with invasive Rushing Claws. That's what you... If that just feels bad, you just take a... You just don't get as much damage, right? You'll lose 7x damage maximum here, but 3x damage, worst case scenario, because every time you use this, every time you regen charges, you'll at least have 4, so you'll always get 200x more damage to 3x damage. So you're losing 3x damage going up here just to be able to permacast Rushing Claw. I feel like this is great for leveling or early on, and this you take that until you've got everything solved so you can permanently cast this, and then this is your option. That's your damage option. If you can actually get it, that's what you would do. So, yeah. Hey, Shadow Chimera, how's it going? It's Saturday, going good. It is. Oh, it's Sunday for me now. It's 2:15 in the morning. But yeah, no, it's good. So I'm glad it's going well for you. Glad your day's going well. Okay, so I think I know what we can do with that there. That's got velocity on it. What's velocity do again? Which one's velocity? Oh, is this? Oh, that's the vigor per second. Okay. While moving. Okay, fine. It's not that useful to us here, really. We just go all in on all stats or dex here, maybe. Or probably dex, to be honest. It's just the biggest damage boost, isn't it? Okay, we're going to want core skills. Dex max life. You're probably going to want... Well, if you've actually got to physically cast Rake, that you don't really want that. You don't want to be Rushing Claw, then Rake. Rushing Claw, Rake. That's not a Rushing Claw build, you know? Really. But you're going to need some attack speed if you're going to do that. But ideally, you wouldn't need that. Ideally, you could have life on hit here. Or something like that. I suppose I haven't got the temerity on, so life on hit might not be the play. But we can put that in there, and I guess I'll put attack speed in here for now until we figure out what it is that's going to go in there. Mobility damage goes to 85%. Jaguar 65. We don't really care about the damage of Rake. Rake's not really doing any mega damage. We're only putting the ranks in because it boosts up Prodigies. Saying that, I mean, this is all about boosting your core skill damage, isn't it? But what did I put on there? Barrett. Oh, Rake size, yeah. If we use the, we're gonna have to use the Q rune if we have this set up, which means we need 122% barrier gen to guarantee 100% uptime on barrier. If we want to use Viscous Shield. I'm trying to think how else we would solve block, but I don't think, well, you'd have to have armor hide 100% of the time, but that solves the block chance for you, but we don't really need it on this build as such. I was saying that, actually, we will need it. We will need something. Unyielding doesn't work unless we've got a Gorilla skill cast, is it? So, yeah, we will need Unyielding. In which case, block chance is solved, and we can go back to using Temerity again. And that solves barrier. Yeah. Almost certainly don't need those in there. We got so much life on kill. So much of it. I mean, if well, we've already got some on this ring over here. And Perseverance. I mean, that's another thing, actually. We'll have 6 ranks in Perseverance. 3% damage reduction per stack of Resolve. 8 stacks of Resolve. So that's 24% damage reduction. Just by default. Yeah. Hey, Quirkamus, how you doing, dude? How you doing? You good? Yeah, I'm good. Just pondering on these builds and sort of trying to figure out how on earth we make it work. I think it might be quite tricky without a change, but I think I know what change would need to happen to make it work. You finally got some days off? Nice. What are you going to be doing? You going to be gaming, or you got other plans? Oh, I mean, there's a real world here where Fists of Fate could be epically useful. The crit charts and attack speed are not that great here. Or I suppose attack speed is not too bad if you need to use Rake, but no, we can roll Lucky Vulnerable on the rings. I'm not too worried about that. The lucky hit chance is the crazy thing. I don't know. You're obviously going to want to put an offensive in here otherwise. What other ones we got? Infestation, Inner Calm, Pestilence, Plains Power. Yeah, we don't want Plains Power. That'd be horrible to play with this. Gain 1 resolve when you dodge an attack. Your potency skill consumes 2 resolve to deal up to 55% increased damage. I think we kind of need that. I think you put that on the build. Especially with the Peacemongers, where you gain, every time you gain ferocity, you're going to gain resolve. $55 is probably as good as you're going to get on a pair of gloves. From an aspect. In fact, that would be better on the amulet. The other thing we could consider... It'd give you double rake, but that's mainly just for the cooldown reduction. I guess on single target, you only get half a second per rake. So it's not that amazing. Let's just put that there a second. Yeah, I mean, you obviously need rip and tear. I mean, it's got a crazy amount of healing on it as well. Holy cow. Heals. You're always going to cast with 4. Heals for 15% of your maximum life. I mean, that's going to be ridiculous with Temerity, honestly. Strikes an additional time as well. So you're going to strike 2 times, guaranteed, when you've got at least 4. And you're always going to have 4 with that setup when you do cast. So you're going to strike twice. And then, yeah, you put that potent one in here. Because that's going to give you 80 or 90x damage, I suppose. A redirected would be higher. Redirected... Oh, we got redirected force here. Yeah, that's right. Might not even need life per hit, but I don't really know. There's not anything else really in there that's that useful, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Gaming, watching football and baseball playoffs. The problem with the Fist of Fate is the huge ranges the affixes can have. Quirkimus, yeah, but you'd be mainly taking it on this build for the lucky hits. You'd go for a GA lucky hit chance, and then you'd go for... Oh, I suppose you won't be able to... You won't be getting the crits in lucky hit chance anymore there, will you? So only it'll be a lot less, well, won't it? But it's that and the aspect. But yeah... I'm mainly taking the core ranks here, not for the damage on Rake, funnily enough. It's because it's invoked, not casted. But if that invoke normally means it is casting it, it's just doing it for you. It's automating the cast. So if that works towards Prodigy's tempo on its own, that means every 3 casts or invokes of rakes, you're going to use Rushing Claw. That's one of your rakes, and then you'll only have to cast Rake twice, and then you'll instantly get Prodigy's tempo proc. And you cast Rush, you cast Rushing Claw, it casts Rake, it invokes Rake, then you're only going to cast it once. What I'm thinking though, I do wonder if Wild Claws counts as a cast or not. I mean, it may or may not. Rake manifests a Spirit Jaguar, which also casts Rake at random enemy. It does say it casts it. The importance of this is... Actually, that might be the play. If Rake... I mean, it doesn't really matter either way, I suppose. But yeah, that means you could Rushing Claw, go far enough that it uses Rake for you. Wild Claws auto casts Rake again, so that's 2 casts of Rake, and then you've just got to hit once with Rake, and then you can Rushing Claw again. So you're just going to go Rushing Claw, Rake, Rushing Claw, Rake, Rushing Claw, Rake, and you're going to get at least 4 charges every time. Now, when you're using Prodigy's tempo, because every 3rd consecutive cast of the same core or potency skill, like I say, I don't know if it tracks the Rushing Claw ones against the Rake ones or vice versa. I'd have to test it. I don't know if that'll work or not. If it did, that would at least allow it to function. I still think impairment reduction probably needs to change for Swift on those boots. and I'll push for that. But yeah, if you stack up enough ranks on Rake, so you get 5, plus you're going to get ranks in here. Let's assume that goes to 5, and you can get 5 in here with a GA as well. So that's, what, 15? That's going to give you 40% cooldown reduction. Reduces all skills active cooldowns by... It'll reduce their active cooldowns by 40%. That might allow it so you can just at least constant cast Poised Rushing Claw and get a 3x damage multiplier all the time. Well, Rushing Claw, Rake, Rushing Claw, Rake, Rushing Claw, Rake. That wouldn't be so bad. That's what we're doing right now. We're doing Rake, Evade, Rake, Evade, Rake, Evade, right? That playstyle isn't so bad. You just don't want to be doing Rushing Claw, Rake, 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 Rushing Claw, Rake, Rake, Rake. You don't want to be doing that. Yeah, well, I imagine the expansion for that Shadow, probably, but we'll see, right? It does mean you'd be taking a hit on damage up here, say. You put Rip and Tear back up here again. Say. And then put Wild Claws in here. I'd have to try it, but it is... It says the Spirit Jaguar casts Rake. It says casts, so... And this just says every consecutive cast. It doesn't say you have to. Maybe that would do what I'm saying. We'll see. I don't know. I'm going to try that. Full synergy with it. You have to have that on the build. Unyielding's bigger than the potent one. So that's fine. And then... Well, I'm just going to make a mythic version for this to test out. You're going to run Shroud of False Death here. I suppose, actually, the Shroud of False Death does give you another rank in Swift. So that's 4 seconds. Huh. Hang on a minute. Isn't the cooldown reduction cap 75%? If that's the case, 4 ranks in mobility gets us there. Just with Giga Gear. I mean, literally Giga Gear. You'd need 75% cooldown reduction, which probably is achievable here. No, it's definitely achievable here. It's actually not that hard. As long as you've got a perfect Loyalty's Mantle and you've got an amulet with Potent on it. It's doable, it's done. The attack speed won't matter, but I suppose it's there if you need it. I don't know if it tells me in here, does it, what the cap is? Oh, it is, yeah. The amount is capped at 75%. That, okay. All right, maybe we don't need Swift on those boots, but we definitely want something else. I'll have to figure out what the best thing would be. Assuming you travel far enough to get the maximum benefit from Swifts, that would give you 4 seconds cooldown with the Shroud of False Death. And the base cooldown of Rushing Claw is 20, so with 75% cooldown reduction, that would bring that down to 5. Which means every single cast, you would reduce your cooldown to 1 second. You're almost immediately able to cast it again. Now, what would be interesting is if you then go and proc this, how fast would it... How far... When it says it's active cooldown, I don't know if that scales based on reducing it or not. Like, how fast would that allow me to stack back up to 12 stack charges again, for example? Oh, no, that would actually solve it. This is why they've done it this way. Yeah, that would reduce it to 1 second, but if you've got Rake on... You've got Rake on, and you've got these boots on, so it auto-casts Rake, and then you've got Wild Claws, so your Rake auto-casts 2 Rakes, and those, you assume both those Rakes hit at least 1 enemy each. They both reduce your longest active cooldown by 0.5 seconds, so, I mean, if your longest active cooldown was Rushing Claw, which it may or may not be, your Rakes would reduce your Rushing Claw here. And then on top of that, we can put the Wildfire glyph in. So all your lucky hits are going to reduce your cooldowns as well. you're basically going to have basically unlimited rushing claw. And with loyalty's mantle at 60%, and then you stick potent on your amulet, even just 3 ranks here, that gives you actually you probably do want 5 ranks here. Assuming you get 5 ranks there and you got 3 down here, that's 16% cooldown reduction. With diminishing returns, that won't quite get you to 75. So you probably need 1 roll of cooldown somewhere. So you might have to roll cooldown on your amulet. You might actually have to do it. So this will be like dexterity. You might not need armor here. You might be able to go cooldown reduction. You might be able to get away without armor on here to get your unyielded. You might be able to stack it without, with the temerity on. And then you can go potent and, well, furnace or something. Ravenous, oppressive nourishment, mirage, furnace, follow through, dominant, brilliance. Apex is damage. Eight stacks ferocity. 1.5, 8, 12. 5 ranks. Sorry, you can get 5. Let's say you get 5 ranks of ferocity. 2.5. 8 stacks of ferocity. That's going to give you 20x damage. Apex gives you 30 against the elites. Apex will be better here. I don't know how much. I don't know how high the cooldown's going to roll on this. With GAs and stuff. Hey, James. How's it going, James? Yeah, not bad. It's not bad. Just trying to wrap my head around how we solve the rushing claw problem. I think I'm pretty close. I think I'm pretty close. Yeah, and I mean, that Shroud's going to give you... You don't care about this, but it's going to give you loads of damage. Loads of damage reduction. 7 ranks in Perseverance minimum. It's ridiculous for damage reduction, so that solves that for you. Barriers solved with Temerities, that's not an issue. Oh, we could have had that there for the Armored Hide. It's a waste of points, probably. Oh, yeah, Shroud's going to give us another +1 here as well, so that's going to give us another 2% cooldown reduction. I don't know what the diminishing returns is, but you'd only have 2 sources of cooldown. Well, yeah, your potent plus your cooldown reduction roll would just instantly do it, but you probably do want another... Ideally, you'd go double damage here. Like, you could go Furnace... Can you roll Resolution there? You can't roll Resolution on the amulet, can you? Let me check that. I mean, that would be better. That one's always seemed very short. I don't think you can roll that there, right? Let's grab another amulet so I don't actually balk my one up. Just grab some random amulet I've got lying around. I'm never going to use. You can't roll Resolution on this, can you? No, I don't think so. That's not been added to the pool, so I don't know why that's there on that planner. That's weird. So it would be Apex and Furnace if you wanted damage. Those are your 2 damage options. That gives you another 20x on top of your 12 to start with. Maybe. Best case scenario. That there helps solve your cooldown reduction. Just seeing, have we got enough armor on here to be okay? We've got % armor there, no armor there. No, yeah, it might be a struggle to get your armor. You might have to roll armor here. 5 ranks there, plus the 1 in Shroud, plus the 3. That's 9. That's 18% on top of 60. So, I mean, that's technically 78. I don't know what the diminishing returns would be. Probably below 75, though. I think you need 1 roll cooldown. But I also need the armor roll to get unyielding hits up. I'm just thinking, is there anywhere else we can get cooldown? There might be some cooldown in the... Oh, the only Paragon board that's got cooldown on it is the Thorns board. We don't want to take that one. Hey, Bishop, first time chat. How you doing? You just got a 4GA Tyrell's Might. I mean, it's nice to see. I don't know if you're actually going to end up using it, but it's nice to see. Hey, Sacred Bunny, how's it going? Braining hard. I'm trying to work out how to solve the Russian claw problem. I'm pretty close. Like, it will be really close. Even without that there, that would be giga close. I think you need 1 roll of cooldown reduction here. I think you might need the total. Well, actually, I don't know, actually. I don't know. Can you get away? You got armor percent here. I think you need to roll armor somewhere else. I'd have to roll armor here, I think. Rather than attack speed. Probably. Oh, you don't need... Well, you might not need barrier gen here. I don't know. What's the best thing for the Russian claw damage here? 85, 85, and the overpower. It's going to be overpowering every time. So take over. Well, what about utility? Yeah. You're either going for that or you're going for barrier gen, probably. Sort of contemplating whether the barrier gen's worth it or not, I don't know. As long as you've got enough healing, Temerity's fine. And we'll have Giga healing on this. The Russian Claw alone gives 15% max life. It's mental. And then life on hit. Of which we should have some down here. Yep. And we can put some on there as well. Yeah, I think we stick with that. Okay. Sorted, sorted, sorted. That one there. Go for all stats. Armor, rank, core skills, life per hit, probably. I mean, you can't do it in this planner right now, but we would be able to GA this, the chance for Russian Claw to deal double damage. But it looks like you won't be able to get that to 100%, actually. You GA that, it's going to be 37.5. That value's got to be higher. You won't be able to increase this with tempering anymore. Masterworking, sorry. So I think the base values of these have probably got to go high enough so that when you GA it, it will go to the value they intended it to be. If you've got a perfect roll with triple orange masterworks before, that's what I'd expect. So I think they used to have it so it could go to like just under 100% or just over. Depends which one it is. Don't forget to hydrate. Cheers, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not convinced that that's going to get enough. I'm not convinced that's going to get me to 75% cooldown, but it'll be damn close. It'll be really close. I mean, you're probably going to want to... You don't care about... Well, actually, no, you don't even need that movement speed, I don't think. 30. You got, what, like 55 here? You get a bunch in the board. Yeah, we don't care about the healing potion one. That can just straight up go over here. There is 20% increased armor there, so that's quite nice. We're going to be permanently unstoppable. That can go in there. We're going to want the resistances. Definitely not going to want the shatter barrier one. That shatter barrier one is an absolute no-go for... Yeah, you definitely don't want the shatter barrier thing on Spiritborn. You're going to be too squishy, I think. Otherwise, unless you're using Melted Heart Selig tech. But if you're doing Viscous Shield, you absolutely don't want that. Probably going to want the Fortify. It gives you that light. That's going to give you constant Ravager stacks. Yeah, we'll take the Meteor Rains down. That one can go in there. Need one more to go in here. You possibly get away with the movement speed one here, honestly. Can be unstoppable, so. And then we'll just take resistance and armor. I think that's probably the play here for this one. We can figure out the movement speed. If we get GA in movement speed, which I think goes to 25%, that'd be 37.5. So that gives you 67.5 movement speed. Plus you can get 12.5 or something in the Paragon trees. That gets you up to 80%. And then you get 20 on Subo. Off you go. Boom, done. Bob's your uncle. Very low on the resistances here. But to be honest, this is where you would just go diamond, 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 probably. So, Potent on a Jaguar build is still actually useful. It's intentionally useful, though, if you're doing something like this. Almost entirely Jaguar skills. But they've all got a purpose, right? I mean, that's... You could cast this. You don't need to cast it, but you could do, just to get 100% dodge chance. You're never going to get hit. The only problem about that is if you cast counterattack and make it so you can't be hit with dodge chance, then Armored Hide and Redirected Force sucks, in a way. So you actually need to run in, use Armored Hide, wait for them to hit you, and then you use counter. To be honest, you probably just don't want to hit counterattack on this build. It's only on there for the extra crit damage for enemies that are around you. Nice music. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. It's been a pretty good playlist. It's been nice and chill while I've been number crunching. I hope some of you find the stuff I'm talking half interesting. I know I'm just regurgitating numbers and thoughts and stuff, but... yeah. So yeah, vulnerable is not a problem on this build. That's easily solvable because now we've got 4 stats. This is the beauty of having 4 stats because you're not going to be sitting here going, "Oh, what do I choose?" You can have Dex, you can have Max Life, you can do Lucky Vulnerable, and you can do a damage. You know, or you can do all resistance on here, whatever you like, really. That's probably what I would do here, honestly. Although saying that, you're gonna be. I don't know how the scaling on the amulets is going to work because in the past an ancestral gave you 30 by base, but if you quality that up by 20%, let's assume 20. Yes, 20%. Will that put you to 36 all resistance? Maybe.
So this build's got like, you've got 15% max life when you kill an enemy. You've got 15% max life when you hit with Rushing Claw. No, you don't even have to hit an enemy. You just need to cast it with at least one charge, which you will always do. And you will always heal for 15% of your max life. So that, plus life on kill, plus you've got life on hit. And you've got Fortify baked in on the powers. You've got a lot of life sustaining here. A lot of it. And you've got Temerity, so that gives you lucky heal on lucky hits. And extra healing received. And you could use potions to just overheal while you're buried. I mean, overall, you should just be buried constantly. It'll be pretty ridiculous, actually. I mean, you could have extra life per hit here. Resource just doesn't matter. We don't care about this on this build. It's not a resource-based build. Starting to wonder if we stack up lucky hit chance, to be honest. You need lucky vulnerables to soak in my enemy's vulnerable, so that's there. We probably, I mean, this is what? 12, that's 36. Let's say that goes to 66. I mean, this should be enough. You shouldn't have to roll resistance to all here. I don't think. That base resistance might change here, to be fair, but... Alright, we'll do that for now. Just until I know what the numbers are, it kind of makes the most sense to me. Where, yeah, you're always going to have 4 stacks every time, so you're always going to overpower at least. So I'm going to stick that in there. I mean, you do have Hunter cooldown, I suppose. We could use that just to get a ridiculously low Hunter cooldown. Actually. Yeah, I should probably do that. That's already going to be very low, but I'll just push it even lower. Hey, Bytor, how's it going? It's like having a sounding board in your head, Chance. Trust me, this is basically what's been going on in my head all day while I was being lazy and not actually doing any off stream. You find it funny when you hear people say Bob's your uncle when my uncle is actually called Bob. Well, there you go. Bob's your uncle. Yeah, I'm good, Bytor. How are you doing? Cook it. Try to see if we can cook some randomly decent builds. We'll see. Temper-wise, that can be Hunter cooldown as well, I guess. I kind of feel like we need a temper for Rushing Claw. Like, increased charges. So you've got one here, right? You've got one for... Oh, 1 second. You can temper Swift. Hello. Huh. Rushing Claw charges. Oh, okay. But they have the mobility, so you can only put them on boots or amulet. I really feel like the boots has to have Swift on it. I'm going to recommend it. Because you can't temper it on the boots. And you can only put Rushing Claw charges on the boots or on the amulet. So I have to make a choice here. But if the boots had Swift on it, even if it was only 2 ranks like you can temper... instead of impairment reduction, I could then put Rushing Claw charges, and this would nail it.
That would give you, with the Shroud of False Death, 6 ranks in Swifts. That's 6 seconds at maximum distance on Rushing Claw. That would reduce your Rushing Claw by 6 seconds. So that's with, you don't need quite 75% cooldown to be able to constantly Rushing Claw whilst having the 12 maximum charges thing on, to be able to at least get 3x damage every time. And then you can just Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw. And then you would eventually cadence and get your rakes to give you that extra boost of cooldown. And you're looking for every avenue to give cooldown reduction so you can get more stacks between. And then I guess you just have bigger hits. And then on your amulet, you can temper Rushing Claw charges. And if you GA that, because you can GA, that's what you would GA. You would GA that first. I can't put it in this planner, but that would give you 5 Rushing Claw charges, which means every time, that means then every time you reset, every time your charges cooldown reset, you'd get 9 charges. I'm starting to wonder, well, I really want these boots to work. It just needs Swift. It's the main thing. The other option is you run legendary boots and you also roll another Rushing Claw charges. So every time it regenerates, you get 12 charges or more. You get enough charges so that you fill up it to max. So every time, it'll be at 12 every time. But then the whole rake thing goes out the window. I can't see a way where you'd be able to ever get to a point where you'd be able to get 12 Rushing Claw charges every time you cast right now. Hey, Wiggy, how's it going? Unless we use legendary boots, but that removes the Path of Emissary and it kind of removes the point of having it, right? Although, actually, no, that's not strictly true. If you've got every 3 times you cast the same skill, I mean, in an ideal world, you don't have to use Prodigy's Tempo anymore, if I'm being completely honest. Although this would just reduce all your cooldowns like absolutely mental. In an ideal world, you'd be able to use Vital Strikes or probably Adaptive Stances or something. The 100% core stats gives you a nice bump of damage. This doesn't give you damage. It just allows you to solve cooldown reduction on this build. Although I'm actually saying this. No. Saying this. What if, because they've rebalanced all the affixes, what if that temper for Rushing Claw charges actually is changed in this version so it's higher and it rolls 5 by default, up to 5. That's probably what I'd recommend. Put Swift on the boots. I know that's very specifically for Rushing Claw, but Swift benefits all of these. It benefits any mobility based build, any mobility based skill, because you can only temper that on the amulet or boots. So that would be the one and only unique you can get that on. And then if Rushing Claws was between 3 and 5, well, they may have already done this, I don't know. But if that goes between 3 and 5, that means if you GA it and it's at 5, that would round up to 8. That then means every time you reset your Rushing Claws, you'll always get 12 charges. So then you've just got to solve cooldown so that you've got... And if you get 2 ranks on Swift on here, then you need like 70% cooldown reduction and boom. Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw. You're always going to be able to Rushing Claw with 12 maximum charges. It's doable. It might need a couple of changes. I might have to recommend these from PTR. That
if that temper's already 5, and that's good. That solves that problem. But yeah, I think that's the setup. You want this Path of Emissary, I think. Yeah. And if that doesn't work out, then I can just put on a pair of legendary boots. And I guess the legendary boots, if that does end up being 2 to 3 rushing claw charges, what I'll do on the PTR is I'll roll this as legendary boots instead. And I'll just have to take Rake off. And then I would roll rushing claw charges. And I'd roll... Actually, let me have a look here a second. Let me change this a moment to, I don't know, let's find anything that can roll on the... Let's have a look at mobility here quickly. Probably not going to need any of that stuff. But you can put utility on here as well, can't you? Is there actually anything else useful here? I don't know. We're not doing basic skills. Well, you'd use duelists here just because we are doing a velocity build. That gives you another 5 stacks of velocity. It's a bit more damage, a bit more attack speed. Though the attack speed doesn't matter much. It's the damage, isn't it? So you would do that, and then you would go... Well, yeah, you'd go rushing. Assuming that you need those. That would then allow you to get 10 extra. So, yeah, this is 10-4. So that would allow you to get the charges. And then you would go dexterity, max life, movement speed, and rushing claw. Is rushing claw in here? Oh no, it's focus skills, isn't it? Maybe not then. Focus skills. Yeah, so this is the thing, right? It feels intentional that they've clearly gone for like rushing claw stuff here as well. I mean, the 5 duelist is nice, but that literally only scales up my damage on Furnace more than anything else. I think. So I do think that pair of unique boots is the way to go for this specific build. Just impairment reduction needs to change, I think. You've returned, Zay. Nice. Welcome back, dudes. How was work? Last work shift was 21 hours and a big enterprise platform upgrade I had to do. You finished at 4 a.m. this morning. Now you know how I feel, Wiggy. Woo! Every day. How did it go? Did you manage to get the upgrade done properly? Did it all work out? I kind of hope they've rebalanced rushing claw charges on tempering here to be up to 5. It just means we've absolutely min-maxed tempers, got your GAs. I mean, even without Swift on the boots, if you've got the shrouds and you've got your 3, that's 4 seconds. So then you're getting pretty close. You're nearly 100% uptime on rushing claw at that point. Not quite, but nearly. You would need Swift on these boots to push it so that you've got 6 seconds, which means you don't need the maximum cooldown reduction to achieve it. You need just under. You'd need like 71 or 72%, which still needs a lot of investment, but you'd be able to achieve it. 100% uptime. So I think, yeah, I think that Swift change needs to happen at least. And I'll make a case for it. Okay, I think we've got the items down here, though. Oh, yeah, I forgot I got 15x damage. 15x armor here. Saying that, I might not need this anymore. It's annoying I can't roll the mobility stuff on the rings, otherwise it wouldn't be an issue.
But I can't, I don't think. And you can only roll offensive and utility. I think, actually, maybe that's the problem. I feel like rushing claw charges. Well, if rushing claw charges, you could do one or two things with rushing claw charges. You could make it be bigger, or you could make it so it's a utility temper thing and not mobility. Because it's not really a mobility temper. Well, it is and it isn't. But by making it mobility, it's extremely limited where it could go. If you make it utility, it can go on the boots. Oh no, you make it it's more of a resource thing, isn't it? Because it's the resource that's limiting you on rushing claw. The same as incarnate charges. Like you've got, where is it? Counterattack charges. Yeah. So I don't understand why counterattack charges is a resource and rushing claw charges isn't. They're still usable skills. So I do feel like rushing claw charges should be a resource, which would allow you to roll it on the rings or the amulet, which gives you 3 options rather than just 2. That probably is the problem with rushing claw charges, not the size of it, actually. I'm starting to wonder if I don't need this anymore. I mean, if you're going to have Armored Hide on the build, and frankly, we're going to have it so that you can cast it pretty fast. And it lasts for... Well, it only lasts for 3 seconds with 1 point in it, mind, but we're going to be able to cast it pretty quick. That's going to fill your resolve up, isn't it? I guess the all stats here is probably not enough. Dodge chance doesn't matter, really. Perseverance is damage reduction, but meh. Field is maximum life on kill, but that's not going to help much in high level stuff. 15x armor is okay, but 15x damage is lower than what we can get. Yes, I mean, sadly, I don't think the Peacemongers is going to get used here. If you're going to use the Armored Hide. Which you have to with unyielding hits. You need a Gorilla skill. Which I need to be able to spam like no tomorrow. You'd use that in the interim until you've got really GG gear, I think. And then honestly, you probably wouldn't use that afterwards. Let me just check my resource ones here again. I don't think there was anything here. I'm just going to double check I'm not being stupid. Yeah, so that's not going to benefit from a lot of the cooldown. That would be the benefit. If we do a legendary, we can use alacrity. You're going to be moving with rushing claw and stuff. 70% faster cooldowns. So you just rushing claw, and that will give you a decent amount of cooldown on Armored Hide, I guess. Especially if you can perma rushing claw. That would just help reduce your Armored Hide. You could also go damage here, of course. And then I guess, well, you'd probably put physical damage in there somewhere, to be honest, but Dex. Just go Dex max life again. Oops. Oh, actually, let's have a quick look at... Let's make sure there's nothing else I'm missing here. I mean, the Ring of Starless would work, actually, because you invoke Rake, it will spend primary resource. Not much, but it will. 50x damage, gives you core skill ranks. Lucky hit chance. We don't really care for the other 2 stats so much, but... That's got cooldown reduction on it. When you critically strike, you regain a certain amount of vigor. you spent in the last 2 seconds. Gain counterattacks, passive effects. Okay. Oh, we're going to be guaranteed critically striking. If we use the Quacks rune, this would be the way to solve it. But you'd need 100% resource gen to really make use of it, to be honest. Wound Drinker. No, that's for Thorns builds. Man, I really want to use that ring, but... Giggity, yeah. Max life. There's the aspects, right? That's the main. I mean, I've got 2 options. You can make it so you can just giga reduce your armored hide cooldown. Problem with life on kill is it doesn't help on bosses whatsoever, so it's kind of meh, really, unless you've got a boss with ads. Life per hit would be better. Or life regen. Actually, life regen's pretty solid on a ring already, and if they've buffed that, it might be better. It might actually be worth rolling one of those on there. It would allow us to roll another resistance to all elements as well, if we needed it. Probably wouldn't, but we could do. Roll overpower damage, I guess. Oh, wow. Got a raid coming in from Metal Monarchy. How's it going, guys? Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing, Messel? It's been a hot minute. Have you you managed to check out the new season, patch notes and everything? Guys, if you haven't checked out Metal Monarchy before, she is awesome. Should absolutely click that link in my chat and go and check her out. Give her a follow. She plays a lot of Rogue. You like Rogue? You'll have a good time there. You'll have a good time there anyway, actually. Go do it. And yeah, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. You've seen a little. Yeah, I'm sitting here crunching numbers and pondering without all the information. So I'm doing the best I can. But yeah, welcome in, guys. If I've not met you before, I am Immortalize. Me and Metal have been friends for a fair while now. You like my shirt? I saw Killswitch last night as well. That was awesome. But yes, Trivium are one of my faves. I got this when I saw them at the start of the year. So when I saw their Ascendancy tour, so that's pretty sick. But yeah, guys, I am the Spiritborn lead now at Mobalytics. So you'll get a lot of... well, today you'll be getting a lot of Spiritborn build theory crafting if that interests you. But otherwise, I hope you had a great time at Metal Monarchy stream. I know you did, because it is always a good time over there with awesome tunes. She loves her metal, and so do I. So that is good. Yeah, how was your stream, Metal? What were you getting up to? I'm sitting here crunching numbers, and my brain's starting to go blurry, I think. Trying to work out what to put on. I'm kind of sad. It's so annoying. Like, all of these other things I've got charges are all resource-based, and then Rushing Claw just isn't. For some reason. It's like a massive kick in the kahunas, to be honest. It's okay. I will get this fixed. I will get this sorted. Ah, you can get potency cooldown reduction in centipede efficiency. Can you... well, I need to check. Can you actually still get that? Because that's interesting, because that's a different form of cooldown reduction, and that is going to reduce resource... that or the Rushing Claw stuff. You saw Killswitch engage a long time ago. So get this, Metal.
You know Adam, the main guitarist, right? So it was a 6-set list. Last, you know, we're at Wembley Arena in London. It's the second biggest arena. Sound desk's in the middle. We're literally in the middle where the sound desk is, just to the right of it. Perfect place for sound, about halfway back, right? So we're nowhere near the front. Just enjoying it. It was actually the crowd was having a good time, not rowdy really, because we're all a bit older, a bit more respectful, you know, nodding and having a little dance and nodding your heads. No smashing our foreheads on the floor anymore. We're too old, you know. We've all broken ourselves over the years, so it's all a bit more respectful. Anyway, last track, last serenade, right? Everyone's going off, and I'm not joking, right? We're just watching the stage, and the next thing we know, Adam, the lead guitarist, is in front of me, literally in front of me. I pretty much go, oh, he's there. Everyone was like, oh, he's in front of us. How did he get there? He's a magician. So I'm sitting there with a drink in my hands, my hoodie on my shoulder, and I'm like, I've got to try and get a selfie, right? Everyone's literally jumping on him, trying to get a selfie. He's just cracking on somehow. So I'm sitting here like this with my phone. I managed to sort of get it, but obviously he's just sitting a guitar in and I'm at this angle, so you can sort of see him. But anyway, that's pretty cool. So he was literally right in front of us. So that was pretty sick. But yeah, it was really good. Musically speaking, one of the best shows I've seen in ages. Chat was helping you grind out the season journey. Nice. Yeah, I finished mine the other day finally. Finally decided to do it. Come back to calling yourself old. I know, right? It was a really good time, yeah. And I got to see 2 old workmates as well, which was really nice. They gave me the lowdown on my old company I left. Sounds like I made the right choice for me. It sounds like there's been quite a bit of politics going on, and I'm not about that, to be honest. But yeah, I really appreciate the raid medal, thanks. Hopefully at some point I'll be able to catch you. Timings hasn't really played kindly on that front, but I'm always looking out for people when I go to raid out. The next season's going to play quite different metal. It's looking pretty different. I do need to check here. Can we actually get potency cooldown reduction? Oh, I need tempers. What am I doing? We can. Interesting. And if I go to... Yeah, that rushing... Oh, man. The 2 I need for this build are on this. And I can only put 1 on now. If I want to use that pair of boots, anyway. Yeah. But we do have that. We've got a lot of Hunter cooldown reduction already. I mean, a lot of it. It's not a... I don't know. They might... Well, they might make the potency cooldown reduction higher. If they left that the same, you'd be able to GA it and get another 12% there. And I suppose if we did that and GA'd that... You GA your Hunter cooldown reduction, that's 30%. That's probably enough. I mean, that instantly... This is going to be so low anyway, with 60% there, and we could probably get away with, yeah. And you've also got the potent cooldown reduction. You've got 8 ranks there, so that's going to give you... Oh, it's not... Oh, yeah, there we go. So that's going to give you another 14% cooldown reduction. And then you're going to have another 12 there. So then you're up to 88. Diminishing returns should leave you at 75% cooldown reduction. So you're pretty much maxed out, I'd say. And this has got auto reset in it anyway, if you're lucky. And we'll take the wildfire glyph. And you've got the rate cooldown stuff. Just you need those ranks in Swift. I think if you got those ranks in Swift instead of impairment reduction, that nearly solves the build. Increase rushing claws to be able to roll up to 5 if it hasn't done already, and then we're golden. Because then it's just you'd need GG tempers and GAs and everything, but it would be achievable. It'd all be achievable. I need a GA on there.
Ideally, it'd be on that, but I suppose for now we can just stick it there or something. I'll do. I did actually forget to put the points in here, but this gives it increased cooldowns, but it's 30% more potency damage. We do want that. So that will make the cooldown here 23. And if we did that, 75... Actually, let me do the math here. 23 times 0.25. Oh, no, it's fine. If you had 2 ranks of Swift on your boots, you'd still be golden. Yep. Yeah. I just need 3 points from somewhere. Where do I get those from? Oh, yeah. I won't need Alacrity because I've got Intricacy. What am I talking about? So we can put the Potent one in here. Although saying that, if I put this on... Gain 1 resolve when you dodge or an attack. Your potency skills consume 2 resolve to deal. Oh, that's probably okay. So every time you rush and claw, you're going to consume 2 resolve and you'll gain 55% increased damage. I guess we're not really worried about dodging here. We just want to be able to spam Armored Hide to reset our resolve stacks. Should be fine. We would lose all of our damage reduction if we're consuming the resolve, though. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it. What other damage? That is probably the highest damage option we've got there. Hey, Ron Kubi, how's it going? I think this PTR is going to be like the S4 PTR, but I would imagine so, Ron Kubi, yeah. There's a lot changing. I would be surprised if we don't see gazillions of infinite damage builds and things just not working and characters falling through the sky and barbarians acting as Sorks and Sorks acting as barbarians. You know, it's going to be all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff going on. How do you feel about the masterworking and tempering changes? I think they're fine, to be honest. I think they're fine. They're going to get rid of the frustrations. Whether the depth of them is enough, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think they'll be fine. Honestly. I mean, you can use Vehement's Brawler here. We're going to be casting out Ultimate all the time. That would help bring our Ultimate down to the 8 seconds or below point, which is what you want. And it's generic damage, so it scales both things. Yeah, we just don't need that. Some of these aspects probably do need some love at some point, honestly. I don't know, they don't really feel like they've got a place as per se. I mean, yeah, Vehement's Brawler will just be better than this thing. It's not a basic skill. No. No. Stunned and knocked down enemies. Interesting. So that gives us the biggest multi. It's just, I'm just concerned about the resolve. I mean, we'll technically be able to spam this pretty often, to be fair. That's assuming that works. I don't think anyone's ever used it. I have a feeling Elemental Fate's going to be busted. I think it's going to be completely broken. I think people are going to slap it on and it's suddenly going to like infinitely stack or something rather than
do what it says it's going to do. I'll bet you that's what's going to happen. I can just see it. It's going to be really funny. Everyone's going to stick it on and every build's just going to be indestructible. Well, we could try potent exchange. I mean, that's 55x damage. So that's the thing, right? That other ring only gives me 15x damage, and we can solve that armor problem without it. And the resolve situation... Let's just double check that again. That's only on evade, isn't it? Yeah, so this doesn't count as evade, so it's not useful to us. That just gives us so much more damage. And we can get some extra potency cooldown reduction, which is handy, to be honest. Drink City Streamer. Cheers, everyone. Yeah, okay. I'm going to push for that to have Swift on it. Absolutely. So any of these mobility builds, that won't benefit evade as per se, but that is the absolute defining thing for any of these mobility builds that uses cooldowns. It's interesting only having one temper, actually. It really has actually got me thinking. Obviously, we've been able to put 2 on before. If I could have put 2 on the amulet, I could have had potency cooldown and I could have had rushing claw charges, you know? It has got me thinking. I mean, I'm typically here going for stuff I can't get anywhere else, and then damage you just get everywhere else, I suppose. I'm not tempering on the extra overpower and stuff instead. I suppose I really should be doing the extra 4th affix as that, unless I have to do it as something else. I've already got life per hit on the build, so unless that's really, really strong, I probably should make this overpower, actually. Oh, dexterity or something for now. There, we got flat armor there. We got percent armor there. We got armor for total armor here if we even need that. We might not even need it, honestly. We need to see what the final values is. I might be able to get away without some of this armor stuff. We got 20% armor in here as well. We should be able to get to the 5,000. Because we don't get the diminishing returns either. We got life per hit there, overpowers, that's fine. And then elixirs wise, it's an interesting one actually. I mean, we're not that bothered about. I mean, you probably just use that for the lucky hit, if anything, or overpowered damage and vulnerable damage. Well, you might just use that one. God, I haven't used that elixir before. It's only a little bit of damage, but it's damage, right? We're not worried about resource or resistances. Well, might actually use Elixir of Destruction for the first time ever. Good lord. Queen Supreme, of course. Unless you have to use the armor. I mean, you can use the Song of Mountain if it comes to it. To get more armor as well. But I tend to prefer Redmine Buzz unless I have to go for that one. And then, yeah, you get... And obviously you get your Soothing Spices. So that's a load of more armor there as well. If you can put the Song of Mountain, that's 450 base as well. Loads. I don't know how high the percentage armor is going to be on Temerity, but if it even remotely matches the total armor you can roll in an amulet with a GA, then that straight up... I actually think Temerity is very good now for Spiritborn. Anything that uses unyielding hits, this helps you solve the barrier situation, and it also helps you solve unyielding hits. Brilliant. And all the healing based stuff is great. It's actually
So in a roundabout way, it's letting you scale up a really big damage multiplier and freeing up. Potentially, I don't need total armor on the amulet. I really don't know. I need to see. I'll put it in there for now. But if I don't, I can absolutely roll another damage thing in here. Like, I could roll cooldown if I needed it. Probably not, but I could. I do need those. You do want to take vehemence, but with that, without the extra ranks in Swift, you're really going to struggle to be able to get Rushing Claw off every time with this. So you would have to cast Rakes in between. Where would I gain these points from? I don't need this blocking chance here. You're just going to rely on Armored Hide, so that's one. Where else? Probably want that. That's your form of unstoppable, assuming that's the same. Got them to want these. Got Prodigy's Tempo. I mean, I really, ideally, wouldn't need Prodigy's Tempo. And I could go for Adaptive Stances. Or maybe even Vital Strikes. Maybe. But Adaptive Stances would give you a load of core stats. It'd give you a load of damage because you're stacking up your decks. And it would help you solve your all stats for your rare nodes. Man, I actually don't know where the other 2 points are going to come from. What the? Too many things going on. I need those. I'd have to take 2 points out of diminishment, maybe. Yeah, well... You probably want that. You're going to have this active the whole time, in theory. That's the hope, anyway. Well, you need to be casting that every 3 seconds, otherwise unyielding hits won't kick in. So that's the idea. You're just going to be able to spam on. That's my. Yeah. So you've only got counter attack. You're not going to use counter attack ever. Oh, actually, Intricacy also allows you to recast your potency, doesn't it? Upon casting an ultimate skill, the last potency, defensive or focus skill you cast prior is reset and can be cast. Okay. So Intricacy would actually allow us to spam Rushing Claw as well. To be fair. Interesting. I'm starting to think we only need one impotent here, actually. It's only 4% cooldown reduction loss. We've rolled a bunch there. He's still going to get 12 there. He's still going to get 12 there. It's 24, it's 84, so that's probably enough. How would this work? It'd feel clunky to play, though. You don't need to... You'd never cast counterattacks. You probably put over there. You need to spam Armored Hide, so unyielding hits is constantly procced. Casting a Gorilla skill increases your weapon damage. Yeah, you've got Ravager. Hey, Rancid Decay, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Appreciate it. You kind of want to be in a situation where you cast your ultimate, you cast Rushing Claw, you cast Rushing Claw, you cast your ultimate, and then you can cast Rushing Claw a couple more times, but you also want to be able to spam Armored Hide. And you don't get all the cooldown reduction on Armored Hides, and that's the issue.
Huh. Now I'm starting to wonder if Loyalty's Mantle's the way to go. There is another option here. Although this would mess up the block chance thing. That's the other thing. We're relying on I would hide for that 100% block chance. I mean, if we took this, you wouldn't need to take Temerity. So then you could take Interdiction. And that would solve your block chance. And then you wouldn't need this anymore. As well. You'd need some way of getting resolve. So you'd need that other ring back again. And then over here, you could just go Eagles for 20% more damage. If you went Gorilla in here, although that doesn't give us any direct damage, it means every skill we use would be able to proc unyielding hits, so you wouldn't be reliant on spamming this. But I don't know. You're then kind of like, well, what's the point of the Path of Emissary boots then? To be honest. I think, honestly, there's got to be something utility-based and it's useful. Yeah, well, you'd take Duelist just because of the ferocity, I suppose. Dex max life, movement speed, and then, well, you take life regen on here, probably. Or you could take armor. Whatever takes you fancy. Movement speed, just so we've got some of that. Don't care about any of this stuff, literally. It just doesn't even matter. You're not even going to be evading, so it really doesn't matter. The benefit of this is you could definitely then go Swift, right? I mean, which would allow you to get 3. So that's 7. That's 7 seconds leeway. Yeah, Paramore Rock. Yeah. How am I 250 Paragon with only 2 mythics? Why does this game hate me, lazy? Oh, no. How are you doing other than that? It's good to see you, dude. You went to a party, Zach. Nice. Killed your voice. Hey, good party then. You had good luck with mythics, but I used to create a new character method to get sparks. Oh, okay, there, yeah. You can create new characters to get sparks, as Zimp says, and that would allow you. Did you already theory? No, I haven't done Rake yet, saying that'll probably be tomorrow. I've started with ones I've not really played much before, / don't know as much about. I've been sitting here pondering on this for ages, that I'm starting to, like, for this specific build, I'm starting to think, actually,
we've got two ways of going here, but I think I'm going to assume, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to assume. One sec. Can we get oh no, I don't want that. Can we get, this is where you get Rushing Claw, isn't it? You got two ways of going here. You either go for Legendary Helm or you go for a Harlequins, I think. It gives you the extra ranks in Rushing Claw. It gives you more Rushing Claw damage. And then we can put Interdiction here. Oh, Tempering. Defensive. Well, it becomes a very different thing if we do this. Say, yes, the gorilla doesn't give us direct damage, and the jaguar would. You don't necessarily need Ravager at this point. It doesn't do well. I suppose it gives you the extra hits. It gives you extra chances to reduce your cooldown. But you don't necessarily need this anymore. It's only really good for this. You could go Evil Walker up here, but you wouldn't be able to get any cooldown at all, which would suck. I don't think this will ever go as high. I think the Harlequin's cooldown reduction value might be bumped by base to counter the fact that you can't triple into it anymore. And that would give you 4 ranks. It also gives you armor. That will make solving armor for unyielding hits like giga easy. Damage reduction, armor. It's not quite 7 ranks, but it's 4. I honestly think that's probably the way to go. And you get the cooldown reduction, right? So you're going to want to cooldown reduction GA. Yeah. Bucket load of max life and all that. Damage reduction. So I mean, this is pretty sweet. So it's going to give you more ranks in here. It's going to scale up your Rushing Claw damage. I mean, you can keep Rake on the bar just in case for now, just so you can actually manually cast it. It's no longer going to double cast. You don't need Wild Claws anymore. I mean, this is granting us barrier here. The gorilla primary. Yeah. Evil Waka would give us more damage, probably. But you need the cooldown reduction. You need cooldown reduction for Rushing Claw. The only way this is going to be viable with this big damage multi is having the utmost maximum cooldown. It might even, I don't know. We'll have to see what the land, depends what the Harlequins lands on. If this doesn't end up getting boosted up to like at least 50+%, it's definitely not going to be better than the loyalties for Rushing Claw. The loyalties will be the play just because you can get to 60%. Probably don't need this. Time for sleep, Rydell. No worries, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I will be live tomorrow gaming. Yeah, I'll only be on for another 45 minutes or so. I think I was on about half an hour late tonight, right? I'm gonna get this. I'll get this build, and I've got another version of Rushing Claw done. I'll get these done today. I'm just pondering on whether this is the play or not. This doesn't really lose me much because you don't really want to be. You want to be constant rushing clawing. That's the. So Ferocity doesn't really do much, but it gives you a little bit of damage from Furnace, but it's pretty minimal. This would give you more damage, the Eagle Multi. Actually, the Eagle Multi straight up just... It makes up for the 15% here. And the extra bit of Ferocity would have given you. So actually, you're not really losing any damage with this setup, as per se. I was thinking, like, if you hit... Oh, saying that, I don't know if that damage scaling scales... Yeah, if damage scaling scales out to 30%, then that would be a damage loss. I don't know. But it's also unyielding hits. You really need to be, well... Spamming Armored Hide every 3 seconds would suck, to be honest. If we take this and we take the Q rune, that pretty much solves... That pretty much solves the barrier problem. Q rune's 45%. You're reasonably going to be able to hit, like... Ravager, you hit twice with Ravager, assuming that works, and then you've got... with Rushing Claw, and then Ravager will hit a couple of times as well, probably. We don't get the auto cast of Rakes. We'll swap this over in a minute. Starting to get those boots in there. So you're probably going to stack, like, I don't know, 10. Between 10 and 20% barrier, like, easily. Within the 3-second window. You might even get more. Depends how fast you're attacking, really. Oh, and then you Hunter as well. So you're going to be Hunter. You're going to use Hunter, and you're going to get a bunch there. So you'll get a bunch of barrier there. So you only need... The more this gives you, the less barrier gen will need. Have to have Swift there. We'll need barrier gen in places. Thanks for the lurk, Easy. Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. Might have to take Temerity off. As good as it is. I think we're going to need the Interdiction rune. I need to have less things that the intricacy is going to... I basically want it so intricacy only really happens on Rushing Claw, and that's all that matters. So that every time you use it, your ultimate, you're going to be basically giving yourself 3 uses of Rushing Claw over and over and over again. In which case... Yeah. In which case, all this extra stuff is kind of mute, in a way. That's another way of solving it. So we can get rid of that. So I'm going to put Potion Exchange over here. That consumes Resolve. We need a way of generating Resolve. I might have to put that Peacemongers back on again. Genuinely. So I would lose that extra cooldown, but... Damage reduction. It's just because it's like every time you gain. Well, it helps you. It helps you solve the armor thing. Gives you some damage, but it's also giving you a way of generating resolve and ferocity. So yeah, like you're basically making your hunter your resolve. If it's, I think it's 1-to-1. So your hunter overfills you. So you're going to be with duelists. It's easy peasy. Like every time you use hunter, you're going to be massively over, and you're just going to refill your resolve. You won't need armored hide anymore. Which means we could absolutely go for like, I need something that's not going to be affected by it. There's not much of it. It can't be a focus. It's like everything. Like every skill. Can't be defense. Can't be defensive, focus, or... 1 second. The last potency, defensive, or focus skill. It can be an incarnate skill, but it can't be a potency, defensive, or focus skill. Otherwise, that's going to blockade the intricacy. There aren't really many just incarnate skills. They're all focus as well. I was like, that seems a bit... Yeah. I don't know. I feel like... Oh, man. I wish Ravager was only incarnate, to be honest. Oh, Armored Hide is incarnate as well. Interesting. There is literally no just incarnate skills, I don't think. So it's like basically every skill is affected by intricacy, except your except your basic skills and armor, your basic skills, your core skills, and your ultimates. But every other thing is. Yeah, what do I do? What do I do? If we go for Armored Hide, you're going to need to use intricacy there. It'd be nice to solve Rushing Claw without intricacy, to be honest. Which we've done here. In theory. 3, 7 seconds. Yeah, it should be good. Although we would need another roll of Rushing Claws to get to 12, but you'd at least be able to get to 9. Pretty close, anyways. It's nearly maximum every time. So yeah, I think we take those, and keep Temerity on, so we don't have to take Gorilla here. Oh, well, if you're spamming that often enough. Hitting enemies with sensitive skill, reducing their damage by 4%, slows them by 10%, deals a load of poison damage, okay? That's just all damage, that scales everything. Yeah. It's toying with me. I'm not really sure. I mean, if you manage to solve it, so you don't need to rake between Rushing Claw. You just take Rake off as well. legitimately. That's a defensive skill set. Does nothing for us either. I mean, you maybe don't even need Ravager. And you only need counterattack on the bar. Yeah, you only need counterattack on the bar just so you get the passives. You don't need to use that. You maybe don't even need Ravager here. You need that for the Jaguar primary more than anything. Probably put those back in there. Got a spare point back in intricacy. Now we've got the gorilla primary on here. Don't have to have the Eagle Walker on. Don't have to have Armored Hide if we're using Peacemongers. You've literally only got Rake on just to help me. So I mean, this is it basically. I mean, it's just almost a 2-button build. You want it to be Rushing. You want it to be ultimate Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, ultimate Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, ultimate. That's what you want. I mean, that's basically it. Your ultimate stacks your resolve. It stacks your ferocity. We'd have to take this off. So we'll need to use a Q rune. We'll have to use interdiction here. So that you can get redirected force. Put rake size on. Well, you don't need rake size anymore if we're not using rake as per se. So you can put something defensive on here, like barrier gen maybe would probably be very useful. Or total armor if you really needed it. Could also, resilient gives more barrier gen, health and stuff. Oh no, you need the barrier. Oh, you need the block, don't you? There would have been no, it doesn't work on this one. I had another idea, but it didn't. It's not going to work. Yeah, I mean, I guess barrier gen's probably the play here. So that gives you that will just straight up give us. That's 100% block chance as long as you've got 8 stacks of resolve, which I'm just going to double check I'm not being a Dumbo here. Maximum resolve. That's right. Yeah, it is 8. I thought so. So yeah, 8 stacks of resolve, you're golden. Oops. I mean, if you found that potion exchange was consuming too much resolve, you could just take that off and put like Vehement's Brawler on or something instead. Slightly less damage, but it wouldn't screw your resolve over. Yeah. I did like the temerity on there, which is annoying. Oh well. It does mean that gives us that. I mean, if I had the points, you could go into... Well, you could use Revealing with this setup, to be fair. 15x damage against knockdown enemies. I don't even know where the points would come from at this point. I'm maxed out. Oh, well, actually, it would be that, wouldn't it? Oh, I have to put those points there. I can't take them out. I haven't got enough spent. That's basic skills, core skills, core skills. Yeah. Hmm. I'm still touring the idea of going back to the loyalties again. Let me go for those. You spam that, and then we can put something else up here. I quite like the temerity in it. I mean, that's straight up. There's a lot of stuff on there that's really nice. I mean, it's either that or we can I just don't think you're going to get enough cooldown. If you go for a legendary cooldown reduction, it won't be enough. Addiction, how's it going? Where did Wowhead Rob get the date of December 9th? So the reliquary for this season, it ends then. So normally when that's going to finish, the next season's going to start. Yeah, I don't think the cooldown here will be high enough unless that's been giga buffed, but I doubt that's going to be buffed enough to be able to match this. And you need... Yeah, you're going to need... Well, you could, if you're relying on intricacy, maybe not. You possibly could do this. I need to see if putting ranks in Russian Claw reduces its cooldown. Probably not. Yeah, how you doing, Addiction? You good?
Wouldn't mind a rest.
No, it doesn't. Didn't think it would. Didn't think it would. Yeah, I just don't think this will be enough. Does mean you'd be able to get 7 ranks in Russian Claw, though, which is more than the Harleys will give you. And the max resource doesn't do anything for us on this build. The armor helps, but you get so much armor and stuff everywhere anyway. Just never cast counterattack. And that's it. Intricacy will always work on Russian Claw. Every time. So you use that, then you cast your ultimate, and boom, you just cast this, use your ultimate, boom. And so on and so on. The big problem with that is becoming reliant on that. You get 4 charges. You get 3 extra charges. So you get to cast it once, twice, 3, 4. But then you might end up stuck waiting for Hunter to be able to do it again. Maybe in the background the cooldown works as well. So you get them for free. So that'll get you a 1 back again. So you get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then maybe you could cast your ultimate again. That's going to give me less Swift ranks. But with the intricacy, that's not so bad. You cast that 3 times, it'll proc this. And if you've got if you've got a decent amount of ranks in Russian Claw, that'll give you a decent amount of cooldown towards it as well. And so on and so on. I'm so undecided whether we go for one of those. I kind of want Swift on this, but I also feel like unless that's been buffed, you're going to need 2 rolls of Russian Claw charges with GAs on it. That would then allow it so when this resets, it will actually reset all your charges in one go, which is what you need if you want that big hit. Just playing some poker. Oh, I've heard that's really good, actually. Addiction. The new 3 mini Golem item for Necros. Yeah, Witch Doctor hype. Yeah. It does look good. Interdiction. Peacemongers allows us to stack Resolve and Ferocity, which is done on Hunter. Interdiction gives us our 100% block chance. A little bit concerned about the potent exchange thing, though. Temerity Soul's armor for us. We've got life regen. We've got life on a hit. We've got... Well, this gives us life on kill. This allows us to be able to proc unyielding hits with all of our skills, so that's fine. Bit of extra barrier gen. I feel like that's going to consume too much resolve. You're only going to, I don't know, I think it is every 6 seconds you can refill. Even if I had more maximum, it's going to be struggle bus to keep that resolve up. Because we're reliant on it for the block chance here. It's either that or we don't. We make ourselves not... I'm trying to make a build here where you're not like timing your abilities constantly, but you... Because if you had Armored Hide on here, you're going to have to time it with Rushing Claw. Otherwise, Rushing Claw will just be overpowered by Hunter and that'll just give it all the extra charges. Yeah, it's these payments that'll help get your ultimate cooldown down. Generic damage multiplier. It's lower than Peacemonger's, but... Yeah, I mean, I still feel like you need Swift here. That pretty much allows us to permacast Rushing Claw on cast with enough cooldown. Just might not get 12 stacks. I think I'll leave that like that until I know how many stacks this is. It might be the same, it might not be. Yeah. Generates 10 vigor. Yeah, I'd probably start with that. I mean, is this okay to start with? Runes, well, We got the temerity. We don't need the Q rune. So I think, yeah, I think we need to use the cry rune. Cry. Where are you? There you go. By doing that, we don't have to take vortex on the bar, which means it doesn't interrupt with intricacy, which is nice. And we'll have to see. If it gets to the point where we still can't permacast Rushing Claw, I might have to change that around still, to be honest. We've got two options here. We've got Moni. And we've got... Well, we've got back. Got various other ones. You'd have to do 6 of them before you get that. Or Moni. So every time you cast that twice, you'll get 100. You'd have to do 6 of them still, yeah. You'd still have to do 6 of them. Alright, so you're probably best having someone like Neo on there, because you're with the temerity, you should be barried constantly, so you should just be... It'll basically be like... It'll eventually be like every 3 to 4 seconds. So it'll be almost dead on, you'll just get constant cry. Change overpower damage here to vortex size. So you've got a massive pull-in. That'll make it easy to group everything up. Lovely. And then... Invocation. I really wish Eon was better. I mean, it's just... I don't know. Eon's just meh. Have to do 12 rushing claws to get that up. Don't know if you can do 12 in 6 seconds. That's quite a tall ask. Hello, mate. Cast an ultimate skill, but you're only going to cast every 6 seconds. That means it'll take 24 seconds to get your ultimate, so that's definitely not the play. Just cast it 12 times, it's the same. I mean, Seer Ohm, or... Six isn't so bad. You get the Thol. Starting to wonder. Yeah, I think. Let me go for the Harleys. Life cooldown. That gives you the block chance. We just rely on spamming Armored Hide and using intricacy on Armored Hide. And then rushing Claw, you're actually like focusing on trying to make it so every time you cast it, you are just going to reduce its own cooldown so that you can just spam it. I think that's. I'm just sitting here thinking like intricacy will give you 3 or 4 or 5 casts, but if you spam them fast enough, you'll end up running out before you can cast your ultimate again, and then you won't have enough charges. So it's just not that good. It won't allow you to permanently rush and claw. So I want to be able to permanently, and yeah, so that's kind of the problem there, I think. So generic, and you're not getting enough cooldown on that helm, I don't think. I imagine they're going to adjust the cooldown on the Harlequin so you can still get like 50-60% or whatnot. So you'll be able to spam that. That'll give you a resolve. You don't need to take this anymore. So we can go back to this ring being, I don't know, Vaymant's Brawler or something. Oh, I already had that in the gloves. Okay. Or something else. I mean, there is the option of going for this, I suppose. You're guaranteed, you're definitely going to crit every single time. Will I be able to get enough resource gen here, though? Probably not, to be honest. That's the problem. Need 100% resource gen to be able to get your vigor back up to 100%. Again, it's one of the only things that wasn't nuked, so you can get 100% vigor again. On critical striking. It would allow you to use the Ahu Quacks, I suppose. Saying that, actually, maybe it'd be alright. When you critically strike, you regain 50% of the vigor you spent in the last 2 seconds. So if you're in a situation where you can spam rush over and over again, and every single one of them is critting, depends if that still works more. It depends if that activation works more than once within 2 seconds. It might do. So as long as you activate it twice within the last 2 seconds, and you spend 100% of your vigor, and then you use Rushing Claw twice. Well, you use Rushing Claw, and then, because I'm thinking this, for damage, you go Quacks, which consumes all of your... Quacks consumes all of your resource. When using a base, anything other than... Yeah, so when you use Rushing Claw, because it's not a basic or defensive skill, that will consume all your resource, and then it will give you the damage for a second. And you can activate this on Moni, so every 2 of them. Every 2 Rushing Claws, you're going to give yourself... Which makes... Yeah, it makes sense. We do that. Hey, welcome in, Jiddu. How's it going, man? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, dudes. Hey, easy. No worries, man. I'll catch you tomorrow, dudes. Thanks for being here, as always. Yeah, so I'm thinking... You go into combat, you do 2 Rushing Claws. It's going to activate Quacks. Oh, no, it won't. You do 2 Rushing Claws, that's 100 offering. You need to act a 400 offering. Oh, God, okay. Let me rethink that a second. You'd have to do 8 rushing claws, which is definitely going to take longer than a second. Hmm. So I was thinking, like, you activate it, and then you do 2 rushing claws within 2 seconds. You'll get all of your resource back again, but you're only going to get 1 second of quacks. How do you activate? So you're going to get bursts of damage. So your actual damage would be like, well, it will still be higher than 15%, I suppose. If you can do it once every 4, if you can activate this every 4 seconds, then you might be able to cast 2 rushes every second. So yeah, it would take 8. It'd take 4 seconds. It's 25% damage per second on average. With Moni anyway. I can't see another way immediately that we had to do that better. That's every 6. Well, it would take 6 seconds, but you'd store up over time. Deal damage after not taking any within 2 seconds. Resets if invulnerable. I mean, I assume that's damage below barrier, but I don't know. That would still take 4 seconds. See, quacks would be nice, but it's just not going to be consistent, is it? Ohm's even higher and expensive. But you get 6 seconds reprieve. That's a bit more reasonable. It's reasonable to think you could do a couple of Russian Claw, Russian Claw, Russian Claw, Russian Claw, Russian Claw, Russian Claw, Russian. You could probably do 2 a second, give or take. For the Ohm rune. Not sure quacks will be viable. In which case you won't need the Midnight Sun. Get another offensive one on here if we go here instead. We could go conceited. I mean, that's the biggest damage multiplier, 55x, but it's just, can we generate enough resolve? That is the question. I really want to use that. I think it will rinse the resolve too much. Then again, actually, it doesn't matter, I suppose. We get less damage reduction, but we've got armored hides. So that solves the block chance. So we're just not worried about having 8 all the time, or 7 all the time. So maybe this is just okay. That makes up for a lot of the damage loss here. So that gives us 70 overall. And then that's it, I suppose. I mean, Barrier solved. Loads of healing. Loads of damage. Got the vortex pull-in, so that'll be nice. That should activate pretty often. I've used that tech before. Should easily hit 500 armor here. We've got so much that armor scaling, it's absolutely absurd. We should be pretty... Actually, yeah, we don't have to worry about the damage reduction too much because the Harlequin's here. I'm assuming the cooldown will be adjusted on Harlequin, so it won't be trash. We've got the potent ranks, so that helps. We've got the potency cooldown, that's nice. We've got the swift ranks, so we've got like 6, 7 ranks, like 6, 7 seconds reduction. So, and that on top of the cooldown means Rushing Claw should be permacastable. I just don't think we're going to have 12 stacks of Rushing Claw, not unless that's been bumped. But I can test it out. And then we got enough cooldown on Hunter, so that's going to be spammable every 6 seconds or so. Movement speed won't be awful, so we'll be able to run around a bit anyway. So you're not like really slow. You're going to be, it's just between the combat. During combat, it's no issue. Do I need ranks to call skills anymore? Not really. What would we put here instead? I mean, the other option is put Fist of Fate in. I don't know. You'd want Rake anyway. But on this version, we haven't got the auto cast Rake, so you probably wouldn't want that. Go for life per hit as well, I suppose. Or life per regen. I don't know which one will be better. We don't need ranks on this version of the build. So I think just check the skill tree, just as 2 random points. If I didn't use a rake version, where would I put the points? That's the question. Like, you have to spend a certain amount of points to be able to... Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know where you would put the points. I feel like, honestly, you do want that to be rake. And I feel like those new boots, if they had Swift on it, you would use them. It's the only reason I've swapped this out is to get Swift there. Legit. Don't actually care about the maximum velocity so much there. But without those ranks of Swift, it's going to be really hard to permacast Rushing Claw, I think. So I'll leave the ranks of rake on there for now. Because then it would auto cast your rakes, which would then give you the extra cooldown from the rake here, and so you're using it for utility more than damage. And the extra ranks in rake is just to scale up. Well, if you keep this, I probably don't need to though. If I've got those Swift ranks, and you're able to spam Rushing Claw anyway, you could absolutely go for adaptive stances or even vital strikes, maybe. But I'll go in that for now. Last thing is to do the paragons. You can also use Subo here. Bump, 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 bump. And Feel Languish on skill cast. I'll just stick any old thing in for now. Generate, restore 15. Let me have a look here. We're obviously going to use Viscous Shield. Probably sapping. It gives us knockdowns. Don't care for attack speed too much. Obviously using drive. So that's Viscous Shield, drive, convergence because it's fire. It's going to be the same boards as before. And probably zapping because it's just 60% increased damage. It's easy peasy. It's basically the same board as last time. Can I copy these? Oh, it didn't have the ability to copy from one to the other. That's a bummer. Oh well. That's poisoning, so it's not really that useful to us. I mean, revealing would be viable because we are using the gorilla, but I'd need to be able to shift the skill tree around and somehow find some points from somewhere to go in here to get this. 4 points. God knows where I get those from. Might be able to get away without those. Yeah, I don't know where the other two have come from. Well, we're unstoppable if you smash that anyway. And we're going to be slamming that as much as possible. I'll probably just do that. There you go. Guess we put 1 point in there just for now. In case I need it in potion. Otherwise, we won't bother. Yeah, so knockdown is an extra multi. Probably take that instead of sapping, I suppose. What clusters does sapping have again? Don't care about max resource or resource gen. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here we don't care about for this particular build. Like cluster-wise, that's actually not that great. Revealing is better here. Do we know what the reworked Paragon board's going to look like? No, so I'm obviously basing these off of this, right? So they could actually change what I'm doing right now anyway, but I need a baseline to work with to start with. Yeah, that's a good point. We'll start with Viscous Shield on this one, because I know I'm going to be coming up here. Let's... Let's just do that. Okay. We're going to put Wildfire down here. The only reason I was considering the Fist of Fate, because of the high lucky hit chance, but yeah. This just gives you another form of reducing your active cooldowns. That auto casting of Rake would make a lot of sense with this. But yeah. Yeah, we'll put Ravager in there because it lasts a pretty decent amount of time. Now that I'm going to be going for perma Rushing Claw through affixes and stuff. Because that, with all the healing, is going to allow me to, at least against elites, it's going to allow me to hit a lot quicker, a lot more often, which is going to help on Wildfire at least. Everything's got a reasonable lucky hit to start with. It's like 30% and 25%. And yeah, they've all got any amount of... I mean, you could stack lucky hit chance on these items. I've got a lot of max life already and armor and stuff. Oh, I definitely don't need armor on that anymore. I could put lucky hit in this. Lucky hit chance, for example. Do it on the rings as well if I really wanted to. Probably want it everywhere. See what they might have adjusted these values as well. But that'll at least bump you up to what, like 35, 40% maybe. Hopefully activate that enough that it's worthwhile. Bunch of fire damage. And if it turns out the other pair of boots would be better, as long as it has swift rolls on it rather than impairment reduction, and that actually changes. And we get auto cast of Rake. Then we'd probably... Well, it might be Potent Exchange is just too resolve heavy, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's okay. We could change Vehement's Brawler for Wild Claws just to get the extra hit of Rake, maybe. If we needed it. Because that would give you extra cooldown reduction as well. But anyway. I'll need to test that pair of boots out when we get there. Other glyphs. Definitely Spirit. Yeah, so definitely Spirit. Headhunters are possible. Could use Guzzler if needed. Canny will definitely be one. So Spirit and Canny, absolutely. I mean, fitness isn't terrible, but the middle bit doesn't really work. We'd use Colossal on this build, yeah. Because when we hit with Rushing Claw, we will be close. Stacks of Resolve, lovely. And Gorilla, so yeah, Colossal, Canny, Spirit, and we need one more. We'll fit on whatever the last decent one is, I suppose. You can get quite a lot of decks here, so we'll stick this one here. For now. Gonna want all those. Probably want those as well. Some more damage reduction there. Let's take the life. We won't take the rest of those. We probably won't need all that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot of decks in this one as well, actually, to be honest. Canny goes in drive. Colossal will go in revealing. So the next best might, well, that's intelligence as well. You only get 4 maximum potions now. Unless you roll it. And this one was based on having 0 potions. Bit of an annoying playstyle. This one gives you 20x. That one would give you technically 24, I suppose. But that lets you scale up your stats. Let me just check this quickly. Mobility, potency, Jaguar, yeah. Yeah, I feel like we're lacking glyphs for things like mobility and stuff like that. Maybe in the future we'll get some stuff like this. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? More crit damage, 14x. Don't really need the Vigor gen, though. Don't need the Thorns damage here. Oh, actually, no, I can use Revenge because I'm using the Gorilla primary. So, although I don't actually care about how much Thorns damage I do, it means everything is doing Thorns damage, which means I can get 25x here. Sweet. Nice. All right, that works. So we can put that in here. That actually makes it a lot cheaper to do this as well. Uh, 54. Oh, there's one more over there. There we go. 59. Sounds reasonable. Oh, we don't even need that much. It's an easy activator. There you go. Nailed it. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Nailed it. There we go. Easy collapse. Get rid of that one. Alright, that looks pretty efficient. Probably do want the barrier gen stuff. That's going to be spirit. You get 110 dex here, so it's loads. So you are just going to take literally all of that. Actually, probably, well, go that way. Because we come back down there. Don't really know what the adjusted values will be, so whatever. With the canny rune fixed, we should, glyph fixed, we should be good on those. Just take all the max life. And those there. 110, yep, good. And then, yeah, I guess we can take, well, drive last, or we could take revealing next, I suppose. So I suppose it doesn't overly matter which one. That has an easy exit and entrance, though, that's the thing. More so than drive, I'd say. Hey, Sugar Rush, Dango, how's it going, guys? How you doing? How you doing? I'm actually over time, but I'm gonna finish this off. I've been spending long enough on it. This has rattled my brain. It's not an easy one to figure out how to solve the problem on right now. Colossal goes in there. I think this will be good enough to at least give it a go. I think I know what I need to feed back already, but I'll wait until I can try it. I don't know. I might give the preliminary feedback tomorrow, actually. We'll see. And just say, like, I think we're going to need this on here. Not entirely sure what the thinking was behind the impairment reduction. That's the one that confuses me a little bit. Candy can go in here. If I remember rightly, it's actually more optimal to do it this way. Because we need to come around in there. That's right, and then you do this over here. Take all of those. The lucky hit up here would be nice, but to see how many points we've got left. Don't care too much for the dodge chance, but that is 10%. Well, this is on the original board. That is 10% lucky hit chance. It's quite nice. I think am I capped on movement speed already? Well, I would be pretty close. Okay. Oh no, maybe not actually. All right. Oh, we're gonna want those. I haven't gone all the way up here yet either. Yeah, we're gonna be struggling for points here, I think. A little bit. Want all the max life. Alright, let's go out that for the second while I figure out this. We don't need the attack speed in here too much, and poison red's probably not so much. Just got this cluster over here. I'm starting to wonder whether I should put that first. Actually. And you can do something cheeky if you don't want to go through the middle. It's probably cheaper to come back in through another gate and come in this way. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 17 nodes. It might actually be better, because then I'd only have to use a few nodes to come up for the armor here. And if I can get the lucky hit, brilliant. Yeah, let's do that. Is there a swap boards option here? That would be amazing. Okay, there might be. Would it work? Oh, it does. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, so we just straight up go up through here. And then this one, you just rotate this. Like so. And then we can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back in here and just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Boom, done. And it works. I mean, if I still need armor, we have enough points to come up here. Or we can get the lucky hit chance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, you've got a bunch here. It's 12.5 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's also a bunch up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually cheap to go through this way. So you could get those. We've got 5 left. I mean, that armor there could be very useful. I don't know if we'd need it or not. We've got a lot of armor in this build already, honestly. Don't know if there's anything else I can really... Well... see how the life pans out, I suppose. You could absolutely sacrifice some of these, I guess. Oh, it's barrier. Actually, I won't. Actually, what am I doing? I won't need all these barrier stuff. It's nice to have, so I don't need it. 9 nodes. Oh, I'm pretty close. Connected, connected, connected. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, no, you need that one there. I'm just trying to make it so we're optimizing out the stats. Oh, I'm actually missing one there. Okay, great. That cost me a few. One coming in this side. Oh, no, I need 2 more. 2 more. God damn it, Leroy. It's not connected that side, is it? Oh, I don't need that because it's outside the purview. Okay. Sweet. Do that. Take those. That's 2 points. Nailed it. And that's works. It's all connected. Oh, I can actually do that as well. Okay. Got 1 spare point. Giggity. My music's always killing it, Sugar Rust. It's been pretty good tonight. It's been nice and chill. I had a pretty heavy gig last night, so I needed something a bit more chill. Shadow Kabir, I had an Inner Flames and Endless Pyre amulet drop before, and I'm like, you're 2 seasons late in dropping? Oh, right, yeah, I know. You get the GT amulet, and you're like, why didn't you drop when I needed you? God damn it. I mean, that's looking pretty solid. Wildfire. Take a little bit of extra damage here or something. Oh, why can't I? Yeah, why can't... Oh my god, it's bugging out me. Don't do this to me, game. Here we go. Colossal, because we're using Gorilla Primary, that will give us all of the good stuff. I've taken all the lucky hit because, I mean, that's 12.5. We've got 22.5 in here. 3 rolls of lucky hit on your gear. Might get you to... Assuming nothing's changed on the lucky hit affix rolls, it might do, though. That's like 40 or 50% lucky hit. That would get... Let's say you got 40%. That's achievable, I would say, unless they've really nerfed it on the gear. You could even swap this to be the lucky hit potion as well. You don't care about the attack speed, but you could do. That would get you to 50%, and then that would get your rush. That would get rushing claw to 37.5. It'd get Ravager to 45%. You know, these are start getting some numbers that would maybe proc Wildfire pretty often. Like, pretty nicely. To be honest. Could even get to the point where, on this particular version, if I didn't need Rake anymore too much, you could put Fist of Fate on. You can't get the triple... You can't get the orange anymore. You can get the GA. So unless they've adjusted the Fist of Fate lucky hit chance to be... So when you GA it, you get massive amount, which they might not have, then it will only go to what? Like... Oh, I can't remember what the normal value is. Let's have a look. It'll be like, what, 70% is it or something? 100% maybe? Yeah, I explained to someone, heavy gig, I went to see Kill Switch Engage. It was awesome. It was really good. Sempiternal's a great album. Yeah, I explained to someone the other day why it wouldn't be on console, though, because the platform holders that control where the Sony and Microsoft, no matter how big you are as a developer, Sony and Microsoft will control what updates go up and when. And if you're trying to if you're trying to update fast or whatever, you know, it's not really viable on consoles. That's just one of many reasons, I'm sure, as well. Fist of Fate. I did have a base one, but hopefully I've got one that's one of these will be fine. Fist of Fate. That's right, yeah, if you get a GA on Fist of Fate, 77.7. Now, assuming that hasn't changed, might have done, but assuming it hasn't, because you can't get the GA, you can't get any triples on it anymore, that will be what it is. So you won't get 177, but that plus 40% or 50%, that gets you to a point where it's like, my Rushing Claw is going to be over 50% lucky hit chance, and my all my things are over 50% chance. That's much more useful than it would be, especially with the wildfire glyph in play. So that would probably give me more damage than this as well, frankly. To be honest, it actually probably would. Yeah, some of your hits will hit lower, but some of them will just hit Giga. Facts, I kind of feel like that's probably the play anyway, with this setup. That gives you the lucky vulnerable. Attack speed doesn't matter too much. Crit chance doesn't matter, but the lucky hit's massive. I mean, you get the lucky vulnerable for free, so that's good. As long as you don't get a crap roll of that, that's happy days. And then you can take lucky vulnerable off of here, I suppose. And roll something else. I don't know, overpower or life regen. I don't know, I feel like you just want all of the life regen in the end. You just want all the life stuff, probably. Or you could just put more overpower damage on there. Whatever you like, really. Something like that. And then... So that's for the wildfire glyph. That's just more cooldown reduction. Based on your fire direct damage, which is all your damage. Everything. All your skills. We've got all the nodes. That's good. Spirit's got 110. That's lovely. Revenge only needs that. That's the benefit of taking at least one glyph that only needs to be activated. It doesn't need to be fulfilled. So in the Viscous Shields, that Soul's Viscous Shield, we got the Temerity on, so that should mean we can be at 100% barrier really easily all the time, especially with the Gorilla. I mean, the Temerity and the Gorilla will mean that we'll be just generating so much barrier. We should be at 100% pretty frequently. Something that's been pretty difficult until now, actually. But those changes in stats on the Temerity make it more attractive to use on a Spiritborn. I always wanted to use Temerity on Spiritborn because it helps solve the barrier, but it literally, that would be the only reason you do it. So you'd always end up going for something like Tibolts or something, which gives you damage. But now that you can use it to do your armor to help solve unyielding, I may well not need all the armor stuff here. I might be able to take armor off the amulet, so we'll figure that out when we get there. And then the last one, Colossal makes sense because of the resolve stacks. Oh, Canny as well, yeah. Got Colossal will be down here. That all works nicely. Canny, obviously, because we're fire damage, that's nice as well. And all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty solid, I'd say. We won't run absolutely awfully, like awful slow. And if I really don't need Prodigy's tempo, I would change it for adaptive stances, probably, just because it will help. I haven't got any all stats anywhere. So I won't be able to activate all of the clusters in like the final boards very easily. And I know that's only a little bit of damage. And a little bit of damage reduction. And a little bit of... Oh, I don't care about the dodge chance. And a little bit of life and movement speed and whatnot. It'll probably affect the last two boards, actually. Maybe. The Dex one will be okay. We'll get there, but... Oh, no, maybe we'll be okay. We'd be able to get that strength. Intelligence is okay. Okay, no, we'll be okay. It might be right. And if not that, maybe Vital Strikes with the Fist of Fate. If you've got Lucky Vulnerable on there with Ravager with high lucky hit chance, it's quite possible Vital Strikes would be the biggest damage multiplier here. Yeah, for example. But I'm going to test with that first, I think. Mercenaries done. Yeah, nice. Check all the gear. GAs. All right, well, that one took me ages. Big question mark over Potent Exchange. If that one doesn't work well, put Vehement's Brawler on. But it would give us the biggest multiplier. And the aim would be to absolutely spam Armored Hide here, so... yeah. There's a version of this build I can do which will pay more into Jaguar Primary instead, which I'll do. Killswitch was one of your first heavy gigs 15 years ago. Yeah, they played that last night. Yeah, I managed to get a selfie with the lead guitarist. He just appeared in the crowd, literally in front of me. I mean, literally in front of me. I could have my selfie. My arm was attached to his arm. It's ridiculous. I don't know where he came from. He just appeared. All right, I think. Well, I'm over when I would have normally have finished. It's 5 in the morning. That's taken ages. I've got at least, this is like a dumping ground for notes, so this will almost certainly change, to be honest, at some point, but I may not even need all the barrier gems here. The temerity might just do its job. I might be able to just shove dex gems in and off you go. Happy days, you know. Skulls might change to life on hit, not life on kill. Oh no, it's weapons. What about armors? 15% healing received. I mean, there's definitely a world where healing received might be better than barrier gen here. Because we've got so many sources of healing on the temerity, it might just make you pretty much indestructible with the amount of max life we'll get here as well. So many sources of max life. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, and Rushing Claw here. It's so much source of healing here. It's absolutely bananas. Yeah, thanks for staying around and chilling out, Rock. I mean, normally I don't just sit here and theorycraft builds constantly, but, you know, with the PTR looming on Tuesday, I really want to be able to test as much so that there's as many Spiritborn builds that people can try out when we get there. So I can safely say I've got a planner for Rushing Claw. Actually, I'm going to... let's move those two down here. I mean, I don't know if I'll get planners for absolutely everything I've put in here, but... in fact, actually, I should do this. Yeah, and if we... oh, God, what have I done here? Do you know what? I will fix that later. I need a Rushing Claw. Let's just put it here. Rushing Claw, Jaguar, Primary. Instead of Rushing Claw being the main damage, you're using Rushing Claw as the activator to activate the insane damage that Jaguar Primary might be. And I think that might actually be stronger. But it'd be nice to test both and be able to say this is good and this is not. Either way, that's not going to be a leveling build, is it? Anyway. So it looks like I haven't done that much, but actually I've done most of the legwork for Rushing Claw, Jaguar Primary here. And once I've done one Rushing Claw core skill, they're all pretty much the same. So yeah. We'll get as many of these filled out before Tuesday as I can. I think Rake, Crushing Hand, Stinger, Quill Volley, that stuff won't take me anywhere near as long. Touch of Death might take a minute. Payback won't take me too long. Rock Splitter I know pretty well. I'll just adapt it from what I already have known for many seasons. I've not really played Razorings before, so I'll need to sit down and figure that one out. Evade, Quill Volley, I've already done. Firestorm, Storm Feathers, maybe I'll do one for that as well. Yeah, loads of builds from the meta all the way to, well, the typical meta to the non-meta. Before I go off, guys, is anyone in the chat in a position where they have any Eoms or Lax that they can trade, sell, or help Shadow Chimera with? He's asking in chat. Before I go off and send you off to someone else in the community. Gaming might, Shadows. Okay, have a look and let us know. I'm just having a look to see who's online right now. Okay, I know who we're going to send you to tonight. Sugar Rust has got a lack. It's for Shadow Chimera. Shadow Chimera, can you put your battle tag in chat for anyone here that's potentially able to help you? I'm gonna flick over to the other screen and we're gonna shut down for the night so I can get some rest, and then I'll be back on tomorrow. It'll feel like no time's gone at all by the time I'm on tomorrow. It'll be amazing. Absolute magic. Perfect timing. My black cat is literally sitting at me, half asleep, looking at me like, human, where's my treats? And now go to bed. Pretty much. He's so funny. All right, give me 2 minutes, you silly black furball love. There you go, guys. All right, any of you that can help Shadow Chimera, he's just put his battle tag in chat. So if you want to, can, or if you just want to hit him up or add each other, and you can, I'm sure you can come to some arrangement. I think they're sourcing him out, Zane, but that's very kind of you. All right. Thank you so much, guys, as always, for being here. I mean, I've really been feeling the love tonight. I've just been sitting here crunching numbers, and I had all the raids, and especially that huge raid from Rob, and the raid from Monarchy, and the raid from Del Rey. Yes, some serious raidage going on, and I really appreciate any of you that hung around. So thank you so much, guys. All of you that are always here, anyone that's new, anyone that's lurking as well. Really do appreciate your time. It is the most valuable thing we've all got in life. So I appreciate you choose to spend a little bit here. If there is anyone in either of my channels that hasn't hit the like or subscribe buttons, follow or subscribe buttons, let's get the right words. English is hard. Please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. I am on pretty frequently, 4 or 5 days a week. I'll be on a lot next week for the PTR. Doing some actual gameplay, which is good. Yeah, so it'd be great to see you guys again. And I do have a Discord. If that is of interest to anyone, I will link it in the chats. I appreciate everyone has got Discord, so there's no obligation. But it is the best way to get hold of me off stream, talk to me about any builds, be part of the community. If you want to request to join the clan, any of the above, feel free to come join. If that is of interest to you, please go through the verification. This tells us you're not a robot. We've all had to do it. This is a good thing. And please go to the role selection channel and choose which games you're interested in. It will unlock those channels for that game, and then you won't get spam for the ones you don't care for. So that is good as well. Less spam is good. And if you don't want to join, that's totally fine. I will not be offended. I appreciate everyone's got Discord, so it's all good. Okay, I'm going to send you over to one of my mods. He's also, he's been having a bit of ups and downs in life recently, but he's an awesome laugh. I really hope some of you will come over and show him some love and support, even if it's just for 5 minutes, or really make his day. I'm sure it'll put a smile on his face, and he's really good fun. He's got a wicked sense of humour. We're going to go over and show the love to Never Heard of You. He was in here earlier. So yeah, let's go show him all the love. YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. As always, really appreciate you all. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully, but if not, have a great rest of your weekend or beginning of your week, whichever time zone you're in. And yeah, beep, bop, no robots here. How's it going there, Dragon? I think that's about it. So yeah, thank you again, guys. I really do appreciate you. I appreciate when I do these streams. It's a fairly new thing, me just doing theory crafting streams, but it really helps me out off stream so I can get some sleep. Sleep is good. Didn't get a lot of that for a long time. And I appreciate it's not the most exciting things, but, it's all part of the journey, I suppose. But yeah, guys, I'll be back on in just under 15 hours. So, cat, get down here. Don't turn my computer off while I've turned the stream off, you silly cat. I'll be back in just under 15 hours. So, guys, have a great rest of your day, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're in the world. Really do appreciate you all, especially all of you that hung around after the race. And I will hopefully see you later. So, guys, keep lasting, keep safe, much love, and I will see you guys later on. Cheers. Appreciate you.